That's better. Is that more like it? I think this mic's working now. So, welcome, fellow bored people. Yeah, there is. And I have no idea where it's coming from. It might be that Mac Mini dying. Slowly dying. It's only been on half an hour and already you could fry sausages on it with enough oil. Pretty bad. So, we've got some of the usual suspects. I wonder where the rest are. Clearly have something to do. Do they not? Oh, God. Go on then, so what you guys been up to today? Anything interesting? Because I know how I haven't. I've had a right quiet day. I suppose it's stuff you can't talk about. Yeah, I'm with you, David. I've been doing absolutely nothing as well. Very NDA'd. Can you not allude even to what sort of area? Or is it one of those things where you just go, look, it's better I just don't say anything? Because I've had a couple of them NDAs as well. Okay. We'll leave it at that. Won't force you into anything. So it's just me here today at the moment. Come in. Mainly because I'm so bored. There was things I was supposed to do today, but it's like, no, can't be asked. I think it's what comes from working 7 days a week, every week without fail. Maybe 3 or 4 days off at Christmas. And the rest of the time it's just work, 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 work. And I just woke up this morning and just went, do you know what? Sod it. I'll have another day off. I think I've had more days off this year than ever. Do you know what? I looked into Hardware Jam software today, and there were some demonstration videos showing 4 different people all across right across Texas, so they were considerable distance apart, and they were all playing in time and everything like that. And we're going, oh, that's pretty impressive, and all the rest of it. I thought, I'm not quite sure how they do that, where everybody feeds their signal into a central server or something. And it turns out what this software does is just send out a click track. And you play to the click, and you don't really hear what the other people are playing. And then everything gets synchronized with the click track, and then you can hear it back afterwards. So not really jamming as such. Okay, oh no, that's no good. But I don't actually know why I was looking, because let's be honest, you just can't get round latency. You know, speed of light and all that cobblers. So it is what it is. Mm. The illustrious Sass joins us. Bonsoir, Monsieur Arpon.
Good evening, Mr. Spong. How are you?
As bored as you are, perhaps.
Well, yeah, I was just watching a YouTube video of a guy rebuilding a plane engine, as one does, you know.
Oh, that bored.
Yes.
No,
You've been there, I guess. It's,
Oh man, yeah. I don't think I've ever been as bored as I am today, though. It's just, and you know, anything I thought about doing just filled me with, nah, I can't be bothered with that. It's like I've had an injection of apathy during the course of the night or something, you know.
yeah, well, you know, you deserve a bit of a break. I mean, you're living with an outdoor kitchen, and
Yeah,
you know,
not looking forward to putting that all back.
well, yeah, I bet.
That's gonna be fun. But,
But although saying that, isn't that Fiona's job? Dare I say?
yeah,
to
you wish.
restock the kitchen.
Well, you'd think, wouldn't you? But it doesn't tend to work like that. Fiona does this thing where she just goes, "Oh, this is heavy. Can you take it?" I guess, dear, I'll take it for you. Next thing I know, I'm moving everything. So I know I will be moving everything back in. So there you go. That's
So
what we do.
how's the kitchen coming along?
Oh, another bored person.
Evening, Rob.
Not that bored. I just thought I saw you come on. I thought I'd come and say hello. I won't be staying long. Well, you know,
A bottle of
spend
wine
most-
calling your name, is it?
yeah, and a wife that says you always leave me down here on my own.
Yeah, it's
So-
funny. I don't get that from Fiona.
No,
Yeah,
I mean, it's
don't know
well
if that's a
done.
good thing. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, sorry. Yeah. What were you saying, Seth?
Sorry, I was just blabbing on as one does.
Oh no. Yeah, you were saying something about the kitchen.
Yeah, I was just saying, how did they get on yesterday? You know, how are they progressing properly?
Oh, they didn't show up yesterday. We haven't seen them since Thursday. And the reason for that is because they plastered the ceiling and all the walls. They've just got to wait for everything to dry out, which is precisely what it's not doing. It really is taking its time, especially some of the thicker areas. So, I'm so glad to get rid of that bobbly ceiling.
What was it, Artext?
Yeah, you know, it's that really bobbly stuff. Look like there's pebbles stuck in the paint. And every single room in the house is like that. It's just like, no, go away.
very 1970s.
Yeah.
60s even, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, as long as it doesn't have asbestos in, you're fine.
Well, the porch is. Yeah,
Porch roof.
Yeah, the porch roof is asbestos. After we had a council guy come round and goes, no, there's no asbestos in the house whatsoever. Okay. Well, you've seen the house, haven't you? Rob? You know those, every other house has those white fascias.
Mm-hmm.
They're asbestos.
Jesus.
And they go, well, there's no asbestos in these houses. No. Rest at ease. No
Well,
doubt.
it's perfectly safe as long as you don't mess around with it.
Yeah.
Don't drill holes in it. And, you know.
Well, yeah. Yeah, we did actually start sanding it at one point, many moons ago. And went, no, stop. That's not good.
Wow.
Yeah, so there's been a few people caught out. There's one house down the road that had it all removed and had cladding put up. So I wonder if those people are alive anymore. 'Cause that was about 30 years ago.
Well, to be perfectly honest, you know, relatively limited exposure doesn't actually seem to be as high a risk as it's made out. I mean, there were plenty of mechanics who were working through the 50s, 60s, 70s, working on brakes, etc., who haven't come down with mesothelioma.
Yeah.
So I think it's more the sort of loose-filled, lagging type asbestos that was the problem, certainly in the railway industry, where it was
Yeah.
used for the insulation of boilers and lagging of pipes around, you
Yeah.
know, steam engines and such
Yeah.
like.
Well, it's probably just a question of, you know, luck and you know, whether you're susceptible to it or not. Oh,
You're talking to yourself again.
yes, I'm talking to myself again.
You're forever talking to yourself.
Oh, ah, pickle.
Hello. And you've got a video of other people talking to you.
Yes, keep me company. Oh, by the way,
You were supposed to be working on your opus magnus.
Or
Yeah,
Magnus
I've
Opus
got-
even.
I got bored with that. You
Excuse me.
broke your personal wine glass.
Yes.
Did you know that 2 hours before you did it, I bought you another one? How's that for freaky?
Freaky deaky.
Yeah.
Is that my birthday present?
Might be.
I didn't get a thing. Didn't even get a card.
I know how you feel,
I
darling.
clearly just told you got a glass. Were you not listening?
Yeah, but it was 2 days, 3 days. 4
Tell her I had
days
to buy my own.
after
He had to buy his own.
my birthday.
He had to buy his own.
Birthday
Birthday
present from my
present.
wife.
Well, to be honest, I bought my own birthday present. It's called a kitchen.
Well, get it out of my front room.
Yeah, next week.
Now, honest to God, you have to walk sideways everywhere down it. Oh, mate, it's just awful.
Oh dear me.
So, how was your birthday yesterday, Rob?
No,
Blurry?
No, it was boring. Well, I mean, boring. Yeah, I mean, there's no two ways about it. It was, I was working for most of the day, and then did the show and had a few beers and a bottle of wine and watched a bit of telly and went to bed.
Yeah, you boys like your Akai, don't you?
Yes. It's funny you should say that.
Half the show was all Akai, wasn't it?
Funny you should say that because there might be another show soon that's going to be very Akai focused.
I see. Very
Yeah,
good.
that's a special guest, which would it'd be fun.
I was going to have a route around for that today, actually, see if I could find it.
Mm.
And because it involved getting out of the chair.
You decided against it. Yes.
Yeah, the whole. I don't know what it is. I just woke up this morning. It was like so many things I needed to do, and it was like. Oh, that was. I got a phone call really, really early. That was it. And a chap is going to come and have a look at the AT Sunday.
Mm.
But there's an emergency job in the morning I've got to do for a guy. He's broken a reed on his 200A and needs it for some concert he's doing tomorrow night. And I know I've got him in stock, so it's all right. But I mean, well, that completely screws the entire Let's Film the CS80s weekend completely. So, and I think from there on in, everything just went, can't be arsed now. Knowing I've got to do rush around tomorrow does not help me. So,
Yeah, we're going to Barbie tomorrow. And we'll watch the Euro, final. Around a friend's house. I mustn't drink too much tomorrow because I've got to do a sample first thing Monday morning for the doctor.
Oh, okay.
Well,
You're
I
going to
might
use
just-
your Akai.
Yes.
Just,
So,
just
Mr. Pericelli, why do you think your blood pressure is slightly higher than it should
Yeah.
be?
indeed. So,
This is neat. Ketamine. What's going on?
yes.
Well,
I'm going to
awesome.
London on Tuesday to go shopping.
Oh, good God.
Shopping
Why?
in London.
Yeah,
You
my
glut
daughter
for
wants to go
punishment.
to. Yeah, she wants to go to, Carnaby Street and Covent
Ah.
Garden and all these. Yeah. So
Take the zip up pockets.
yes, well, she's going to be spending her own money because she has a job. So at least I don't have to fund that part of it.
Yeah, but
Me,
it's-
on the
it's-
other hand-
it's still hell, though.
Well, no, because Roland have just opened up a Roland store on Denmark Street of all places.
Really?
Yeah, get that.
Wow. Ooh. Music
So-
returns to Denmark Street.
I
Bloody
know,
hell.
especially after they nearly tried to take the whole bloody thing down
Yeah.
with the
Yeah,
all the
with
Crossrail
development.
developments and
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
But no, apparently they've opened a store on Denmark Street, so I'm off up there, and I'll probably go to Soho as well, just to go around some of the record stores, and Yamaha have got their big place up there as well on Wardour Street. So yeah, me and the boy will go and do synthy things, and the girls can do whatever, and we'll meet up for lunch and yeah, get that one out of her system.
Are you driving or going by train or
A little from column A and a little from column B. It's
driving to the station then
Yeah,
using
we-
the train?
well, we drive down to Newbury Park because we're only like 90 minutes from the centre of London from here. So we drive down the A12 to Newbury Park, and they've got a massive car park at the station. £3 a day, all
That's
day.
not bad.
Yeah,
In
and then
fact,
you
that's
just
bloody good.
yeah, you stick your car in there, and there's always a space. I've never not been able to park there. Yeah, you just jump on the tube on Central Line. 20 minutes, and you're in the centre of
Wow.
London.
No,
So,
that is
yeah.
good.
Yeah.
I think
You wonder why house prices are as they are then.
Mm,
because
indeed.
it was, Fiona went to Heather Farm Thursday. I think Thursday. And I'm going, Heather Farm, what's that? She goes, well, it's a farm that grows heather. Oh, okay.
Strangely.
And have a little picnic area amongst the heather in one of the fields, right? And I went, it's probably trying to make it, make a little bit extra money. Yeah, 32 quid for 2 hours in the car park. Ham roll, 14
What?
pounds. Ham roll, 14 quid.
Go on, Bennett.
That's almost as expensive as buying a beer at a racecourse.
Yeah.
Mm.
Tell me
Mm.
about it.
Yes. And I go, what? Just to sit amongst heather?
You can come up to Norfolk, where they properly grow heather, up on the North Norfolk coast, and you can go. There's loads of these like heather farms and places, and you can go there. And they've got little gifty shops and cafes and stuff. And then you pop 5 minutes down the road, you go see the Queen at Sandringham.
Ew. The Queen.
The Queen.
Queen.
Although she doesn't say that anymore, does she?
No,
Or
she won't get an answer.
Maybe she does. Yeah. Philip, answer me, Philip. Yeah, it's lovely up there. I might actually go up there because we're going to sort of like go around, day here, a day there. Probably go down to Aldborough or Southwold, which is very quite nice,
Ew.
seasidey,
Mm.
Well,
without
at one
all
point-
the.
At one point, I looked at moving down to the Broads, and
Oh yeah, we're going for a day on the Broads.
it's absolutely beautiful. But it seems all the properties now are basically leasehold,
Yeah,
and if you can get anything more than 100 years, you're doing really, really well.
yeah. Now, I grew up on the Broads. I was a Sea Scout, and first Blowfield and Brundle Sea Scouts, and we had our own little boat shed, and we had canoes and kayaks and stuff. And, every week we'd go, especially during the summer, we'd go out. But we also had MTB 102, which was an old motor torpedo boat from World War II that took part in the Dunkirk.
D-Day landings. Yes.
No, the Dunkirk rescue.
Oh, okay.
And had Churchill and Eisenhower apparently aboard during its service, and it was found somewhere in a very sorry state. So the scout group acquired it and did it all up, got it back working again. And then we'd take it across to Dunkirk on the anniversaries, which was quite fun. It was even used in, and I can never remember which one it is. You remember there are 2 war films where Eagle's there
Yeah.
and the eagle has landed?
Uh-huh.
It was one of them. I can't remember which, but it was used in that. But again, the scout group ran out of money, and eventually it fell back into disrepair. And somebody else has bought it, and I think it's still in Norfolk somewhere. And they've properly restored it, to mint condition. So, yeah, it was quite a cool thing. But yeah, the Broads, I love them, absolutely love them. I haven't been on them for ages, which is why not next weekend, the weekend after, we're going to go for an afternoon just sailing around. Or there's little 6-seat. They're little electric ones now. They're not fuel, fossil fuel powered. They're all electric, which is quite interesting. So it's 80 quid for 4 hours, which is not bad.
Yeah, you see, I having done quite a lot of sailing, whilst I think that the advances in electric powered boats are fantastic, I'd still rather have a sail and a petrol or a diesel engine as backup
Sails,
for sail. So,
I was going to say, the Sea Scouts prepared you for Scientology. Could have worked on that guy's boat.
evening, Andy.
How you doing?
I used to love canoeing and kayaking up and down. We used to go from Brundall. So Brundall is about, I think how many miles it is from Yarmouth, but the River Yare, on which which Brundall sits, goes right out to Great Yarmouth, and you can row out and sort of sail out. And then when you get to just outside Yarmouth, there's a place called Braden Water, which at high tide looks like this massive, massive lake. But at low tide, it's just the river and sandbanks. And when it's at high tide, you think you can go anywhere, but you can't. And so you have to sort of navigate this channel, which is quite fun. Low tide is fine because you can see exactly where you're going. But that was always good fun crossing there. Yeah, love it. So looking forward to that.
Yes, very civilised form of transport.
Yes, yeah, 5 miles an hour.
When I was in the Sea Scouts, I used to have to do. We used to go onto the Thames, play back the ship with the oar. Because back then they hadn't cleaned out the Thames like it is now.
Oh God, well, it's still not pretty, is it? But
Well, I don't know. There's salmon, there's trout.
Yeah, they did a right old clean up. Yeah,
Is a lot healthier than it's been for a long time.
yeah. Back in '78,
oh
not
God,
so much. Not so much.
bran, wasn't it? It was
Brat,
just
yeah.
a thick, chocolatey bran.
Yeah, it was like canoeing on chocolate pudding. But, yeah, Thames could get very exciting at times. So you had to learn how to do all the knots and how to make a cheese. Remember how to make a cheese?
No.
With lemon juice or rennet.
No, a cheese is where you used to have to coil the rope.
Oh,
perfect
that.
size, perfect circle.
Mhm.
They used to give us such long ropes. Be there making cheeses all bloody afternoons.
You see, I grew up next to the sea and never joined the Sea Scouts, just sailed and rowed and...
No need then, is there really?
Yeah.
You're already doing the whole point of what was joining the Sea Scouts was for, I think. So at least you did on the sea. You were doing it in the river full of dog turd. And
Oh,
very
look, free chocolate bar.
yeah, and very irresponsible people in speedboats
Mm.
who didn't give a crap that you're in a kayak.
Yeah, my only sea trips are whale watching trips and a little bit of fishing trips when I was younger. But I don't get seasick at all. I could be out there all day without anything special on. So, get
Yeah,
lucky that way.
I've got good, well, reasonably good sea legs. Never been ill.
Yeah.
Well, we always used to joke that there are two types of sailors. Those who've been seasick and those who will be. Because it doesn't matter how good you think you are, at some point in your
Yeah,
life,
at some point you will. Yeah.
it will affect you. It just really depends
So
on
far,
the
so
sea
good. I mean, it's
state.
like thrill rides in the amusement park. I don't get sick from those either. So,
Yeah.
I tell you
No,
what,
I don't get sick from those, but I've certainly been seasick. I mean, sailing through the Bay of Biscay, that was interesting.
and the ultimate test is doing through a camera. I have like video camera of whale watching stuff, and using the viewfinder. So you're basically locked into a camera, looking at a moving skyline or horizon. That should make anybody sick, and it didn't make me sick. So,
Well, when I was at Sandown on Wednesday, I don't know whether it's just something that I've never discovered before, whether I've just never been in the right position before, or whether it's something that it's come on with age. But there were certain frequencies. I mean, I was right in front of one of those stacks, and certain frequencies would make me. It would make me wobble, like my head wobble. I'd get a bit sort of like, what the hell's that? And then it would go. And it always seemed to be like certain frequencies were making me a little bit dizzy. It's very odd.
Well, at Carfest, before Chic came on, they had Judge Jules,
Oh yeah.
who I think is a DJ of some renown.
Yes.
And obviously I was standing at the stage waiting for Chic to come on, and the speaker stacks were right in front of me. And I thought I'd just pull out my phone with an SPL meter on it, and maxed it out.
Mm.
Oops.
I mean, you could actually feel your intestines vibrating at a slightly different rate to how they should be.
Wow.
It was incredibly loud.
Speaking of balance and weird stuff, unfortunately, my girlfriend started developing this thing with the balance where the otoliths and your semicircular canals get stuck sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And it comes with age, apparently, and stress and all that. So you have to go to the doctor. They put you in a little thing and they kind of spin you around and invert you and do whatever they can to correct it. But every once in a while, they go back to getting stuck again, and you have constant vertigo. You can't walk. You're throwing up, and it's pretty awful stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Isn't
Yeah, I
that Meniere's disease or something?
no, that's probably more of a permanent thing. I don't know that one too well, but this is a thing you can just kind of fix, and it goes away for months or a year or whatever it is, and then it eventually comes back. But,
Yeah, I know somebody who suffers with vertigo, and it's not pleasant.
No.
Not pleasant at all.
But yeah, it's certainly I find as I get older, certainly the frequency range I can hear
Yeah.
is much reduced to how it was. But standing in front of incredibly loud bass cans is not recommended. I mean, at least it wasn't high frequency. The high frequency stuff really hurts my ears, but the low frequency I just feel.
well, I did some online tests recently, which is not that accurate, and I'm pretty pissed about how much high I lost. I mean, it comes with age, but I babied my ears for years, going to clubs with earplugs and all kinds of stuff, and I still lost a bunch of fucking hearing.
Yeah.
So,
It is just age.
yeah, it sucks though. It's like Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's why they have those mosquito devices to annoy kids.
Well, they have the high-pitched
It's,
pager things the kids use as well in class. You can send each other notification. Teachers don't hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Well,
So, during the show yesterday, I bought a Korg Prophecy. So I'm just
Nice.
waiting for that to be delivered now.
Nice.
It's everyone's been saying how good it is. I mean, you've got one, haven't you, Andy? So
They're excellent. Yeah, I mean, I'm a new acquisition. I had a Z1 for years, but I wanted the Prophecy for the funky controller aspect, and also some of the other patches on it are really nice.
yeah, so I'm looking forward to playing with that and seeing if it really is as nasty to program as people say.
Yeah, it's not the most fun thing in the world.
Is there a decent app, or do you have to use a generic app, Rob?
There is. Are you aware of Patchbase?
Oh, yeah. I use all
Yeah.
that stuff. Yeah.
So there's a Prophecy editor in Patchbase.
Oh, cool.
And I'm just trying to think.
Or what's that other one that's like an acronym? It's like capital letters.
Well, there's control. There's
Controller,
one for
right?
controller.
Controller, yeah.
Yeah. There's a panel for controller. I'm just trying to see if Edison does it as well. Korg.
Well, the controller one's free, so you know.
Yeah. And I mean, Patchbase is, I can't remember what it is now. You can buy the editor, the specific instrument editor on its own, or you can subscribe, and then you can get access to as many of the editors as you wish. Yeah, because it's just a big shame that the plugin doesn't work as a a direct editor.
Yeah, that's weird when they do stuff like that.
Yeah, you would have thought.
But even DexEd doesn't do that, right? You have to send stuff. You can't do live tweaks.
Yeah. Well, that's not so much DexEd. That's just DX7s, and they just don't respond. You know, it's not live.
Yeah.
So some. I don't know if anybody's into MAME at all.
Oh, love MAME.
Yeah, so he's in the Fairlight CMI 2X that somebody is currently.
MAME.
Yeah,
That's hilarious.
And I went down, so I just did the build. So I'm just now trying to open it up. I'm starting to see if I can do it now, but I'm not a coder or anything like this, so I'm having to copy and paste a lot of this from somebody else's instructions. But
yeah,
I've compiled it, and that's ready to go. So I just need to get the right commands to fire up the. Oh! No, it's just died.
If you're into MAME, that other engine, Scum VM, is incredibly powerful now. It wasn't just the Lucasfilm games and stuff, and they started adding the Sierra games to it and a bunch of other stuff to it now, where it actually emulates old stuff really, really well. Like the audio is there, the music's there, the frame rate is good. One of my friends is way into it. Like he was showing me all kinds of stuff in there. I was just blown away.
No, I mean I'd love to sort of understand it all, but I don't, and I won't ever claim that I do. And it's all too much for me, this stuff. But I thought I'd give this a go, seeing as it was a Fairlight. So.
Well, during my
During the war,
when I was a young lad, while I was doing some musical writing today, God, sir, I discovered that the Softube Model 72 doesn't have CC control.
oh, interesting.
Yeah. There's loads of panels for doing controls, but it's for hardware controllers or specific hardware controllers. But no CC or CC learning. Right, oh, okay. Bollocks then. So that was a pain in the ass.
I thought most plugins did allow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate when they make stuff islands like that. That's silly.
Yeah, but this Softube one, nothing. So, put pedal automation right out the window. So,
Right, let's
I
try.
had to play it in and then, control the volumes like a schmuck. I'm doing it automated. So,
That's why I like hardware.
yeah, like I said last night, though, I never found them to be mutually exclusive, to be honest.
No, it's. I think it's more that it's the simplicity of just turning a synth on and getting a sound out of it, and
Yeah.
But certainly the ones with decent interfaces, you can.
Well,
you
yeah,
can
yeah.
get something out of them quite quickly. I mean, we're talking in the chat about the Roland JDXi, which I don't know why people don't sort of flock to it as a great startup synth, but it's for really, really simple stuff, built-in sequencer, analog, vocoder, twiddly knobs, and it within seconds you can really get very complex sounds out of it, and yet it's dismissed as almost as a toy.
Well, one of the main problems with it is it's menu dive crazy. So unless you're comfortable with that, it's kind of a nightmare at first. Also, there's no proper ADSR, and a couple other basic things you take for granted on a synth or a keyboard. So you can work around it and find the sweet spots, but I've had to do that. But I can see why a lot of people go, "Oh man, aren't enough knobs? It's menu divey as hell." It's like, holy shit.
So was it one of those ADR types?
It's a knob that just goes between settings. So if you want
Oh.
more attack, you
It's
go all the
more
way
like
to
a
the
morph.
left.
It's more a morph.
Yeah,
than
you
a-
want a
than a
more
dress
this
up.
and that, and then variations in between. So they've picked settings for you, basically.
I'm not sure how I feel about that.
Well, then you can go into the menu though, so that you can totally adjust
Oh,
it via
okay.
the menu. But if you want quick access, you're just fucking one
You know,
knob.
Right. Okay.
So
Yeah.
But the
I
set,
see.
but the sort of the preset knob turns that they have in it, just to get started, are
they're fairly useful. Yeah, it's
pretty good. You know.
Yeah. I've used them without having to deep dive a couple times, just because I was lazy. But once you learn the stuff and the tricks too, like Woody Piano Shack has a great video on it, how to do a jam on it, and how to extend the range by only 4 tracks, but using higher and lower octaves, turning the some of the settings to the max, turning the clock to the slower settings to trick the thing to be in a longer sequence. All these little cool tips and tricks that I've used extensively since I watched this video. That guy's awesome.
Yeah.
He's really gone through the paces with it, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's really fun. Plus, he makes a cool jam with it with some synthwave graphics, and it's all good.
Yeah.
Well, he's similar to Loopop in that respect, that sort of really gets into the minutiae of a synth. I mean, God knows how long Loopop spends
Oh,
reading
totally.
reading the manuals and working all this stuff out, but he pretty much covers everything on whatever synth he touches.
Yeah, Ziv is pretty amazing.
So what are you looking very pensively at, Rob?
No, I was just trying to get this main thing working, but it's crapping out every time. So it's something I've done wrong. I've not put something in the right place or something.
So it's hard to set up.
It's not easy at the moment because it's not been. It's not in the official repository, and it hasn't got like.
Oh,
an
it's a
easy
GitHub
install.
thing where you have to go get it and play with
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
You have to sort of build it all up. But,
You have to be a silly Git with GitHub, right?
Indeed. I mean, well, Andre, the guy in California who sells Fairlights, he sent some instructions through how to compile it and put it all together. And I did the whole compiling, and I've got all the sounds and the floppies and the ROMs and everything. And I think I've probably just got something in the wrong place, or I've mistyped something in the command. So I'm too tired to figure it out. I'll have a look at it tomorrow morning, maybe. But
Yeah, syntax is always a pain.
But it's interesting because it's unlike Quasar Beach, which is an incredibly good mimic of.
I never tried that one.
No, it's good. Yeah, it's
Yeah, it works.
it works. Some of the things are not quite the same as the real thing, but most of it is. Whereas this thing in MAME is the real thing because it's using, the ROMs and the OS from the original. They've and there's a guy that's kind of really going for it now. It's been floating around for years in one form or another, but this guy's really going for it now and trying to, get it completed.
Quasar Beach is free, is it?
Sorry.
Quasar Beach is free?
Yeah, it's donationware, so you can get it for
Oh.
free. But if you want to, donate, feel free. Jean-Luc will happily, take a beer off you. And he's
that
working
is
on a new version, which. So what he's done with Quasar Beach is mostly Series 2, but he's incorporated some Series 3 elements to it, which I didn't really like because of being a purist. So I actually asked him, I said, can you just build me a version that's exactly like, as close to a Series 2 as possible?
So we can charge for it. Vogel's okay with it?
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, that sort of
Yeah.
stuff is long out of copyright, really, I suppose. But
Evening, Matt, by the way.
Good evening.
hello there.
Hello, buddy.
I said, look, can you build me a version that is as close to an original 2X? Because there are times when I just want to show people very quickly what a 2X does or how it did it, or this is what it looked like just. And that's brilliant. Because I can just call it up on my Mac and throw it up onto a projector or a screen, and it just looks the same, behaves the same. So he very kindly did me a personal sort of version of it, which was very nice. But if I
Does
can
two
get
still
this-
have the light pen, or is that only the one?
No, the two had the ones and the twos had light pens, and then the threes had the tablet, which was it was less of a pain to maintain and repair.
Kind of like the Roland tablet for the S50s.
Sort of, yeah. It was more primitive. It was just this square tablet with a pen with a little graphite sprung-loaded tip to it,
Oh,
and
okay.
a button on the side. So you just moved around and then clicked the button. So it was very rudimentary mouse, type thing. But nowadays, there's this guy in California called Joe Britt who makes these little boxes. It's got a little teensy controller inside, and you can hook that up in between a CMI and a USB mouse, a USB Alpha keyboard. It gives you some extra MIDI connections as well. It even has a. I don't know if I can get it. Hang on. It's a brilliant little thing. Costs about $200.
Hey, Matt, did you get your Indigo working?
Yes, well, everything bar the aftertouch. The pitch and mod wheels turned up yesterday, went in, and brilliant. So, yes, apart from the aftertouch board, which I'm not really fussed about, to be fair. I can do without that, but yeah, 7
Strip
years.
might have bought the farm.
Eh?
The strip might have bought the farm.
Yeah. And I was told by Access to email Fatar, but no, nothing.
What, Fatah not providing support? Surely not.
And 2 weeks ago, never even emailed back. So I don't know if that's any good to you, Kent, but that's the original thing.
All right.
So I mean, the pitch wheel works, but the fucking mod wheel pot's knackered. But if that's any good to you for just spares or something,
To be honest, I don't normally go that neck of the woods.
okay.
It's got to be older and more shitty
In my virus,
to be on the list. It's got to have at least 40 years worth of dead skin on it.
There's a shit scale you have to follow. So
Yeah. And there's a limit. There's a limit. If it's not shitty enough, I won't work on it.
So you go. This is that
Really?
box.
oh, cool.
So
Come on, hop on.
that's the business end on the back. So you put
Oh wow.
you basically put your CMI into one, and then so your keyboard would go in there, and then your CMI would go there. There's a extra MIDI port, and then there's USB. So if you get a USB keyboard that's got a USB socket, so it works as a hub, you can then connect a USB mouse. You can then also select between Series 2s and Series 3s, so it works on all versions. It has a replica of the numerical keypad that you found on the keyboard, an exact replica. And then at the front on this, you've got an exact replica of the display that you get on the music keyboard of the Fairlight. So if you haven't got a Fairlight music keyboard, you can just connect up any old MIDI keyboard, and then this gives you all the functionality of that.
That's cool.
Clever.
Yeah, it is. He's super clever, this guy.
Hey, did the Fairlight ever have CV Gator sync?
Yes,
It does.
but it's
They were
rare.
on separate boards, though, weren't they?
Yeah, and it's one of those things you had to specify, and not many people went for it. Not because it was rubbish or anything. It just wasn't a common thing.
Well, because it was a completely digital synth. Really, it was
Yeah, and by the time people kind of figured out what the Fairlight was all about, the Series 2 or the 2X had kind of come out, and that got MIDI built in. So yeah, there were. I forget what they called it now. The control something or other. But yeah, it was.
Sure,
There was
mate.
very briefly.
Your mate over there, look.
But yeah, if you want one, if you have a Fairlight, you want one of these, you can just download the BOM and all the code for the Teensy board, and then you can just do it all yourself. But I had Joe make this one up because he's much better at it than I am.
Yeah, it's a nice looking unit.
Yeah. And he does other versions as well. So if you don't necessarily need the screen, but you just need a way of getting a USB keyboard in or a USB mouse, then you can buy a smaller version, and it's about half the size of this. So there are different versions of it. I wonder if I've got the link. I've got the link to his site. It's a really interesting site because it kind of takes you through this whole development process. It's funny, I hadn't heard from him for ages, and he emailed me yesterday, wished me happy birthday, and he's still doing his thing.
Little Noah and cuddles her.
Bless.
You're right there, fruit bat. Yeah, lazy dog as well, aren't you?
God, yeah, I've got a mouth like the inside of a Turkish transvestite camel driver's jockstrap.
And what was it you were drinking last night?
It's not that. No, Joe, tell you what, this is the Chinese I had for tea.
Ah,
It's salty.
You need some beer to wash it away.
I know, I had
MSG.
one.
Lots
I
of
had one.
MSG, yeah.
So
Yeah.
salty. So salty.
Yeah, I got a salty mouth. Who Mrs.
I guess it's better than Pretty Mouth, right?
Well, yeah, there you go, pretty mouth. Yeah, so it's dry as a nun's chuff.
Yes, where is Wagyu?
Particularly descriptive tonight, though, Rob.
Where is that?
Welcome
website?
to Pseudonym Central. What are you wagging your tail at me for? I ain't got anything.
It's not that, is it?
Go and ask your mum. She's the one that keeps nicking all the biscuits out of the shed.
Oh, I almost lost you there.
Ooh, as they say in France.
Ah, here you go. I'll get this link and I'll share it. And
Oh, speaking of French, you had the app the other day for the Akai samplers.
oh yes, yeah.
So I would never understood. I got a 5,000 because it was a good deal, but the 6,000 looked appealing. What's the main difference other than the detachable screen?
So physically, the 5,000, obviously, yeah, the non-detachable screen. You've only got one 3.5-inch drive bay on the front of an S5000. On the 6,000, you've got two.
Yeah.
So you can have a floppy and a zip drive, or a floppy and a hard drive, or a floppy and scuzzy twisty,
Okay.
as I've got
Yeah.
on there. And I think every other difference. Oh, the 5000 doesn't have a fan because they assumed that if you bought the 5000, you didn't want to fit an internal hard drive.
They have an external drive, yeah.
Yeah, so you go the external route.
Yeah.
But other than that, all the other differences were.
So the I/O and the
primarily-
board is all the same. It's just what
The
what you
motherboard's
see.
the same.
Yeah.
The basic motherboard is just that the 6000 came with the extra 64 voices to give you 128, whereas the 5000 came as standard with 64. I also think the effects board was standard on the 6000 and not on the 5.
Yeah, I got
So
the
it's just-
effects board and I got the USB card for mine.
Yeah, but you could buy all of those things separately
Yeah.
and throw them in, or whatever. And yeah, the USB wasn't standard on any of them, nor was the ADAT. There were optional extras on both. I think that's about it. Oh, and the extra outputs. There's another set of 8 outputs on the 6000 that you can retrofit onto the 5, but it didn't come as standard. So it was just
It's a tricked out 5,000.
yeah.
But they never added the VGA type support that the Roland one has, right? You still
No.
have to, yeah.
No. But then the thing was, you had Axis. So if you had the USB board, Axis would replicate the front panel on your
Right.
desktop, and then also give you extra windows with which you could then go in and it was a proper synth editing page, with all your envelopes and everything.
So
you
that died in Windows 7, or when did that one die?
Well, it obviously died when 32-bit came to a halt. But I think it actually died before Windows 7.
Yeah, this Vista was the one that when you had two versions, you could go 32 or 64.
Yeah,
That was the first one to do that, I think.
I
Don't
think
recall.
Akai stopped supporting it. I don't know, mid-2000s.
Be about right.
Yeah. So But say, I run it on a VM or on a an old laptop. But the thing is, I mean, I can tend to navigate around the front panel just as easy as I can on a screen, because it's got this, it's got the Akai rotary knob, and then it's got loads of, it's got those kind of soft keys either side of the screen, and so it's just a case of key, turn, key, turn, key, turn, key, and it's just muscle memory after a while.
Yeah, they love that alpha dial. I have it on my AX80.
Yeah, oh yeah, they do like the old dials. But, no, it's a lovely machine, and I would never get rid. He says, "No, I won't. I'll never get rid of that."
Well, they were the first to have proper time stretch, right?
The Akais were, yeah.
Yeah.
The early ones, yeah.
As much as I love Emu, they just dropped the ball on that one, which drives me crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I remember back in the day, it was all, you were either Emu or you were Akai.
Or
you were
Roland.
into samples.
No.
No, well, certainly over here, Roland never really.
They were never really big in the sampler
Really?
No.
market.
They were around, and there were people that were using them. But as if you just opened up any magazine, or because obviously we didn't have online, it was just Akai Emu, and then some discs, had a Roland option.
How about in Sonic? Was that popular at all?
Yeah, but not as
Reasonably.
not as not as big as the.
It's like
big
Atari.
two.
You guys had major Atari footprint over there. Here it was very minimal, mostly for games and silly stuff.
Oh yeah, the STs and the Amigas were both. We do like a good, format war.
It's just funny because Atari's right down the road, and yet it was so unpopular in this area after the game systems went away. It's just weird.
What are you doing?
It's central tonight, isn't it?
Well, it was a cheap way to get into music production. at
Well, it was the
the
first
time.
computer that had built-in MIDI ports, right?
Yeah.
Built in, yeah.
Where you go?
But the Amiga had the better graphics chip.
Great graphics and sound, which is why the guys went to form in Sonic.
Yeah. Yeah, the difference in graphics between the same game on each platform could sometimes be quite dramatically different. More triangles per second or whatever it was they were doing.
But also, at the time, there were a lot of professional bands using that kit as
Yeah.
part of their setup. Certainly here in the UK, and it always seemed that electronic music it felt like it was always a bigger thing here than it seemed over in America.
Well, it'd
I
be more
don't
like
know.
prog rock and other kinds of, stuff. Synths and prog rock, or computer bits in that kind of hybrid music. But yeah,
But when we talk about the early days of electronic music, it's basically British band, British band, British band, British band.
German.
Sure.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
guys pretty much started
The thing is, Kraftwerk, I think, were an acquired taste, whereas the likes of Soft Cell, etc., were and Gary Newman were much broader.
yeah.
Had much broader appeal. I mean, it's like some people talk about Stockhausen, and I listen to it and go, yeah, not for me.
Or Varese, or one of those guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or that band that I could never ever get the pronunciation. I'll try. Eistenden, no.
Einzelnen Neubauten.
That's the one. I could never do it. It's just too many fucking.
I still don't know what it
vowels.
means, but it's an
They
interesting name.
probably didn't sell many copies because everybody would be embarrassed to go and ask for it in the record shop,
Yeah.
wouldn't they?
Anyway, fancy bringing 3 ships to the wind. Start, that's about the only way you could do it.
Oh man.
Well, Nitzer Ebb is kind of a weird name too.
Nitreb, yeah. There's a link to that CMI USB box. Right, you
Doing
didn't.
that
That was all
again.
about.
Evening, David.
I'm going to
I've
love you and leave you if you're still around in a few hours, which you probably will be.
Yeah, quite possibly. Yeah.
Then
Not a
Got nothing
problem.
else to do. Yeah.
I might be
No.
back, but I need to go and be sociable with my family, and
Oh, how boring.
it's got to be done. I've got 2
Yeah.
weeks of it, haven't I? So.
Oh, good grief, Charlie Brown.
Anyway, enjoy, and I will see you all later.
All right, sweet.
Right.
See you later.
Cheers,
Take
Rob.
care. Bye.
Ta-ra.
There we go.
So
Where are
how's
you
David?
now?
Oh, I know. I keep moving around. The studio's a mess. Plus, I just took a COVID test, but I think it's going to come back negative, but I feel terrible. I think I have it, but it'll be the
Ooh.
second time this year. But,
Wow.
Do you not just have the lateral flow tests?
dude, I don't even know what that is. I just stick this
the,
thing up.
the DIY one that tells you you're dying within 20 seconds or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we got the nose swab thing. It's nasty, but it doesn't always. It's not always right away. So it takes a while for it to find it. That's what happened. I got it.
I was ill for 1 day, and I was still testing positive 10 days later.
Yeah, it takes a while to get a negative test once it comes positive.
Well,
But
my son had it for 4 days, tested clear for 3 or 4, and then got it back. He had it twice in a fortnight.
Jeez. Yeah, I mean, nobody seems to be getting real sick by it. We have a bunch of people. One of our officers that have been getting it. And everybody seems to be, getting through it pretty quick. But
Yeah.
it's frustrating because, it messes everything up. Then it's like, okay, now can the kids go to see their friends tonight? Wait, we're supposed to get the cast off my daughter on Tuesday. That means now we might not be able. It just starts a whole cascading BS.
Yeah, it's not fun, is it?
It's just something we're going to have to learn to live with, like the
Well,
flu.
My little one was meant to go to a birthday party today. It was meant to be a beach party, and that all got blown out the water because the whole family, apparently, of the kid whose birthday it was, came down with it in the last 3 days. So it just destroyed weeks of planning. And one very upset 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apparently, my girlfriend had it from a recent checkup, and it came and went, which means I got it, which means I never felt it. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or you can have 10,000 vaccines like Joe Biden and still catch it. So,
Well, I had
well, it
all
wasn't
three.
supposed to stop it. It's just supposed to minimize the effect.
Yeah, I know.
I'm vaxxed, so
Yeah. Exactly. But Andy beat me to it. I was like,
And yet, when we were in our first lockdown, apparently what they've discovered is all these different new symptoms, and one of them is what looks like chilblains on your extremities, your fingers and your toes. Well, I had that on one of my feet, and I was fine. It was just something wrong with my foot. I didn't think about it.
Yeah.
And then it sort of transpired that was a classic COVID symptom. I was like, oh shit, I've already had it. Didn't even know. Nothing wrong with me.
Yeah. Oh, I was so ill with it. I would have quite happily just cut my throat where I stood. To be honest,
oh,
Yeah.
God.
I never felt so ill in my life.
Well, I would imagine since it affects your lungs so much, any smoker or former smoker would be in a bad shape.
No, didn't hit my
Yeah.
lungs at all.
Me, it was just, oh man. I can honestly say it must have taken a good 6 months before all the different symptoms eased away. They weren't permanent. They would, you'd have it bad one day and then 6 days fine, and then it'd come back. It's
Yeah,
just
because
different
once you get to the
symptoms.
stage of the cytokine storm, that's what's killing a lot of people. Is they just can't breathe, and then it just
Yeah.
gets. It's like a snowball effect.
Well, the one that did my mate, she, admittedly, she was in her sort of 80s, bless her. But it hit her so hard she stopped eating. Didn't eat for 3 weeks, was only drinking, and then ended up in hospital, and things started failing. And
Yeah.
that took her out. But I've lost. There was a friend of mine, fit as a butcher's dog. He was an American football player, huge, great lump of a fella, but as fit as they come. And he point blank refused any kind of vaccine. He was like, no, I'm not having any of that. And lots of discussions as to whys and wherefores, for and against.
Yeah.
And he got sick last October, and it killed him in 4 days.
Yeah.
And he was my age, 51.
Yeah.
Took him out in 4 days. He had a bit of a cough, then he couldn't breathe, and he got whipped into St Thomas's. And within a day, he was being ventilated, and then gone.
It is odd how it affects different people in different ways, and
Yeah.
also it doesn't necessarily matter what your actual fitness levels are. It's much more
Exactly. There are
complex
Olympic
than that.
athletes that died from it, or almost died from it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I said before, when Fiona's mum got it, and she's, just started feeling ill, goes into hospital 4 hours later, Fiona comes home, she's gone.
Yeah.
I mean, what? What are you on about? No, she's gone. Unbelievable. It's like, what? Man. Brutal.
No rhyme or reason, is there? Talking to Fiona, that kitchen's coming along, isn't it?
Yes, it is. It's very slow.
At least your electrics are safe now, don't they?
Well, it will be when all the plug fronts are on. But yeah, new wiring,
No smoking walls now.
no smoking walls, thank God. Jesus Christ Almighty! And we have to manage power out in the garden. So if she has her halogen oven on,
you can't have the air
can't turn you can't turn the kettle on,
Oh, Jesus.
or it goes dark anyway, so the lights go. As well.
Well,
Like,
surely
shit.
they fixed that because they can just run a 60 amp circuit for the cooker and standard 13 amp for the.
Oh no, this is out in the garden.
Oh right. Oh
There's
yes.
there's no power in the kitchen at all. That's offline at the moment.
Oh right. Oh,
So
so
the-
you're actually running the cooker outside.
No, the cooker's gone. We got this little halogen oven thing,
Oh right.
and I put a microwave in a little.
Like a toaster oven. Yeah.
Yeah, I put a microwave in one of the cupboards that's got all the tea and coffee on it, which is by the wall of the shed. You have to check the teaspoons for spiders, of course, but because in the night they come down, they get into the spoons, and they're after sugar, I suppose. And there's always a little spider. Get out of the spoon. You got to wash the spoon and then make. But like I say, it's something really weird about coming down 2 o'clock in the morning to go out into the garden, bare-assed, to make a cup of coffee in the dark. It's quite bizarre. So,
Just be grateful for the weather.
I tell you, it's not been wonderfully warm. I think it was a couple of nights ago. It was pissing with rain, and it was quite cold. And I'm going, I should have put something on. I really should have put something on. Freezing me little bits off. So, and
Dear.
of course, the other end of the scale is when you splash the hot water. There you go. The other end of the scale, it's like, oh my God. So, yeah, no, it's been quite interesting, I must admit.
Oh, dear.
Hey, David, where's Meow Meow Kitty?
She's in the basement.
Oh,
I'm upstairs. She won't come up here.
Planning
Very
the end of
rarely.
the world, no doubt.
Yeah, she only lives in the basement.
Yeah, building her doomsday machine.
World domination.
Yeah. If there's anyone that would do it, it would be Cleo. That's for sure.
you should make a post with her for cats on synthesizers in space.
Yeah.
That mascot for the Spongles, isn't it?
She's so cute. You see the little Devo hat I gave her?
Yeah,
She's so
brilliant.
photogenic.
Oh, boy.
I love that.
Ah. Yeah, have you ever been in a situation where you're being creative, right? You start writing a track and you're going, oh, this is going really well. And you add a few bits to it. And then you just get to a point where you just brick wall. And you like,
Every fucking time.
yeah.
I've got a hard drive full of projects out there that I have just brickwalled and cannot carry on with.
It's like,
Every time.
what is that? I got the first part, and it's like, yeah, now it needs to do something. Let's try this. No, that. No, that's horrible. This. No. Oh, well, how about this? Oh, this isn't bad. Try this, and then you go, no, it's shit. And you just like, boom, all the tracks just stop.
I'm sure there'll
idea.
be a MIDI pack that can help you there. I'm sure.
Yeah, you purchase the MIDI pack and then insert in arse. It'll be about it.
MIDI
So-
pack vocal
I
edition.
think that's already implied. You don't have to tell anybody that. So
Or band in a box.
I tell you what I was messing around with again. I haven't fired it up with donkeys. Was the you know that app on the iPad, the Novation
Launchpad.
Launchpad.
Launchpad's good, but Groovebox is better.
Well, the thing about the Launchpad I discovered is you can now run more than one set of sample sets. You can run 2 or 3 at the same time, and still be able to switch on and turn off the other sample sets at the top. Well, that's quite cool. Rather than be just
I like
restricted to
Launchpad,
one.
but Groovebox is like almost like Reason, where you can make your own stuff totally from scratch, with Bass synth, polysynth, drum machines. It's really cool.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
You
Except
turn
that
off the
probably brick
auto
wall.
paste. Yeah, when you audition patches and stuff, it has like a little thing to tell you what it sounds like in a setting, and you can
Right.
import that if you want to be like like the Launchpad. But if you don't, turn that checkbox off. It'll just apply the thing to a new track, and you do your stuff totally from scratch.
Yeah.
Well, how about
So-
something like a Noodler? The Conductive Labs Noodler.
It's
Well,
yeah, it's a
you
little
know,
bit
you
like
could-
that. Yeah.
You can pick your chords, pick your type. You can go from Mixolydian to
Yeah.
whatever. It's
But
It's
Groovebox
great
is a
for-
standalone app with all kinds of cool presets. They haven't added a way to load your own samples yet or make a synth edit other than the basic knobs they give you. But they're really good effects, and you can build in all kinds of stuff and
Yeah.
make
but
8-part tracks.
I like the Noodler because it connects to my existing synths. So if I'm playing with something, I can then
Oh,
just
totally, yeah.
fire up the Noodler and then
The reason I like Groovebox so much is, if I'm at the mall with my girlfriend bored out of my ass, I can sit there with my phone and make tracks.
Yeah.
perhaps you need a new girlfriend.
Well, this is how it always is, right? Give me a break. You have to have some allowances. You can't be a total dickhead, right?
I don't know.
I mean, unless you want to be like a pimp, which is really not my style. Well,
Yeah, it's like when I'm up here and and Fiona, I said, "You all right down here by yourself?" And then I look at what she's watching on TV and I go, "Oh God, it's another one of these vacuous, I'm a teenage witch Disney Plus fucking pain in the ass series that she's watching." I'm going, "Well, I wouldn't be down here anyway if that's on."
yeah, I got out of that by insulting things so much I just kicked out of the room. So thank you. You
Yeah.
just did me a favor.
Well, I know my ex-girlfriend probably watched that Neighbours finale last night. With a
What's
box of
Neighbours?
tissues.
Is that a bad show?
It's an Australian show
It's run for
about
37 years.
Holy
Yeah.
shit.
it's the
About
same
a suburb in Melbourne.
It's the same story basically. Muppet
But it,
the
it
dog's
launched
lost
the
and-
careers of Kylie Minogue,
That's longer than The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Jason Donovan,
Guy Pearce.
Guy Pearce. What's the name of the actress?
Oh yeah,
No, mine's gone blank. Natalie Imbruglia was another one that came
So
from
it's kind of like a soap.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes. That would be the operative word.
I mean, soaps aren't all bad. Some of the good actors from Babylon 5 came from soaps. So,
Chris said Mrs. Mangle was the best.
Mrs. Mangle, oh, God,
Fucking hell.
and Harold Bishop and all that lot.
He was a bit of a
It's weird because I never actually watched it. And when my ex she used to watch this thing religiously every 5 o'clock in the afternoon weekdays. I mean, just religiously. And I'm going right. I'm going out.
Margot Robbie. That was the one.
oh, wow.
Mind you, a lot of those soaps though. Sort of like,
Yeah.
because Home and Away, I saw a clip of Home and Away, and I remember seeing 1 or 2 episodes because of the ex. She was watching it, and when I looked at it, recently or however recently it was, compared to how it was when it started, and it was like, oh, okay, it's a lot more makeup. Everybody's much prettier, more like models. The houses are better. The scenery is better. Everything's just better, and it looks more like Meet the Kardashians or something rather than a soap from a humble little village near the coast.
Well, the funny thing about Neighbours was that people actually lived in those houses.
Mm.
And houses have been bought and sold, and still just used as the film set.
Yeah.
And I
But it
remember
was the same with.
watching-
Do you remember Emmerdale when it first started? And they, the peak of a storyline in Emmerdale would be, one of the cows is ill.
Yeah.
Right. One of the cows is ill, or one of the chickens isn't laying, and it's all
It's like All Creatures
stone-
Great and Small, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
But even more quaint and more rural. So it's a little stone kitchen and cow in Tuck Fields not well and all this sort of thing. And then 4 or
Yes,
5 years ago, the story was a
Didn't have a
passenger
plane
airliner
crash or
had
something.
crashed onto the village and killed half the cast. It's like, what the hell?
Wow.
It's not even in the flight path.
Yeah, when I heard the name Neighbors, I think of that weird Dan Aykroyd, John Belushi movie. You ever see that?
Ooh.
No.
Is that an
Really
80s one?
really odd movie. Very dark tone.
No.
Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi.
Yeah, called Neighbors.
No, the only one I've seen of theirs was Blues Brothers, wasn't it?
It was back when Aykroyd had some talent. So quite a long time ago.
Ooh. Ooh.
Before Belushi killed himself, of course,
Yeah.
Yeah.
with a speedball.
Wow.
Well, I think all those comedians at the time. I mean, Chevy Chase was also another one who's into the nose candy.
Yeah, but it's so sad because Jim Belushi took over kind of, and he's terrible. His brother had all the talent.
But then he was a psychopath. So, I mean, it's
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like when you watch a Steven Seagal movie now, the way it's edited, so you don't actually see him really moving. He's just doing that in front of the camera. It's just like, you can't do it anymore, mate. Go and sit down.
Yeah, Chevy Chase was more of a physical comic, trying to be like a Dick Van Dyke, but he wasn't that. He didn't have it.
although saying that, the National Lampoon's Vacation series were very good.
He had his moments for sure. He was good in some stuff. Even Fletch is entertaining, but
Yeah.
you see that TV show he had for a while? That was like one of the worst things ever on
No,
TV.
I don't think we got that.
You might have to torrent it or find a YouTube clip of it just to laugh, because it was one of the worst talk shows, like a Letterman style talk show you've ever seen.
Oh, dear.
When he ran out of ideas, he'd go to a keyboard next to him and try to play stuff and make a song. And even that wasn't good. It was just really, really bad. Yeah.
Well, so, I mean, we had people like, Kenny Everett, I think, was probably the classic of the anarchic television.
Yeah.
It was before the young ones and such like. He really pushed the boundaries.
Sid Snot.
One of his characters was called Cunning Stunt.
Cupid Stunt.
Or Cupid Stunt. Sorry,
Cupid
yes.
Stunt.
Cupid Stunt. Yeah.
Sid Snot.
Yeah.
Who else was it? What was the French guy called?
Oh,
Remember when he had that massive prosthetic chin on?
yeah.
Um,
Like a Marcel Marceau.
It was
type.
Marcel something.
yeah.
It's not.
I'll look it up.
It was good. I don't think the BBC knew exactly what the hell was going on half the time.
I don't think he did either, to be fair.
Well,
Marcel Rain or Marcel Wave.
Marcel Wave.
Gizzard Puke. Gizzard
Gizzard
Puke.
Puke. Yeah.
Captain
He's all
Kremen.
cute.
Wow. Yeah, well, Captain Kremen was from the radio show, wasn't it, that he did on his
Yes.
breakfast? Was it Saturday? Not breakfast show as such, but a Saturday show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Lots of
This guy's name again? I got to look him up. I don't think
Kenny
I-
Kenny Everett.
Kenny
Kenny
Everett.
Everett. Yeah.
He started out as a DJ on radio,
Yeah.
and he started in pirate radio, and was on Radio Caroline, Radio Luxembourg. But he really pushed the boundaries in terms of what you could do with tape manipulation and multi-tracking.
Yeah, he introduced the UK to Tomita.
He also introduced the UK to Bohemian Rhapsody. He played it
Yeah.
14 or 15 times in one
But he
show
loved
or
breaking the
something.
rules. Do you I remember one time, it was just going to come out. It was released that day, I think, and it was Judy Zook's "Stay With Me Till Dawn."
Yeah.
And what he did, he said, "I'm going to play this at 11:05. Get your tape decks ready." He goes, "I've got." He says he got the master tape of it, and he was going to play it.
Without any voiceover.
No, he goes, "Ready, press play," and off it went. And then he ran the whole track, finished, and then he left a long pause, and he went, "Ah, lovely." And the
But, I
BBC
mean,
went
he
fucking
got-
mental at him.
He got sacked 10 times by the BBC or something. It was.
Yeah. Yeah,
I'm gonna say it's not like he couldn't exist now with all this stuff being cancelled and all that. So
Oh no.
Well, you couldn't have Cleo Rokos on a TV program like she used to prance about on his.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
oh god, yeah.
My first childhood crushed that.
Yeah.
She
brought
would've.
definitely brought two things to the screen.
Yeah,
It was,
and she would have crushed you.
I'll tell you what, she's still not fucking bad looking now. Look her up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, there was always pushing boundaries and stuff, but you know, although like I say, I can understand all this woke stuff and all the rest of it, but
yeah, they're speaking of cats earlier. Look at the private chat I put in there. The top image of the cat in the Mexican hat and the tequila. It's very cute. You might want to post that.
I wouldn't even know how to do. Oh, hang on,
so I'll do it.
can you do it? Yeah, good man. I don't fucking-
It's a classic shot from many years ago. So cute.
I like that. Yeah.
He looks kind of like depressed. He's like, I drank too much.
You see, this was like the old days of the internet, where people would sit and watch cat videos.
Yeah, LOL Cats was the original. I Can't Has
Yeah.
Cheeseburger and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Would you?
That's when people didn't take offence, or if they did, so what?
Yeah, fuck off, right?
Yeah, there was the whole sort of like nobody ever died from being offended, and then somebody did, and it was like, oh, okay then.
Well, remember Google, do no evil.
Mm.
Yeah, that disappeared quick, didn't it?
Yeah, well.
I mean, people seem to forget that they have the option of the off button.
Or mute, or block. Or...
Well, it's like all the parents go, yeah, my kids are watching this. I can't watch them. You have to police them for me. Don't have it on TV. Don't have it on radio. It's like, fuck off. You're a parent. Do your job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's
yes.
like that
No.
thing when they go, oh, my children were playing in the pool and they've got wet. Do something about it.
Yes.
Well, don't let them play in the pool if you don't want to get wet.
It's about that ridiculous, yeah. So,
Yeah, if you want to know what your kids are up to on the internet, that make them use it in front of you,
Yeah.
or manage what it is that they can get access to.
Well, if you get these little app games on your iPad or the phone and stuff like that, and they're the ones where, to progress or something like that, you have to watch a 30-second video.
Yeah.
Some of these videos, man, holy fucking shit. If you want to talk about the exploitation of women and Christ, it's like,
oh, yeah.
they got when they get
Well,
on these,
isn't
get
that
on
just
that.
TikTok?
Yeah, just get on that for Christ's sake.
Yeah, as Chris had said, look at Wikipedia. Useless. Absolutely. Wikipedia started off really well and has just gone absolutely.
So here's a good thing about it. If you have a little bit of knowledge and you use Wikipedia, you can get something out of it. If you go in there blind, not knowing shit, you'll be taken for a ride because
Yeah.
it requires. I found some amazing things on physics and astrophysics and various chemistry stuff on there that was right on the fucking money.
Yeah.
But if you didn't know that stuff, you would go, I'll just either accept this or not accept it. I don't know. Because there's no real authority running Wikipedia.
Well, yeah, that's the
But
thing.
if you have a good start on something, it's actually a pretty good resource.
But
You
the,
just can't
the,
go
the, ir-
blind.
the irony is that Douglas Adams started a website called H2G2 right back at the very birth of the internet,
Yeah.
and it was going to be the book, and it was effectively Wikipedia before Wikipedia.
Mm.
And I think they essentially stole the idea to have the encyclopedia. But at least the H2G2 site was moderated and managed really well. And you know,
That's the thing. As long as you have annotations, you moderate it and stuff like that, any of those things can be pretty decent sources. But with this era of people doubting doctors and doubting science and revisionist history, and they're already coming in with bad ideas and misconceptions. That unless the website is really good and they actually care to do a little bit of research to make sure it's accurate, it's a fucking mess.
Oh, Douglas Adams was one of my customers.
really?
No
Yeah.
way.
He used to live in Guildford. Yeah.
Oh wow!
He had a Jupiter 8. That I think he had a voice card go out on it, or one voice on one of the voice cards go out, and he had an E2 as well.
Wow.
Yeah, but he was such a Mac head. Because he goes, "What are you using?" I go, "I use a PC." "Why are you using a PC? You should be using a Mac. Mac is the
Well-
way forward. Mac is
Well,
the
Emulator
future."
2 with Sound Designer 2 was a great marriage.
Oh yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah.
yeah. No, he just used to live over in Guildford here.
Wow!
So just as
Yeah,
funny.
He was a great talent.
Oh yeah.
Fantastic.
We did some other cool stuff too, like Last Chance to See. You guys see that thing? That was awesome. Working with a biologist, talking about extinction and
Yeah.
the state of the world and where it's headed, and it's really good stuff.
Oh, he was
think-
very much a forward thinker.
I seem to remember reading his Dirk Gently Holistic Detective books,
Yes.
which incidentally, the series wasn't doing any justice. And in one of them, there was one where he gets a settee stuck in the stairs and can't move it. Oh, that's the one. That's the one where he's dead. Trying to find this guy, but this guy's actually dead, and there's a robot monk wandering around. And everything just doesn't make sense, and then everything makes perfect sense right at the end. And he features his Max and his E2 in the story.
Wow.
They're up in the room where Dirk is doing his investigations. He said about pushing a key and it just made a horrible farting noise. And it was because the other book was about, I think it was Thor. And Thor kept changing things into other things. And I think it was something like a blackbird or a magpie flies into Dirk Gently's flat and terrorizes him, and he can't get rid of it. And then you forget about this thing because he leaves the house and leaves the magpie flying around. And it goes on and does the story. Turns out that when he's resolved this thing with Thor, which is having to get something sorted out. I can't remember what it was. But anyway, so everything turns back into what they originally were. And of course, this magpie was a Royal Air Force jet fighter that then suddenly flies out of his flat. His house explodes all over the place. It's really bizarre. But you get to the end of the book and you go, oh, right, okay, everything's making sense now. I go, what the hell is he talking about all the way through the book? I don't get it.
Sitting there like that, reading it.
Yeah. But he likes to take certain things that have absolutely nothing to do with each other, connecting them, and then weaving a story that connects them, but they're not making any sense. But there is, penultimately, there is a payoff right at the end.
He worked on a fun game too called Spaceship Titanic.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
I played that.
Yeah. He was, he was a good guy. One of the good guys. So
But Hitchhikers, certainly, when I first heard it on the radio, it was go-to listening.
oh Christ, yeah, it was huge. Yeah, wasn't
And you know, it was the sort of thing, you know, you go to school the next day, everyone would be talking about it.
it? Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
And the you know, schoolboys listening to Radio 4.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, exactly. There were people going around the playground going, da 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 da. Nope, don't get it.
And you had the famous Babelfish translation site because of them. So
Yeah, they invented the Babelfish.
Where's your towel?
yeah,
Yeah,
Hoopy Frood.
yeah. Stay fruity, wasn't it?
Is this Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Yeah.
Yes.
I've never read it, never heard it, never seen it.
Oh, man, check.
Download the radio series. It was absolutely brilliant.
well, the BB show is good too.
Yeah, but the radio series is the definitive
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
he wrote the radio series and then wrote the book afterwards.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
know that. Okay.
See, the radio series, you could compare that to the 1957 version of War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds.
And
Yeah.
the Tom Cruise one. They're both good, but the 57 one is like,
It's the definitive.
yeah.
Yeah, the old War of the Worlds is infinitely better.
Oh, yeah. And it's funny because I prefer that, even, you know, when they did the modern one. But when they did the modern one, they did, it was set in, you know, 1851 or whatever. And it
Well, that was
all
cool too, yeah.
Yeah, but it was more like the book. I'm going, I don't like this as much as the 1957 version.
Yeah.
And I prefer the Martian machines. and everything about it. So, because it's one of those. When did one of the first films to come out in colour?
I think it was, yeah.
Well, apart from Wizard of Oz, obviously.
Yeah, Wizard of Oz is the big.
Yeah, but there wasn't
think,
many colour films coming out, was there?
And also, what's the Civil War drama? Franklin, My Dear, I Don't Give a Damn. The fuck movie is that?
Oh, Gone with the Wind.
Yeah, that's a real famous early color.
Tomorrow is just another day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, this Everett guy
Yes.
looks kind of like Ernie Kovacs, kind of the style of doing weird. You know Ernie Kovacs at all? He's kind of a groundbreaking comedian guy. Did like weird TV shows. He's the one who came up with that Mana Mana song, and a bunch of
Oh,
other
no, I don't think. I think he's
black and
not
white
come over-
TV era.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah,
I don't think he's come across here as much as, almost as much as Ken
he
Everett didn't get
tons
over
of like talk shows and other people have just ripped him off endlessly.
there. Oh, okay.
Right,
Ah,
just
I
for you,
see.
Matt, I'm putting the link to the Radio 4 series
Oh yeah, I
in,
didn't see that.
in the chat.
Because it
So
went
you
on
can-
as well.
You can listen to all 12 episodes
Yeah.
on that page.
And if you are into it, there are more. Because he eventually gets a daughter.
Oh, hang on, I'll save that.
Back in the when the BBC TV thing had aired a few years later, people like sampled the shit out of it, and I had a sound set for my Mac and all the weird sounds from all Marvin the Paranoid
Oh, yeah.
Android and all stuff.
Paranoid Android.
Before I even knew what the show was, I did, these sounds are great. What is this? And then I finally
Yeah.
saw the show, and
Listen to this door. It's going to
Oh,
open with
that's-
such
that's
smug satisfaction.
that's why we did the Hardware Jams. We had a Hitchhiker's Guide episode,
Yeah.
and it was basically pick something about the movie and do something. I did a Marvin thing, which was a lot of fun. So I was
Yeah.
grabbing all those samples and all that. So.
Well, the fact that he used Eagle's Journey of the Sorcerer and got permission to use it,
Mm.
and when you think how arsey the Eagles are now about anyone playing any of their music anywhere,
Yeah.
They were big fans, I would imagine.
Well, see, the Eagles and Metallica, they're both pains in the asses. So.
Oh, yeah.
so yeah, it's well worth listening to, Matt.
Well, I've saved the page So thanks for putting that up. When I get 5, I'll stick my head into it and see.
Bit of a slow burner, but
Okay.
you stick it out and you will.
Stick with it definitely,
Yeah.
and then you'll buy the books.
Well, I might not need to because my son, my girlfriend's middle child is an avid reader. I mean, frightening. He's almost certainly got them.
But if you can get the audiobooks, even better,
Okay.
because they normally get the actors to do the voices.
Okay.
And you'll be addicted to Vogon poetry.
Oh
Yeah.
yes, prosthetic Vogon Jelt.
Yeah.
God.
For a 14-year-old, this boy, he's always in bookshops. He's always looking up Victorian books if he can find them.
Yeah, good man.
And
Wow.
he's recently got a passion for vinyl, and he's been buying Beatles. And we were out today, and he said, "Oh, I want to go in a record shop." Took him in a local record shop, and he bought me Man Machine, Kraftwerk, because he knows I love Kraftwerk. He found it. He went, "Oh yeah," and I think he bought yet another Beatles album, and he plays it all the time. Loves
He
it.
will go far.
Yes.
This is the one that my girlfriend's been fighting for 12 years to get him diagnosed. Finally got it 3 weeks ago, his autism diagnosis. He's 14. He loves wearing suits.
Yeah.
He dresses like a guy from the 50s. Frighteningly intelligent, got no common sense at all, bless his heart. But
Well, I mean,
one of the loveliest kids you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
do you not think that most people in the tech world are, certainly those, the people at the top, that they are high functioning autists?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a
Yeah,
doubt.
I work with a bunch of people on the spectrum for sure.
I mean,
And you get the same in chemistry, you get the same in law. The people at the top of their game, in order to be that focused, you can't be normal.
Well, at 9 years old, he was explaining the theory of relativity to me in depth.
Yeah.
This kid is something else.
Yeah, but because it's interesting, when we do use that term when we go, oh, so he does, he do all these things which technically isn't normal. But the thing is,
It's normal for him.
yeah, normal is a label. I mean,
What
there's
is normal?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, and you've got different
Average,
kinds of normal.
boring.
There are people who are normal and you wouldn't go near. Do you know what I mean? And it's it's like, oh, mate.
Look, he's fully aware that he doesn't act and react like most people. And I said to him, "What do you think that means?" He said, "Well, it's simple, isn't it?" He said, "We're the next evolution of the species. Us autistics, we're specialists. We specialise in areas that nobody else does." I was
Yeah,
like,
he's not wrong.
that boy's going to go a long way. He's just a joy. And he picked up a bass guitar 6 weeks ago, and he's playing it. He loves it now. Does he like math? Yes, he does,
Yeah, I bet.
big time. Picks up musical instruments like that.
Yeah.
Pisses me right off because I've been pissing about with them things for years and I still can't play them. But yeah, no, he's a great kid. Great kid.
Yeah, the best thing is just support him in whatever
Oh.
endeavour he chooses.
And that's exactly what we do. We, like I say, me and her have only been together 7 years, but I've learned an awful lot from being around him. He's taught me an incredible amount, and so I finally got my own copy of Man Machine. I've never owned one. And he said, "What are you going to do with it when you die?" I said, "Well, I'm probably going to leave it to you now, aren't I?" No filter. When you die,
Yeah.
can I have it?
There's a really famous guy, Roger Tory Peterson, who wrote the Peterson Field Guides and was a bird expert extraordinaire. He could identify birds by sound anywhere. He could paint amazing pictures of birds that were in the books. He could identify them for all kinds of things. Talking about anything normal, he's out of it completely. He was so fixated.
Yeah.
He was just a specialist, but he was also artistic at the same time. It wasn't just hard science.
Yeah. Well, he picks. I forget where we were. We were having an hospital appointment for him or something, and he was sitting there. I'm bored, so we got a bit of paper, and somebody flung a pen at him, and he just knocked out this picture of a bird sitting on a branch. It was like, what? Oh yeah, I just started drawing. Yeah, you know what I mean. It's yeah. every day, it makes me go, wow.
Yeah.
And his little sister's the same. I mean, she comes out with she's a maker. We think she's on the spectrum as well, but we're not sure. But she's 8, and she'll sit there and she'll say, "Oh, I want to make this." Right? Well, how are we going to do it? And I ain't got a clue. And she said, "Well, we'll get this and we'll do that, and if we put this together." 10 minutes later, she's got this fucking thing. It's like, what?
Yeah, you see, programs like Blue Peter used to provide those sort of activities for kids, you know.
Yeah. Oh, like I say,
Yeah.
completely. I mean, I think my son's on the spectrum because he's had this fixation with cars since he was able to walk. So and I think the diagnosis procedures are getting better. So I think more and more people are being picked up by it.
But I do wonder whether it's actually an unnecessary label. I think
very much so. Very much so. I think
in my day, a lot of my friends, I would say, would probably be classed as being high functional autists now, but they were just considered as really intelligent kids, and the teachers just chucked everything they could at them.
Yeah.
And it was sort of, my friend Ian, who went on to work for Hewlett Packard and became a professor and all this sort of shit. He and is now multi-millionaire. He was that sort of person. I mean, he was incredible at maths. I mean, so much so that at the age of 14, he'd done his A-level in maths, and was being tutored by a maths professor at one of the local universities, because he was already above the level that our maths teacher could teach him at. And he's performing equations in his head that were just absolutely baffling. And he was a fantastic musician as well.
Well, although it's
but
good to be
he
able
was
to,
just an intelligent kid.
yeah. Well, though it's good to be able to get the diagnosis and everything else, just don't bother with the label.
Oh no, good God, no. I mean, it was mentioned to him once, and the way we work with it is Kieran. That's who he is.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no labelling. It was more for, if you like, a medical background thing that we got that done. But he goes into the local grammar school. That was his fixation. Right, I'm going to get into grammar school. And he got in, and he's knocking them out the park. And his reports are coming back straight A's every single term. It's just like, yeah, that's who you are, mate.
Yeah. It's like I had loads of friends who really, really didn't know how to deal with the fact when I became agoraphobic. And it was sort of like, it'll be just easier to not bother going around, So, it can happen at any level, but I think, you get the label, agoraphobic, and it's like, you're not normal all of a sudden in the eyes of other people.
Yeah.
Not everybody, obviously, but in some, definitely.
Oh yeah, but the way I look at that is then it's down to you and your friend, the people that are stuck with you, to change the attitudes of others. You're the ones that can educate. This is what we do. We're doing with Kieran's friends. We're educating them and the older generations that are around him, shall we say, who maybe aren't as clued up. We're educating them as to what that entails in his particular scenario.
Yeah.
But it can pertain to a lot of other things, It's all about taking the negative and using it to educate people. I think that.
But it's not a negative.
All right, probably the wrong word.
it's just an
taking a
it's-
situation and using it to
It's
educate.
it's an aspect of someone's life, and that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
It's,
yeah. All right, yeah, wrong word.
Yeah,
I mean, we like to
everybody-
put people in boxes. We're pattern forming animals, so it's just a natural thing, even though it can be used in a negative way against people.
But I mean, this is the thing with a lot of mental health treatments is the fact that they say, "Oh, right, you've got this, therefore we're going to treat you that way."
Yeah.
What they're completely missing, the point is that everyone's individual. Their causes are different, their symptoms are different, and you can't give
you
a
can't put
generic
them in a box.
treatment.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't give a generic treatment to something that's highly personal. So everything has to be tailored for each individual. I mean,
But
this
we
is
still
this
do
is-
that. You want to be a type A person, all that bullshit, right? So
yeah.
like I say, I'm the way that I go about things now is I educate people where I can, or help people to understand. Educate sounds a bit pompous. Try and help people understand certain things.
Hmm.
You know, and that's just the way I see it.
But I mean, with many of these things, they're not actually disadvantages. I mean, Kent,
No.
you might be agoraphobic, but at the end of the day, you've got a career that allows you to interact with some very influential people in the music business. You get to
yeah.
work on some fantastic equipment. You wouldn't do that if you were still a panel beater. You know, it's sort of
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean, it gave me time to study, because, as you know, you can't go out and buy a book on how to repair vintage synths.
no.
So, yeah, and it gave me time to study all this stuff. It gave me time to play music and get into this sort of thing. And I mean, it's like when people go, well, why have you bought a Mustang if you can't go out anywhere? Well, because I've always wanted to fucking own one.
plus in this country, that condition would keep you safe from mass shootings.
No, my like to come to the house, knock on the door.
Well, you avoid the virus too because you're not hitting that many people. So
Yeah, I know,
But
because
he didn't.
yeah, because we're always making laughs, having a laugh about things, I know there are some people, obviously people who don't know me quite well enough yet, and have said things. Oh, are you going to Synthfest? And I've gone, oh, sorry, I didn't mean to offend. No, because you can't go. I'm really sorry. I said, no, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I don't see any offence in you asking me if I'm going to go to Synthfest or not.
But there you go. That's taking an opportunity to teach people that
Yeah.
fuck me, live with this condition.
Because that's down to the this is the offence thing again, isn't it? I could choose to be offended by it, but to what ends?
Yeah.
And I'm not offended by things like that, and
Well,
it's
if
the
anything, it
best
gives us
course
the
to take.
gives us the opportunity to take the piss and talk about drugging you and
Oh,
having
yeah.
Can you imagine the photoshopping of pictures we're going to be doing at Synthfest.
it's going to be like Weekend at Bernie's, isn't it?
We're going to have one Kent with his arms out, that one of him in the old workshop, overlording the lot of us.
Yeah. That was Ben Berlin. He caught me just as I went, yeah, this is literally
is
what we have now, and he just
brilliant.
clicked like that, and got that sort of like gather round my followers kind of look,
Talking of which, you can now get more JP8s in your kitchen with the space you got there at the minute.
Well, I tell you what, if I put a keyboard in there, mate,
He'll be walking funny for the rest of his life.
dead man walking, doom, doom, dead man walking.
So are
it's
you,
okay.
are
Just
you,
put more in the bathroom. So
are you I was
Yeah.
going to say, completely revamping the kitchen, you like new units and shit, or you
Oh,
just
it's ripped out.
Oh,
completely.
mate, yeah. The front room has all the boxes of all the cabinets, cooker. No, not cooker. Sorry, oven. And the various bits and bobs. There's new skirting boards going on. It's like, oh my God, Phil, this is just.
oh, it's a full tool.
Yeah, she's having she's gone for the full nut stiffy on this one, I tell you.
Well, fair play to her. Fair
Yeah.
play.
Well, it should be more spacious because it was quite a crowded little kitchen actually. Anyway, and she loves to cook. She loves to try out all these different recipes and stuff like that. So have a nice kitchen to do it in. Go for it.
Yeah, that was the thing when me and my first wife bought a house. You know, the kitchen was the first thing to be done because she was a chef. So it was like, you know, if
Yeah.
that's what you want, we'll do it. You know.
So yeah, well, you know, I think we've got about another week and a bit probably of eating and living out in the garden.
Yeah, but think what it's going to be like when it's done, man. And
Oh mate, yeah, it'll be really good. It'll be really good, and yeah, it'll be nice. 'Cause she's gone for like a midnight metallic blue and red and copper overtones and stuff like this. I'm still trying to envisage it in my head, and I
Okay.
have failed. So I'm just going to wait and see what happens.
thing
And,
is, it's a domain.
well,
Get on.
exactly. Yeah, if it's one, if it's, you know, I go in there and when it's all done for the first time and see it and go like that, fine. It's her kitchen. I'll just have to put up with it and bring a bucket with me every time I go in there.
Yeah.
You know, it's her kitchen.
Well,
does
she
what
gets the
wants.
same feeling when she walks into your room there. You know,
Well, yeah, absolutely.
it's not to her style, so you
Yeah.
know.
Well, this
I
is the
must-
thing. My missus does bits and pieces up at her place. Oh, what do you think of this? What do you think of this? It's not about what I think. What do you want it to look like?
Yeah.
You know, it's your house. It's your place. You've got to be comfortable in it. It's fuck all to do, man.
Yeah. And that's pretty much, you know, the way we've done it. Like the kitchen, she wants a kitchen of her own. She's got it.
You've
got
got
the-
your workshop.
I got the workshop. We talked about it. We shared our ideas in the garden, and we got a nice garden. The front room, she wanted certain things. That's what she's got. Downstairs toilet and hall. Also, she wanted bubble gum with glitter in it for the walls, which she's got.
Do you know? They say
Just can't see it because there's always keyboards standing in there.
they say happy wife, happy life, and a lot of people say, well, that's sexist. But I think that's bollocks because if you love someone enough, you don't give a fuck. If they want something and you can do it, you give it to
Yeah.
them. You know,
Yeah.
why not? Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's like this thing with not getting her anything on her birthday, and what she doesn't know is there's a shitload of stuff turning up for her on Monday, but it's the full nuts: flowers, card, chocolates, wine glasses, lighter. Oh, this beautiful lighter, rose gold lighters. Oh man, she's got all this shit coming for her, and she doesn't know.
Unless she's
I-
watching right now.
Yeah.
No. She's watching one of her vacuous Disney Plus teenage witch type bloody dragons and fucking shit
Well,
series.
just in case she is, let's move along.
Yeah. So anyway, yes, she's got a crap load of stuff turning up, and then I got to sneak it into the house, take it down to the workshop, wrap it, right out. She's got a special card. She's got engraved wine glasses and all this sort of thing. And yeah, that'll be nice. And she'll be happy again. Stop hitting me.
One of these days, she's going to attach a small recorder to the dog collar to keep an eye on you. You better watch out.
With a little spy cam around the collar.
Well, I mean, it's mine and my other half's anniversary coming up a week and a half.
Yeah.
And until she met me, she'd never been to a restaurant and she's never stayed in a hotel. Well, we've done the restaurant.
Yeah.
So, fucking, I booked her into the only 5-star that I know of. We're having a night away.
Good man.
I'm hoping she's not watching. Yeah. Fuck it, you've got to do it, innit? Got to
Oh,
treat
yeah,
him.
absolutely.
Spoil him, look after him.
See, the other thing that she doesn't know is that smart car that she bought. I done some extra work last week, and I put the amount that she spent on the smart car back into her account without her knowing.
Oh,
But we're not going to say anything.
No, nobody knows but us, mate.
Not going to say a word. She'll eventually notice, but for now,
well, if she does your books, you know, she's got a head around figures, so
yeah. But there's so much money go in, out, up, down, left, right. And when she does the books, she keeps going, "Oh, what am I going to do?" I said, "Just round it up." I said, "That's why I have an accountant. You give him the figures, and he'll work it all out." And she goes, "Oh, okay, that's what I'm paying him for." "Oh, okay." So she just goes, "Oh, you earned this," and sends it in. Because he's a reputable accountant, would never seem to look. And
Yeah. Just make sure you get a little KSR sticker for the Mustang,
yeah,
and then it's official advertising.
yeah.
No, seriously,
Yeah.
I know it sounds like
I
I'm
know.
joking, but it's...
No, I know.
Get magnetic ones made.
Just magnetic decals on the doors. Yeah, it'd be perfect.
Yeah. Well, it's like the guy we bought the Mustang off said, "How come you've never got stocked with that number plate?" Because it's just so illegal for this country. It's a show plate, if anything.
Oh, it's a US style plate.
Well, it's not that. It's because it's was it MV8L4. That's it.
My brother-in-law, or my ex-brother-in-law, had 001708, and he was always getting stopped. And it was a perfectly legal plate.
He said, "No, never been stopped with it. Driven the bloody thing all over the country, all the different shows and stuff like that. Never stopped. Not for the number plate, anyway. He's been stopped and go, 'Oh, what a lovely car,' and had a look round it and then let him
Never
go.
picked the plate up.
But not for the plate. No.
Well, at Carfest, I was chatting to a guy who had a 1966 Mustang
Yeah.
at the show. Absolutely gorgeous car.
Yeah, that's the early one. That's the John Wick shape one.
Yes.
They're a little bit more expensive, those ones.
Oh, just a tad.
Yeah,
Yes.
just a tad.
But it was immaculate. But he drove it. I mean, he drove it up there. So it wasn't just a show car. It was a car in use. He just spent an inordinate amount of time polishing it.
Yeah. I wouldn't recommend them as an everyday car,
No.
but if you want people to look,
Oh, yeah.
drive it every day, mate.
Especially here in the UK.
Yeah.
It's just... Yeah.
God, even deaf people hear it coming.
The 57 Chevy Bel Air would be the one for me.
There was
Oh, yeah.
there was another guy at my table who had one.
Yeah.
Oh.
Again at the show.
Yeah, that's a few quid as well.
Yeah.
Highly sought after.
Beautiful bloody cars.
Yeah.
Nicest car I've ever been in was a 74 Aston Vantage. That was something else. The big fucking 5.3 litre V8 on it.
Yeah.
Opened the bonnet and it was like looking down Coronation Street. You know, it was like that. Yeah, that was it. That was a beautiful. I had that for my wedding car for my first wedding. My brother-in-law had owned that. That was a fucking piece of kit. That was.
I've driven quite a lot of older classic, what would now be called exotic cars, and I mean the E-Type Jag was really, really nice.
Yeah.
But actually the XJS was a fantastic car to drive.
He had one of those as well. He had a convertible ragtop.
Yeah. But the 5 litre V12, that was just...
Yeah, I've driven a
really,
beautiful
really
red
nice.
one
Yeah, that's what it
of
was.
them.
Might have
very
been his
fun.
because it got nicked.
Yeah, very Bond. Very Bond-like, without being an Aston Martin.
But I drove a 1957 Bentley Type 6,
Oh yeah.
which was also a really nice car to drive.
Ooh.
What else? 1962 Rolls Royce was also good.
Silver Cloud.
Spirit. Was it Cloud or Spirit? It looked like the Bentley, but sort of slightly bigger and longer.
Yeah, it might be
nose.
Spirit. And
And you know, loads of Stags, which were really nice. SD1s.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's the
That
one.
roller was
Lotus Cortina.
yeah.
Good.
Lotus Cortina was they would giggle. They were.
an original RS 1600
Oh,
Escort.
Ooh.
Drove that.
I've
on a
driven the
running
RS 2 litre.
Yeah.
The Mark II version.
Yeah.
That was a zippy little thing.
Lotus
Well, you-
Esprit, Eclair, Elan,
Europa?
XL SE Turbo.
What about
I've
Europa?
never driven a Europa.
Yeah. You go.
Uh,
You never put your Europa in reverse because you can see fuck all out the back of it. Absolutely zero. You might see the top of a tree. That's about it. You go, I don't know. Just keep going until you hit something. There you go.
I've
Parked.
also driven Aston Martin DB4, DB5, and
Oh,
DB6,
nice.
and
Fine.
DB7. But the DB7 was basically a Jag.
what did I
Yeah,
drive?
so
What I drove last year. Last year, year before. It was Aston. My girlfriend got me one of these track days.
Oh yeah.
I've got a picture of it. I mean, I can't tell you what the fuck it is. I think it's a DB9. That was nice.
Nice.
That was nice. But Luke went out in a fucking Ariel Atom.
oh wow!
Yeah, and then they.
I don't think I'd fit in one of those. That's the only
Well,
problem.
he struggled. I mean, he's 6'3", and he's a lump of a fella, and I think it was a fit.
Yeah.
But then we got taken for a ride in a Monaro, and that frightened the shit out of me.
Yeah.
That frightened the living crap out of me. That was up an airfield, and the guy just. I've got a video of it somewhere, and it's just like this because I couldn't keep still. Yeah, it just bounced us all over the car. That was amazing. That was.
I've driven a GT40, 2 feet. Though. That's it. 2 feet. That's all I was allowed. That's all I was allowed.
Again, I don't think I'd fit in one of those.
Yeah, no.
No.
But
But I've
trouble getting out.
I've driven a Morgan Plus 8 and a Morgan Plus 4, and a Lotus 7 kit car. But they had adjustable pedal boxes, so
Right.
it was and removable wheels, so it was actually not that bad to get in. But I'd love something like a Spitfire, but they're just too small.
Yeah. I've driven a Lagonda.
Oh, I love
The-
the Lagonda
The wedgie bastard.
Yeah.
The big cow. Yeah.
Yeah.
with the CRT screen in the dashboard.
Yeah.
Beautiful car.
Yeah. I mean, it had loads of these cheapy components around it, like marina door handles and all this sort of thing.
Yeah.
But essentially, it was quite an interesting car and a very comfortable ride, I must admit.
Well, it was essentially a concept car that made
Yeah,
it into
into
limited production.
Yeah.
But the technology that was developed off that
Yeah.
was incredible. I mean, you know, the CRT screen, I think, originally was used in a fighter jet,
Mm.
and they sort of used the technology from the fighter jet and transferred it into
Yeah.
the car in terms of developing the display for it.
And
I
do you
mean, it
know
was
how much
incredibly
this luxury
complex.
car was to buy?
When you drove it or when it was new?
When it was new? Do you know how much they were? RRP?
There were quite a lot.
33,000.
Yeah, but that was
That was an
19
enormous amount of it. Can you imagine it now? Where people would go,
1970 something.
£33,000 for what one car?
Well, it was the
Are
price
you
of
in-
a semi in Surrey. You know.
Yeah, and the rest. Yeah.
I actually saw that Lagonda when it first came out at the Birmingham Motor Show.
Oh, you were there as well.
Yes, and
Yes.
it was.
That's where I
mean,
first saw her. Yeah.
all the
in
kids of
Birmingham.
my age were just, you know,
Yeah.
our tongues were on the floor. It was a
Yeah.
yeah.
And there was
wow.
this guy in a tweed jacket who kept going, step away from the car, step away.
Yes.
Step away.
Oh yeah,
It-
you weren't allowed in it.
Oh no.
You know, you could
but
just
you weren't
know,
you weren't allowed near it if
No.
you were under the age of 16.
Yeah.
Okay, back. No, don't want any sticky fingerprints on it. Go, off you go. Stand back. We're going. It was gold, that like a harvest gold metallic. Yeah, and she was the only
Beautiful.
one. She was the
Beautiful
only
car.
one, wasn't she? God, you used to have to go to Birmingham to do a car show. Good God.
Well, that was when William Willard was doing Top Gear.
Bloody hell.
Oh my God, yeah.
Christ, there's a name from the past.
Yeah.
He did Tomorrow's World for a bit, didn't he, as well? Not,
He did, yeah.
yeah, he did, yeah.
I remember.
and
Was
there
it
was
Tomorrow's
Mike-
World with Raymond Baxter?
Blackstar, yeah,
Yeah.
well, he was a fucking Spitfire pilot, that one.
Yeah, he
wasn't
was, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Michael
Rod.
was it Michael Rod?
Yeah, Michael
Rod,
Rod.
yeah, he did, yeah, because he did Screen Test, that guy, didn't he?
Yes,
Yeah, but-
that was it.
yeah,
Yeah.
he was the new boy though on the block.
Yes.
as far as you know.
But yeah, Raymond Baxter. Yeah, bloody
Yeah,
hell.
good God.
Yeah, well, he was a voice of all the sort of air shows and things, wasn't he? I mean, he was another one of those people, wasn't he?
Yeah,
But yeah, Second World War fighter pilot. Yeah,
yeah,
and balls.
and that's why he used to commentate the air shows.
Yeah,
But
he knows
those were
shit.
the days when the air show was on BBC Two. You know,
Mm.
or the air shows were on BBC Two. You know,
Yeah, you used to get Big and Ill and all sorts on there, didn't you?
the
Big
days
and Ill.
of top trumps cards.
And 2p jamboree bags.
Yeah, and
the half-
Airfix models.
All the old guys going, oh yeah, 2p jamboree bag, and get an Aztec chocolate bar. Mm.
Well, I mean, going to go down nostalgia road here, but Saturday morning matinee at the cinema.
Yeah,
No,
and,
never did that. Never did that.
you could get coconut covered in chocolate that was sold as some sort of pseudo tobacco.
yes,
It was like shaved
Yeah.
coconut covered in chocolate powder.
chewing tobacco, and you could buy sweet
Yeah.
cigarettes as well.
Sweet cigarettes, of course, yeah.
Which are really, it's just solid sugar in a stick. There you go, kids. That'll do you.
Well, we had the gum cigarettes here where the first puff on it, where you blow out, blows like a little bit of flour or powdered sugar. It looks like you're smoking.
Really?
And then you peel it, and there's gum inside of it.
oh wow!
So encouraging kids to look cool with cigarettes.
Oh, we had chocolate cigarettes, and we also had the white sugar cigarettes with the pink tip.
That's
Yeah.
Those chocolate cigarettes. They were that compound chocolate. Do you remember
They
that?
were shit.
Yeah, it was horrible.
They
It
were
was
nasty.
really nasty.
It was like the ones you get, like the stuff you get in the chocolate coins at Christmas.
Yeah,
It's like,
Yeah.
well, it was basically cooking chocolate, really high wax content.
yeah. I mean, there was about as much chocolate in compound chocolate as there was beef in a Sainsbury's lasagna. Although what the horse supplement in the cigarettes were, I do not know.
And Camp chicory essence.
Now, that
Camp
was
coffee. My dad used to drink that religiously.
love Camp Coffee.
Yeah.
You can get it.
Yeah, you can still get it. I think they've removed the
gentleman on the front.
coffee walla presenting, the coffee to the English captain outside his tent. I think they might have adjusted that slightly.
Well, I mean, I
In our
saw-
colonial days, don't you know?
I saw a video last week of a chap basically being threatened by the police because he had a Robertson's Golly on the sticker on his car.
Oh, right, okay.
Well, I've heard stories of charity shops that are being hit for it because they've been donated one.
Yeah.
If somebody's done a house clearance when a relative's died, they found it, get it to a charity shop, and it's all gone off.
We used to collect the badges, and bizarrely, we never actually associated it with
No, not at all. It was a cartoon
what
character
it's being
to
accused
us.
of now. It was
Yeah.
just a
Well, that's what it
character.
was. That's precisely what it was. That's how African people were being portrayed
Yeah.
in books and comics and stuff like that, in that kind of way. So, yeah, I must admit, when I read in the news and go, oh, they're getting rid of the gollywog off of the marmalade and stuff like that, I'm going, oh,
Yeah,
but not just because it was
No
the-
racial
it
connotations.
was a cartoon character I'd grown up with.
It was something you grew up with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't make it right, but
well, it was
Well,
like the
I grew up reading Enid Blyton, and I'm not fucking racist.
exactly.
well, yeah, exactly. I mean,
I've got like reproduction collections of the original books, and I love the books. Still read them now. Got a collection of Secret Seven sitting on the window.
Yeah.
just because she used it some now offensive words, which is perfectly understandable that they're people are pissed off about them,
Yeah.
doesn't mean because you read them it's going to make you that way.
Mind you couldn't get more white middle class than Enid Blyton books, really, could you?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know. George was a bit,
She wrote for the future. Yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's like Arthur Ransom and the Swallows and Amazons series.
Yeah.
It wasn't that it was looking down at anyone. It was just a reflection of the author's imagination.
Yeah.
That it wasn't patronising.
The thing is,
I didn't see it as patronising.
No,
anyway.
no.
It was just
Yeah.
it was kids living a life that actually I would have loved to.
the thing is, what fails to be remembered is that the mentality was completely different in the times that these things were written.
Yeah.
Well,
The Railway Children.
And this is the thing, yes, by banishing these things, we're not giving our futures, the future generations, reference points as to how far we've come.
Yeah, but if you compare it to how, racism now, to say back in the 70s, clearly these weren't the things that were causing it.
No.
Because racism is just as bad now as it's ever been.
Yeah.
If anything, I'd say it's worse.
And it's not because
Yeah, it's
of
worse. A lot of it's
depictions.
couched. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, and it's got nothing to do with characters on Marmalade.
True.
So they've addressed these little things, or anything
And completely
except dealing
ignored the
with
elephant in the room,
actual-
yes.
and not dealing with the actual issue.
Well, I remember in high school we were reading like John Steinbeck and various things like that, and
Yeah.
in class we do little trade-offs. So you read this section, you read this section, and of course, there's colorful language in that time period, the N-word and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And there's a scene where several scenes where the guy flat out says the word, and there's even a black guy in class, and so the teacher's uncomfortable, stop the class and say, you know what? For now, when you see that word, say black person. And it's like, I understand what she's trying to do, but by hiding from it and not facing the fact that the word is wrong, it was a terrible form of censorship.
It was an opportunity.
But it was of its time. It wasn't wrong then.
Well,
It is now.
it was because it was
that's
always
the reality.
denigrating a
No.
race.
Yeah.
It was always
It wa-
wrong, technically.
No, it
but,
was wrong then as well.
Yeah.
It's just that.
but to hide from the word when it's a classic piece of fiction, to ignore it and walk over it is kind of dumb because you want to address it, say it's wrong, and move on.
That's an educational point, isn't it? You could have used
Yeah.
she could have used that and gone,
She's the shit teacher, She's worried about her job, basically.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you raise a good point. We shouldn't hide. We shouldn't back away from confronting these things because, in doing so, actually makes it worse.
Well, Jesse Jackson said as an official end to the N-word, but all the rapper guys said, "Fuck you, I'm using it all the time I want. You can't tell me what to do. It's a word we own. We took it back. We're using it in a positive way most of the time."
But it's discriminatory if only one section of society can.
Well,
use
of course
a
it
word
is,
and
but
the
at the
other
same
can't, so
time,
it's-
Yeah, at the same time,
Yeah.
some guy said you can't use it at all. Who's black? And the other black guy said, "No, we're going to use it, asshole."
Yeah, well, I imagine, to be fair, it's their turn. If you oppress a people for any length of time, once they get some of their freedoms and powers back, they're going to want to enjoy that, and they're going to want to be able to do a little oppression back again. It's human nature to do it. So you go, no, this is our word. You can't use it. See, how's that feel?
I think also the situation, you can't really compare the UK and the United States when it comes to these matters. Unfortunately, that seems to be getting very blurred these days. But we
all had slavery.
Yeah. No, I think what it is that the UK was as bad, or is as bad as the US. The US seems to be sort of like just 60 years behind us in catching up. in
But
in
we,
certain
but
areas
we
of
didn't.
America.
We didn't have state-sanctioned segregation. We didn't have slavery in the UK.
You
Ever.
didn't have any. You must have had some.
No, never.
Because a lot of the ship guys
The-
who brought slaves to us were from the UK, weren't they?
No, not necessarily. Some were, but we've never had slavery in the UK. That was settled when I think Lord Somerset brought a manservant, basically an indentured slave, to the UK, and that man, I think it's just referred to as Somerset. Actually, my memory is slightly blurred. I'll have to read up on it again. But he basically filed a case against his master, and it was deemed that no man would be a slave in Britain.
You had at
but-
least indentured servants or something, right? You didn't
Yeah.
have slavery,
Well, no-
but
No, you had workhouses, for instance.
Yeah.
I mean, but I think what it was, it wasn't. Where in America there was a very specific slave trade thing going on. In the UK, it was like anybody who isn't gentry was pretty much the slaves. I mean, that's how British democracy
Well,
worked.
wage slaves, yeah.
Yeah, so
sweatshops, things like that.
But also there was a massive movement, certainly here in the Northwest, in order to change those working conditions. So I mean, there were whole towns that were built by industrialists to provide housing for the workers, and I mean to provide healthcare and education for the workers. I mean, look at the work that Cadbury did, for example. Look at the work that Lever did,
Yeah.
building Port Sunlight. They built houses for the workers. So that there was a massive movement away from that workhouse type approach to a much more civilized, much more, well, I mean, the cooperative movement grew out of the Industrial Revolution here in the UK. The building society movement grew out of that. So that there's been much more of a we have much more of a history of collectively taking people out of that indentured service, that workhouse, into building societies. But we definitely didn't have that. There was never a slave culture. People
not in the
weren't
same way.
owned here,
no, not in the same way.
other than being employed.
Yeah.
But you guys don't have the homeless problem, the tent cities and stuff like that, right?
No, we're not far off, though, I don't think.
Because now Trump, as one of his recent speeches, wants to make high-quality tents outside of cities to move all the homeless people to have proper bathrooms, but giant tents. And it's just like the opening of the movie Scarface, where they brought the Cuban guys and put them in tent cities under freeways and stuff like that. It's like,
I mean, they do have that problem in Paris,
yeah.
and it's something which I don't think the UK media ever report on. But there is a massive problem over on the continent, as we say, that hasn't really come over here yet. We seem to bend over backwards to provide some people with housing and ignore others, but we don't have tent cities or anything.
But not even intentional, like, certain people who just want to be away from society, or or mentally ill people maybe who just can't function. And
There are homeless people, and this might be controversial, there are some who are homeless because it is almost a lifestyle they have chosen because they aren't able to cope, perhaps through addiction, depression, etc.
yeah,
So I
we
mean,
have some of that here for sure. So
there are plenty of charities, etc., that work very hard to help homeless people.
Well, they did close down a lot of the mental hospitals.
Yes, which was a stupid thing to do.
that was the problem we had here. Proposition 13 in the 80s did that, and one, and just the crazy homeless population went up like nuts because they throw out in the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Surrey, well, Epsom had the highest population of mental hospitals in the country. and they closed all of them down, every single one, and just released them into the the wild. Literally,
it was called care in the community, wasn't it?
Yeah, and what it was they were in the community and nobody seemed to care.
Hmm.
And they were wandering around getting themselves into all sort of trouble. There was a big tall guy. He was oh Christ, he must have been about 6'7" or something. He was an enormous bloke.
That's
He
right.
got a job. Yeah, he got a job as a road sweeper here, and he'd be sweeping the road with his little trolley and stuff like that. And he'd say "Good morning, lovely morning" to every single person he met. But that's all he ever said. That's all he ever said to
Wow.
anybody. You know, you tried having a conversation with him, and he's like blank. But he could say "Good morning, lovely morning." And that poor old bloke. He used to. It was these sort of like literally derelict houses down on the other side of Epsom, and he used to live in one of these, shabby little rooms, with a load of other guys, just doing the best they can, trying to get by. He was lucky; he actually did have a job. It was probably handed to him because it probably wouldn't occur to him to go get one.
Wow.
But yeah, and they were just left to get on with it. So. Fucking Conservatives again.
Saltaire in West Yorkshire.
Oh yeah.
That was a village that was built by the industrialist Titus Salt for his workers.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, sometimes they were getting workforces from, bigger cities and stuff, and trying to get them over to where they were, because some of these factories had been set up in these sort of like rural areas, and there just wasn't enough population around to actually, fill the workforce. So there was lots of give and take involved in a lot of this.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts until recently. We had this one of the major drags, El Camino Real, which it goes all the way from here to LA, and Stanford University, one of the top universities in the country.
Yeah.
All down the road, right down El Camino, had just RVs and tents and vans and you name it, and people set up there and picnic tables and all kinds of stuff, just basically taking over the roadway there. Last for many years. They finally just kind of cleaned up a little bit, probably because the football season is coming up, but because they don't want to sell tickets, they don't want scare people away. They got to make money. But for a long period of time, they were camped out on there, and it's sad because a lot of people basically can't help it. That's what they have, what they can afford or whatever. They've been evicted or just lost their jobs or whatever. But you don't expect to see that in Palo Alto, which the real estate prices are very, very high there, and it's Stanford University and all that kind of stuff. So it's jarring if you go down there not knowing what's there.
Oh, the sorry, it's not just an American thing. The disparity between the rich and poor has never been greater.
Yeah,
and it's a really hard nut to crack, because on one hand, you think, well, the best way to lift people out of poverty is to enable them to take opportunities, etc. To give them a hand to lift them up rather than a hand to keep them down. And there's the argument between, does the welfare system keep people in place, or should the welfare system try and work to lift people out of welfare? It's not something that I think anyone can solve, because there are no simple answers, because not everyone fits into those boxes.
Yeah. That's the thing, isn't it? There is no,
Yeah, I mean,
shape. There's no set shape for each individual's issues and stances.
But as in the UK and the US, there is a power balance within our countries that is disproportionate. So, London and the southeast, it sucks up. It generates hell of a lot of revenue for the whole country, but it also sucks up a lot of the resources. And you get the same in the States, where the likes of Palo Alto are. It's changing now because of the taxation differences between the likes of Texas and Delaware and California. So the big tech companies are moving out, but having such a massive concentration of wealth in such a very small area is not healthy for any country.
And the haves fight very hard to keep it that way.
Yeah. Yes. Well, this is it. I mean, it's if you think back to the days of Hewlett Packard setting up in a garage, like Apple setting up in a garage.
Sure.
Those days were normal, whereas these days that would be the absolute exception.
Yeah.
And I would argue that it would almost be impossible these days to do a startup like that, or like those.
They would just have an earlier influx of cash than what they had. They could start that way, but
Yeah.
it's because
But
like some of the early contributors to Apple were just happenstance. I mean,
Yeah.
they see him at the Stanford presentation with the little hacked up computer. They hear about him through word of mouth, and then they just show up at the house and go, "Hey, I'd like to invest in your company."
Well, what's it? The first 2,000 employees of Apple were all millionaires.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's
Yeah. I wish my dad was buying up IBM shares back in the 60s. That would have been handy.
Well, yeah. Well, IBM, Hewlett Packard,
Yeah.
Apple, Microsoft.
Yeah, Microsoft.
You'd be laughing.
Yeah, but if Bill Gates hadn't taken that QDOS, that was a stolen thing from CPM, it would have taken a long
Exactly,
time for him
yes.
to get anything. So
Yeah. Yeah,
But then
wow.
you think, companies like Commodore failed, crashed and burned. Atari pretty much crashed and burned.
well, Nolan Bushnell was not his best
He wasn't a
representative.
great business person, was he?
Gentlemen, I'm going to duck out.
Okie dokie.
I will catch up with you all very, very soon.
All right, darling.
Catch you
Cheers,
later.
Dave.
Take care, buddy.
Good talking.
Take care, bud.
Bye.
Yeah, it's very different world.
But the mindset's totally different now too. I mean, the fact that anyone, who's an app designer can make millions of dollars on the App Store still, and very little effort if you're just a decent coder, just getting the right attention. Like that Flappy Birds guy. That guy closed the program down because it was so popular. People were going nuts over it. He felt bad about it, so he took it off the store.
And it was about as basic as, that was an 8-bit game, wasn't it? Effectively.
It's just a crappy Nintendo game put on a phone, but it's it was so addictive. When he took it away, people were buying phones with it on eBay for like $1,000 for a shit old phone that had Flappy Birds on it.
Well, Angry Birds was another one, wasn't it?
That was at least clever, though. That had some physics in it. You had to think about it a little bit. It wasn't just tap, 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 tap.
Yeah.
It's just.
Well, the hype of Angry Birds lasted longer than that Pokemon Go.
Well, that actually, people got injured and killed and stuff because shut-ins wanted to go play for once out in the outside world, and they didn't know how to deal with the outside world, so they're getting hit by cars and falling off cliffs and, showing up at businesses. Hey, you have a Charizard in your office. Can I go in there and kill it? They're like, get the fuck out of here, kid. We had a bunch of goofy guys playing in a fountain outside of work because there was always like a mega creature outside, and all the tech companies in the area, people would join, even a couple of guys at my work, and I just razzed them endlessly because, dude, don't go out there and play that with those guys. I mean, it's so sad.
Aren't we going to see the same with the metaverse?
That's already a joke because if you ever saw I'll find that video. There's a comedy troupe.
Well,
Dead Alewives that did Dungeons and Dragons. You ever see that clip?
No.
where they took a bunch of 3D assets and added this audio file to them, like a skit, and there's a bunch of nerds playing Dungeons and Dragons, and it's hilarious. Making fun of those kind of just.
Well, I
False.
remember the Google glasses and people being called glass holes.
Yeah. Well, they didn't look good. They didn't really work that well. I never tried one, but this experience didn't look very good. And it did make it like kind of like a cyborg walking around. So.
But
Well, that's a good thing, surely, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'd be bad.
I know some people who got really into, is it World of Warcraft?
Oh yeah.
And they're no longer my friends, I'll say
One,
that.
one of my friends at Apple, before he went back for a second tour there, he he'd lived in Thailand for a while. He had some money he was living off of, whatever. He got into WoW, and he's basically playing WoW all day in, day out, collecting herbs and selling things in the local apothecary, all this virtual stuff, never really adventuring or whatever, just to level up. I said, dude, you're just in a virtual store all day? That's sad. Don't do that.
But I can see the metaverse going that way. I mean, it's...
And the graphics aren't even good, which is hilarious. Those 3D graphics are really dated. That Mark Zuckerberg demo where he's a Mii, basically it's a Nintendo Mii walking around doing the meeting. And that meeting they have with the different characters like monsters and stuff reminds me of this skit. I'll find it for you. The Dead Alewives.
You've got Zuckerberg wandering around in it. Can you virtually punch him in the face?
Oh, that'd be so great.
No, that's not.
Can't stand that guy. Another guy who stole something from some people and built an empire on it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. But it's the rapid growth of organisations like Google and Facebook and Twitter. Well, I mean, Twitter's sort of dying on its arse these days, I think. But it's just it's quite scary. They are the equivalent of the most hated people on the earth these days, the Russian oligarchs. You know, where they have acquired just inordinate wealth. For what?
Mm.
And the likes of Bell, the Bell Telephone Corporation was broken up because it had a monopoly, and yet these other forms of communication, they're not being. There's no political oversight really to how they operate. And they operate with impunity.
A bit like our energy companies.
Yes. But then I mean I'm really conflicted because on the one hand I am obviously naturally a red-clawed capitalist. On the other, I think that securing the energy sources of a country is absolutely essential.
Yeah.
But I also remember back in the 70s when the country was held to ransom.
Mm.
And I remember the power cuts and the rolling blackouts and the...
Well, do you know what? It would have been perfectly all right if the whole trickle-down thing actually worked, or they were made to make the trickle-down thing actually work. It's not that trickle-down doesn't work, it's just there was no slap in the face for these private companies to make sure that it worked.
Yeah,
That was
but when they were state-owned, they didn't work.
No, because the
And
problem,
you'll remember the old days of BT where it would
Yeah.
take 6 months to get a line installed.
yeah. Yeah, you see, there was never the happy medium because when they were state-owned, the unions were too powerful.
Yeah,
And then when they were privately owned, they were
the
selfish
companies
cunts.
were too powerful.
Yes, selfish cunts running it.
Yeah, there's
couldn't win.
there was no middle ground.
No, there was no middle ground at all. And so either way it doesn't work. You need a more centrist approach. So, I mean, the Conservative government at the moment could really do with trying to just get a little bit more centre than where they are at the moment. I know there's quite a few MPs who Conservative MPs who would like to see more middle ground appearing, but
But the thing is, the situation got worse under Blair and the Labour government. I think if John Smith hadn't died, things would
Yeah.
be very, very different.
Well, this is it. You got one party that were going too left, and another party going too right, and the middle ground is always getting missed out. And it's the middle ground where you're going to get the bulk of the shit to work properly.
But it as we've seen with things like Railtrack, it's incredibly difficult to run a public asset like you would a private business, because there doesn't appear to be any compromise on either side. So the unions and the management are diametrically opposed.
Yeah. Well, everything's
And-
polarised now, isn't it? It's just ridiculous.
And you just think you just want to sit them down and just say, for fuck's sake, this is much more important than you.
Yeah. Yeah, you go, look, we tried it your way, and this is the mess we're in. So,
Well, the great thing is all the people who control this stuff, they have to live with it too. It's not like they're outside the thing just watching from afar. They're also suffering potentially from all the mess they're creating, which always drove me crazy.
Yeah, but they don't. They
Yeah.
don't, because the unions. If people go on strike, the unions fund their pay
yeah.
because the unions have those assets. But
I mean, they're not worried about money. Some of these rich guys have the money, but they live in
I'm talking
a
about
place.
I'm talking about the workers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for example, the RMT and ASLEF, who are sort of two unions jointly responsible for our rail transport system, the train drivers in the UK are paid, on average, a pretty good wage of about 60 grand a year. And the train drivers are trying to compare themselves to airline pilots.
Oh, wow.
Bus drivers are going, oi, what about us? We get 28 grand a year, and we're having to drive through streets. All you guys have got to do is push a lever forward and make sure that you don't let go, and that you pull it back at the right time.
Tell them to jump to Uber or something.
Yeah, but there are also working practices that are being heavily protected by the unions.
Yeah.
Which in any other industry you'd say, really? So for example, if a driver is based at King's Cross, they can't walk 4 minutes to another station because that's not their station.
But even then, they're kind of fighting over the crumbs because the profits of the privatised companies is obscene. If they had 1 day a year where you're allowed to hunt down the CEOs of private water companies,
Oh God, yeah.
and then
And just talk about the wastage through
Yeah,
leaks.
and then see the trickle down work, all of a sudden, But that's it. They operate on a completely different level.
But these, water, gas, electricity, they should be, and the rail network should be publicly owned assets. The problem is, how do you effectively manage those public assets when you have unions that are, by their nature, completely opposed to the being managed?
Yeah, but like you say, you've got to try and get these companies and the workforce, or the unions at least, to meet around a table and find their common ground.
Yeah.
And
But
that's
they did do
where it
that in
falls
the
apart.
nuclear. They did that in the nuclear industry, and it worked quite well.
Yeah.
But then the Green lobby wants to shut down all the nuclear plants. Whereas I'm one of these people who thinks, we should be looking at investing heavily in SMRs. Every town and city should have its own reactor. It's
Yeah, well, this is it. At the moment, everything is polarised, and it's just all turning
fucked
to shit.
up.
Mind you,
Yeah.
I can't remember which paper it was, but Fiona's told me today. She goes, the headline is that the depression in the UK is now as bad as it was in the Second World War. I'm going, wait a minute.
No. it
Why?
wasn't.
Where's our 2 ounce of cheese weekly ration then?
Yes. I saw the quarter of an ounce of
and the busty woman at the end of the road who's giving the baker a blowjob so she can have extra loaf of bread and all this sort of thing. That's all went on in the war. You know, no, there's a big difference somehow between the what should I say? The lack of lifestyle amenities during the Second World War and today.
Yeah.
God, I don't know how they had the balls to compare. It's probably a Daily Mirror.
Well,
Stab in the dark, probably.
it's interesting. Paul Ottola, Uncle Chrome, says, as a former union organiser and negotiator, it helps with management, doesn't just view employees as capital. Well, interestingly, even though I'm obviously a blue-blooded conservative, I sat on the national executive of a union because I am a believer in unions, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Which is why I have this massive internal conflict. And in my experience, management don't see people as capital. They don't see them as disposable, because actually when you're running a large organisation, you depend on those people. You invest an awful lot in those people. And that, you know, you don't view them as disposable. You don't view them as things to be exploited. And being an employer, your employees are actually part of your team, because collectively you are the organisation.
I suppose they are exploiting them in one respect of because they would be exploiting them in the same way that they exploiting their customers. You know, like for instance, there is absolutely no reason on the planet why petrol should be costing as much as it does, or why oil is costing as much as it does, or gas, or any of these things. They get, say, oh, you know, COVID and everything. Oh, fuck off! Is it COVID?
Well,
all this sort of stuff. You know,
it is to a certain extent. It is with fuel, because what happened is that during COVID, obviously the demand for fuel went down, and subsequently the price per barrel dropped significantly. I mean, I can remember paying 95p a litre for fuel back in the good old COVID days.
Mm-hmm.
And when the world suddenly, started back up, production had to be cranked up. I mean, don't forget there had been tankers sat basically empty in the sea because they weren't allowed to dock at any ports, all these sort of things. And actually the start-up or restarting that industry was actually very expensive and incredibly complex. And then just as we're coming out of COVID, we have the situation with Russia and Ukraine. And with fuel being in short supply, and then being in even shorter supply because of Germany was depending 55% on Russian oil and gas. So the availability of the product hasn't changed, but the demand has suddenly increased dramatically. But what is frustrating is that if you look at the price of a barrel of crude, the fuel price that we pay doesn't reflect those movements. Now, you can understand that to a certain extent, because just because the current price of a barrel is X, the fuel that you're actually taking was probably manufactured, X number of months ago. So there will always be a lag, but we, certainly here in the UK, we pay extortionate amounts of duty on fuel.
Oh, yeah.
Which should be, in my opinion, reduced substantially. But
are you going to say quantitative easing?
No. Quantitative easing is printing money. It's increasing the supply of money into the market.
They haven't tried that yet, have they?
No, they have. They did that during COVID. And
we do that here all the time.
the ECB in Europe, I think, basically printed more euros during COVID than have ever been printed. And I think in America, they increased the money supply, I think, 3 times.
There's a lot, yeah.
So, it's perfectly understandable now why we have inflation, because effectively we have all devalued our currencies because we have increased the money supply.
I remember. I can't remember who said it though, but they were saying about with our oil fields, we will see incredibly cheap fuel prices in the UK, and penny a therm with our gas fields. Penny a therm. Can't remember who said it.
Well,
One
that would
Prime
only
Minister,
be
rather.
true if we owned the supply of oil. Unfortunately, what happens is, in the UK and in every other country around the world, the government basically sells the drilling and extraction rights
Yeah.
to the likes of Shell, etc., and BP and Exxon and all these companies. And then those companies are then the ones that invest the money into funding all the infrastructure costs, so the rigs, etc., and also the exploration,
Yeah.
which is incredibly expensive.
Yeah, but that was the thing. You see, we had
We did
BP.
have that back
Yeah,
in the old
we
days.
did have British Petroleum doing the drilling of the oil. And this is why they were promising us this lovely cheap fuel that we never actually really got again.
But you guys aren't doing that horrible fracking stuff, are you?
I wish we were.
It's so destructive, though.
No, it's not.
Pollution. It
Nope.
pollutes the
Nope.
groundwater.
Nope.
It
Nope. All
It does.
absolute bollocks. There is a fracking site down in Dorset, in the UK, in the middle of what is called a triple SI, a site of special scientific interest. So it's basically a nature reserve that has been operating for 30-something years. I think it's called Witch Farm.
Mm.
And there is no pollution whatsoever. And that
I mean,
is
maybe
a
it depends on the site, but there
that
are
is a
issues. with it.
hydraulic fracturing site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are known fracking things. If people live near fracking areas in the U.S. are getting groundwater polluted, they're getting, more nasty stuff in their water.
Yeah, that's not going to happen in the UK because the depth of the shale deposits is such that if any polluted water actually did rise to the surface, it would be completely filtered anyway.
Oh, well, that's a different story. But I mean, that's not what's happening here. At least the all the accounts that I've read of.
Yeah, but we don't
Yeah.
have low
It's that
level.
thing we only get to hear about the
shale
bad
deposits.
sites. It's that thing you only hear the bad side
Yeah.
on some of these things, isn't it? But
Yeah, Witch Farm, I think it's Witch Farm in Dorset, middle of a triple SI, which is the most protected land in the whole of the UK under triple SI status. And there is a fracking plant that has been operating for decades. And there are absolutely no problems whatsoever.
Okay, I guess it can work. It's just that it's not really working that well here.
Yeah. but the thing is, it
depends on the site that's
It
chosen.
Yeah,
depends
exactly.
on the
Yeah.
geography of the site.
And that's what
We
I was
don't-
saying. Yeah, it's different topography and stuff. Yeah.
We don't have shallow shale or shallow shale deposits. Most of our shale deposits are deep shale.
Because even with the problems it's causing here, the guys who are way into it don't give a shit anyway. They don't care about people living there. They don't care about individual human conditions, and there's no empathy. There's nothing. It's just money.
Yeah, but you could say the same thing about the location of wind turbines.
Well,
There's
not so
very-
much
very-
here. Altamont Pass is a real famous one that has tons of them, and there's no problem there. There's nothing there.
Yeah, whereas here in the UK, we have people.
And we have a wind farm right by Palm Springs, Palm Desert. Huge wind farm out there. Been there forever. And it's away from the houses. It's not.
I seem to remember, I don't know how true it is, but I seem to remember reading somewhere that the resources used to manufacture a single, whatchamacallit, thank you. The carbon offset would require it to run permanently for 500 years.
Yeah, probably not far off.
Hmm.
No, the problem is that there are no recycling facilities for these wind turbines that have a fairly fixed lifespan,
Yeah.
probably of about 10 years. And I mean, we wouldn't have them in the UK unless they were subsidised. They can only have them because they are subsidised, and 25% of our energy bills goes to paying for these wind turbines, which they're great when they work, but they can only work within set parameters. So if it's too windy, they have to be switched off.
Yeah, or they blow up.
Yeah. And if there's not enough wind, obviously they're not producing anything. So whilst they're great as supplemental energy producers, you still have to have something that provides what's called a base load, which is the minimum amount of energy required to keep things running. So I mean, if we had better nuclear capability, then energy would be cheaper. We'd also be able to use that energy to produce things like hydrogen, which could be used to power vehicles, which is a much cleaner way of operating.
Oh, that's great. I wish we had more hydrogen. Yeah.
Than battery.
Yeah.
But you know, it would depend on having that nuclear capability. With the old reactors, what used to happen is when the demand dropped, which was, you know, basically from 10 o'clock at night until 6:30 in the morning, they used to basically insert the control rods to reduce the energy production. Whereas if we were doing it these days, you just leave them running at full output, or 80% output, 24 hours a day, and when demand falls, you use that energy then to produce something like hydrogen.
The problem is if it weren't for people being lazy, not checking things, quality control, et cetera, and a few significant accidents over a few decades for nuclear plants, they would have a better reputation. But as you expect, assholes are running it, and a bunch of problems with this potentially.
But the accidents that occurred, the Chernobyl one actually did relatively little damage to life.
Well, it was a huge swath. I mean, Norway down into,
Yeah, but no one died because of it.
No, but you got later on cancers which were going to kill you from some other thing. I mean,
no, that was debunked.
Are you sure?
Yeah. Fukushima, which wasn't, really, it wasn't a man-made event.
Like 3 Mile Island was a close call, but it didn't. It luckily was caught in time. But these kind of like shitty systems, poor management, old stuff they don't upgrade. If you had people have more confidence that they would just keep an eye on stuff like that.
But also we now have decades of use. I mean, the SMR, the small modular reactors, are effectively an offshoot from things like nuclear-powered ships and nuclear-powered submarines. And there is now enough experience in managing those that it is easily transferable. That they're not as complex in terms of management as the old reactors like 3 Mile Island, like Sellafield here in the UK, and Chernobyl, etc. So that there's an enormous wealth of knowledge, and I just think that the opportunity is now. I mean, the decisions should have been made a decade ago, actually, but if
fossil fuels are going to run out, we have to start thinking about other shit.
But we're sat on 1,000 years of coal in the UK, and over 1,000 years of oil and gas.
If you want to rip up everything and destroy habitats,
No, this is offshore. This is
offshore drilling. You know how well that works, and tanker accidents and stuff like that. Again, poorly managed.
It's worked very well here in the UK.
Well, it's fine until you have the accident. I mean, we had the Exxon Valdez. It's a famous disaster because of an idiot that was driving it. It was drunk, but it was a single hull tanker, not a double hull. It was just a bunch of cutting costs and poor management. And if they take all the safety precautions in the world, that's great, but they often don't.
Well,
Because it's not just about people; it's about the sea life. It's about
different markets, different countries obviously have different ways of managing things. The UK safety record in offshore drilling is actually pretty good.
I mean, that's good to hear. I know Japan has some other safe ones. I was actually right next to one in, is it Iwata or Hamamatsu when I was there, and we actually went to the beach there, and there's hot water effluent basically coming off the reactor.
Yeah,
that's
well,
not exposed.
It's not radioactive.
No, it's not. But it's just hot water coming out, and it's like, wow, this place has been. He's like, yeah, this place has been here a long time, no problem, safe, totally safe. So it is clearly possible for a place to run for decades and not have problems. But you know.
But I mean, you know, accidents happen in all sorts of things. I mean, you know, I find it bizarre that we still have train accidents. You know.
Yeah.
You'd think after.
Well, you rely on systems though, and systems fail. You got to have, you know, it's automation stuff breaks down.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But I'm saying that it doesn't matter what field you're operating in. There are always going to be potential issues.
I mean, one of my mom's cousins down in Louisiana, his wife and kids, in the middle of nowhere. It's totally rural. Not even there's like the blinking light warning you there's a train track you're driving over, but there's no gates, there's no ding ding ding, there's no nothing. But you're in the middle of nowhere, open flat area. You can't miss it coming. You can't miss it with the noise. Yet they somehow crossed and the fucking thing took their car out. So
yeah, but dude, how many videos you've seen on YouTube where they got the barriers, they got the lights,
and they go around it,
and the wankers still try to cross the tracks and
that
then have to leap
happened
out
here.
of their car.
That happened about a couple miles from here about 5 years ago. Someone went around and boom. You know,
yeah, there's always somebody doing it.
Well, that's
it's like when you see trains hitting the semis and go, why have you stopped your semi on the track?
Yeah, those are Darwin Awards right there. So
you know.
But that's the problem. Whenever you involve people, you're always going to have accidents of one form or another.
Yeah.
And even when you have systems in place, automated systems, they still effectively involve people. Because
or they have flaws and they break, or you know.
Yeah, I mean, you know,
shit
happens.
You watch
computer science. Computer science is a terrible term because there's very little science in computers. Except for the building of them.
Like when you watch those driving fail videos on YouTube and you see somebody reversing out very, very slowly and then suddenly reverses really, really quickly and crashes into a wall. He didn't do that. The fucking system in the car did that.
Yeah, because they might have felt it was underfueled and therefore the engine management system decided that...
just suddenly run off and, you know, veer left for no apparent reason. All this sort of stuff.
It goes back to the discussion we were having on Thursday, you know, self-driving cars. We think driving a car is fairly simple. Certainly driving a train is very simple. We've had Docklands Light Railway operating now for, 20 years? Mm-hmm. Not a single incident or accident on that, and that's a fully automated system, and yet the rest of our network is dependent on some person sat behind the front windscreen holding a lever. You know, but self-driving cars, you know, governments around the world are going, oh yes, you know, we need to be testing self-driving cars. No, start with the fucking trains, and then we can start talking about cars, because
the car thing is pretty scary. They're clever, but they're still pretty scary.
Yeah.
This is why, you know, we have the technology to do a version of a Jetsons car, you know, flying cars, with drone technology. But can you imagine how fucking dangerous that would be?
Yeah, you'll never get me in one.
I mean, not the vehicle itself, but the people in it.
Exactly.
You know.
You just have to look at flight paths coming out of Heathrow. And you think, hell no.
Some guy in a flying car decides to brake check a flying semi, you know? I mean,
well, even small planes. I mean, there's a guy, you know, people talk about September 11th and all that stuff, but there's a famous, I think it was Empire State Building, a fucking small plane crashed into it.
Yeah.
You know, so it happens every once in a while, plane just hitting things that should not be missed.
Yeah. So what, you didn't see the massive building?
Yeah.
You always have to blame the meat. Believe me. It's
Yeah.
You go, well, I was looking down at my feet because I had dropped my lifesavers and I couldn't find them. And when I looked up, oh my God, bang.
There's a mall over here, right by this little area called Reed Hillview Airport, and it's very private, just small planes and stuff. And it's all every once in a while, somebody drops their plane right into the mall parking lot. They miss the runway, and sometimes it's nose down. Like, how did you land like that?
Yeah.
Good God.
Yeah.
Because literally, if you're in a Cessna, if you took your hands off the controls and cut the engine, the thing would literally land by itself.
Well, yeah, I wouldn't want to be in it when it happened.
Oh no, but they can they do practically just glide down and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it'd be a bit rough and everything, but
I trained in a 152, so
yeah.
yeah.
But
it's
to
sort of-
nose it, it's like, really?
but
Get unlucky.
with planes, certainly, the technology is quite incredible. I mean, it'd be great to talk to Simon Alexander about what it's like flying a modern jet, because the automation systems are so incredibly complex.
Yeah.
In fact, I do wonder whether experienced pilots like him would prefer to be flying DC-3, because when you pull a handle, that the wire that is being pulled by the handle actually goes and physically connects to a throttle body, or
Yeah.
Whereas these days, fly-by-wire, okay, they might have, triplicate systems. But as we saw with the Wessex helicopter scandal, when the FADEX get in conflict with each other, suddenly you have a stone dropping out of the sky.
Yeah. Yeah, not good. Still. Mind you, it's nice to see that airlines are starting to relax their securities. Apparently, American Airlines, you're allowed to fly with your emotional support animal.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Well, you've been able to do that for years.
What if you?
Yeah,
but
but
you have a bunch
this-
of them, Kent. How would you get them all on there?
Yeah. But, no, because a woman flew American Airlines from Chicago to blah, long way, with a emotional support horse.
Fuck me.
Yeah. Her tiny...
A miniature horse.
a
mini
miniature
horse, yeah.
horse called Flirty.
Yeah, they're not that many. They're still pretty big.
Yeah, it was weird. You sit in the seat and you haven't got enough room for two legs, and yet you've got a support animal with four.
And they're not going to
I
stop
certainly
going to the
don't have-
bathroom.
I
Hump
don't
in the
have
drinks
enough bloody
trolley.
room in economy, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my emotional support elephant.
I saw that. It's an animal is Komodo dragon. Yes.
Yeah.
The thing is, you can imagine someone from Florida taking a fucking crocodile on there. Or sorry, alligator.
Yeah. Or your own Shahrazad. Whatever the thing was
Just
called.
wondering, how do you toilet train a horse?
You don't.
From a
Exactly.
distance.
Yeah, it's sort of...
Yeah.
And their stuff is it's grassy, but it's also very urine smelling. So the whole place would
Yes.
just be rough.
Yes.
Maybe it was wearing an emotional support nappy. You never know.
I do think that some people just take the piss. And that's one of those examples.
They're challenging the system.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, and I do think that there should be limits. I mean, my brother, for example, is in a wheelchair, and he accepts that there are some places that he just can't go because it's not practical, and also it's not fair on, say, the owner of a Grade 1 listed building to try and accommodate wheelchair access in a building that plainly wasn't designed for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, ADA
So-
compliance is a big deal here. This
Yeah.
constantly retrofitting stuff. It's like,
Yeah,
well,
but
this
you don't
building's
have
too
bu-
small. You cannot retrofit this building. It's too small.
Yeah, but a building more than 50 years old in the States just gets pulled down. So-
Well, sometimes they try anyway. They install some shit and it's really awkward, and it costs a lot of money. And they say, well, okay, we're compliant now, sort of, you know.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's kind of weird. If I ever needed a wheelchair, I would totally understand. I don't need the whole world to be serving me.
But it doesn't mean that if you're building a new building, because you have the capability, that you
Yeah.
can design all this stuff in. But he doesn't get arsy about it. It's just like, oh, well, you know, fuck it, I can't do that. You know, so what?
Yeah.
He doesn't sue.
Well, you have different
anyone.
levels too, because you know we were a children's museum in a building built in the 40s in Palo Alto, and so yeah, we had a wheelchair accessible drinking fountain, but only for an adult.
Yes.
We didn't have a tiny drinking fountain for kids in wheelchairs, so you know.
Right.
Well, there are still plenty.
Talk amongst
of,
yourselves. I'm just going to get myself a coffee.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
There's still plenty of stations, tube stations in London, that don't have wheelchair access because the tube was designed in Victorian era, and it's just not practical to.
Yeah, and even like I said, even the stuff here built in the 30s, 40s, 50s. It's there's small buildings. They're old-fashioned in so many ways, and you know they don't have proper insulation. They don't have. There's all this kind of things you could do to it if you really wanted to,
Yeah,
but they're historic. You're not going to do it.
you're describing pretty much the whole of the UK now.
Yeah, you're not going to do it. It's like I lived when I was a kid. This city called Los Altos, which is considered fancy, but I always thought it was not that great. It's just overpriced. But we had a building built in those tract homes from the 50s, and my room was freezing most of the time I lived there. It was horrible insulation back then. But in order to retrofit the whole thing and make it up to standard, it's impossible unless you just want to throw tons of money at it.
Well, I grew up in a fairly large old Victorian place, and in the winters on a cold morning, you'd wake up and there'd be ice on the inside of the window because obviously your breath condenses onto the glass.
I'd see my breath in my room while I'm trying to work on a goddamn computer.
But our solution to cold was take a hot water bottle to bed.
Yeah. Well, the worst was the old days with the hot coals in the metal pan. You know, don't burn yourself.
Yes. But then they had irons that you used to put a hot coal into as well to
Oh, sure.
iron clothing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do think that we have become. I'll use the phrase pussified. I know it's
Oh, yeah. Well,
sexist,
it's
but
George Carlin, the pussification of America.
yeah,
That was his famous statement.
yeah. It's we're trying to eradicate every hardship, whereas instead, you know, sometimes it's actually better just embracing them and just
Yeah, like
you know,
like we're talking about lawn darts, right?
exactly. Yes.
All the fun is taken away.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Yes. It's
He had a joke about I love those big American cars with those seatbelts and a metal dashboard, and you get in an accident, you hose the blood off, and keep on driving.
Yep. Well, I always used to joke that the safest car on the road would be one that had a dagger pointing out at the driver from the steering wheel. You know,
Ouch.
but yeah, I mean,
Well, you would avoid it, sure, right?
but if you're driving a classic car that has, you know, drum brakes, for example, no ABS, you don't drive it like you would a modern Volvo.
Sure.
It's almost as though common sense is we're not allowed, or kids aren't allowed to develop common sense anymore because they're being nannied.
Well, yeah, my cars in high school, the old American 70s cars, and so the regular gas, if they had seat belts, but they're like lap belts, not cross belts.
Yeah.
No airbags, of course. No.
Yeah, and
Very little safety measures, and I never had a problem with it. So.
and an iron girder for a chassis. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's just solid, and huge for taking friends to parties. It was great. It's nice to have a big car.
But also, if you had a minor ding, you could either get the panel pulled out, or you just ignore it.
So one
it
guy
didn't
slammed on
like
his
the
brakes
cut-
one
it
time
didn't-
at a light and wasn't supposed to do that, and I hit the back of him, even though I kind of slammed on my brakes, and I hit his winch in the back. I had the tiniest little dent in my metal bumper.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Instead of caving in, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas these days everything is so pedestrian safe
Yeah.
That you have a minor ding like that, and you're looking at a couple of $1,000 and a new bumper.
Crumple
and-
zones and whole
Ex-
parts of the car, and
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we are being forced to be pussies, or being nannied, and I don't like it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because like I never did the Boy Scouts or that kind of stuff, but I certainly learned tons of nature stuff on my own growing up and through school and all that. And it was nice for kids to get a little rough and tumble education and stuff. And now everything's just so hands off and safe and wimpy and.
Well, I was taught to shoot at school.
Yeah, no, I wasn't out through school, but through side things. It was, I always had appreciation for guns as a kid. So that's.
And when I was in the Scouts, we had what was called a sheath knife, which is it was about a 5-inch bladed knife, but obviously with a leather sheath that you could thread your belt through or whatever.
But no blood groove, right?
But it was compulsory. I mean, that was the tool that you carried.
Sure, because you got to make stuff in the woods. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we were taught to kill small creatures and cook them, because you never knew what would happen. And it's a skill that sort of stayed with me through life. And I taught my kids to fish and hunt, because if everything goes to shit, it's actually quite a good skill to have.
Yeah, like we had the Davy Crockett phase here for a while before I was born, where the outdoorsman stuff, and you get the little Davy Crockett hat and rifle and gun and knife, and survivalist kind of stuff almost, living off the land. And that didn't last that long. Wild West kind of, I guess, pushed that a little further.
Yeah.
Cowboys and Indian stuff, but these days it's just
Original Synth is saying, I've never been hit by a car. Yes, I have been hit by a car. I've been hit by a car twice. Once when I was on a skateboard and I was on the pavement and the car decided to join me on the pavement. That was back in the 70s.
I ended up under a car on my bike. That was scary, but all I got was a scratch on my ankle.
Yeah. Well,
my bike was twisted to hell. So
yeah, I was also hit when I was riding a motorbike,
Yeah.
and ended up underneath the car and got a really nice burn on my leg, both from the bike exhaust and from the car exhaust.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Hey!
So yes, I have been hit, and it is quite painful, but you get over it as long as you're not dead. You get up and you shake yourself off and you say, "What the fuck?"
Actually, the
Get hit
scarier
by
one.
another
One guy cut in front of me once, coming down a hill on my bike, and he cut in front of me in a car, and I couldn't react in time, and I ended up kind of hitting the side of his car, and it hooked on the side of his car, and I almost went for a ride.
Yeah.
And almost got pulled under the car, and the guy just kept driving. Times like that, you wish you had a gun to shoot that fucking guy.
Oh, the number of times when I'm driving around and someone behaves like an arse, you think, it would be really nice to be a police officer at this point.
Yeah.
Or it would be really nice to have a fucking big gun.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just me. I don't know.
No, I mean, that's,
Maybe.
it's crazy.
Oh, the lanes. Well, that's handy.
But yeah, that phenomenon of getting hit by the car and everything's in slow motion, that's the weirdest thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting how many videos there are on YouTube specifically about car accidents. And
Well, people love it. I mean, in driver training class when I was in school, right before I started taking driver training, it were hardcore on the gory movies like Hamburger Highway and Bloody Asphalt and all these kind of titles. And we got to class and people goes, "Hey, are we going to watch Hamburger Highway?" We don't watch those anymore. It's like, all right, let's go look for them somewhere else. I think they're even on YouTube now. No one even cares anymore. They just put gory stuff on there. But I mean that.
I find it funny. I mean, I've watched both UK ones and US, and Australian ones, and I see a marked difference in driver behaviour.
Yeah.
In that, in the US, it seems that you never give way to people, even if it's their fault. You never give way.
Well, and there's a courtesy, and you're supposed to, but the average person who's got like, it's me, it's my car, my right of way, fuck you, kind of thing, that gets in the way. But that's certainly not generally the norm. It actually got much worse during COVID. I noticed everyone's running through lights, not stopping at lights, speeding like crazy because they think, oh, no one's out here watching me. I can be more of an asshole. It's nuts.
Whereas
And sure enough, there weren't cops out to catch him. I didn't see anyone get busted.
here, during COVID, I found driver behaviour was actually much better, and people were much more courteous, and that's actually continued.
That's good.
It's really weird. I don't know whether it's because when people were driving during COVID, they were always frightened they were going to get pulled over by the police and fined for not being locked up in their cell at home.
Yeah.
I mean, I frequently, I was very naughty. I broke COVID regulations. I kept driving into Wales deliberately, hoping I'd get pulled over.
To start some shit.
Yes. Because there were different regulations in Wales than there were
really?
in England. Yeah.
Oh.
So I kept crossing the border into a foreign country, hoping that King John Drakeford's Stasi would try and nick me for something.
Gaz lives in Wales, right?
I don't know where Gaz lives.
Doesn't Gaz Williams live in Wales?
Yeah, well, close to the border.
Yeah.
Is he sort of Hereford way? He's not far from Bristol.
No, it's
So-
not far from Bristol.
Yeah.
But relatively speaking, none of us are.
But South Wales is a very different country to North Wales. South Wales is civilised with nice people.
The sheep look less worried. There's a
I
stereotype for you.
didn't say that. I didn't say that. But you're allowed to speak English in South Wales, but not in North Wales.
Oh, it's the law.
North Wales is quite well. I mean, there's the old joke, come home to a real home fire.
Oh, yeah.
By Holiday Cottage
Cwm
in
Mawr.
Wales. Yeah. Because the Welsh nationalists, the Sons of Glyndŵr, were very anti-English, and they were burning holiday cottages owned by English people. A bit like Scotland these days, really.
That's fine. I was reading about my family history in one of these little books about the names and origins and stuff. And apparently the Irish Joyces came from Wales initially. And eventually, early enough that they became one of the 12 tribes of Ireland.
Ah.
But they started in Wales. So you still have a Welsh population and an Irish population.
Well, they're all essentially Celtic.
Yeah,
Origin.
the Celts in it.
Yeah.
So Scotland, Ireland, and Wales.
But whether or not I'm related to James, I'm not sure.
Well, of course you are.
I guess it's a good fantasy. Although if you read those letters he wrote to his wife, holy shit. What a dirty fucking guy. Right? About her farts and all kinds of stuff and her
Yes.
noises while they have sex. And oh my God, it was just like, wow. That guy was out there, man.
Yeah, well, yes. I mean, I suppose the United Kingdom does have a reputation for some very interesting writers over the.
I guess maybe he never thought they'd be published or something, but
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're writing an intimate letter to your wife, I'm guessing that certainly in your own lifetime, you're hoping they're never going to be seen by anyone.
But the last thing I'm going to write to my wife or girlfriend is about her flatulence and her weird noises and other kinds of like body issues and stuff. It's like, what the hell's going on with that guy?
There were different times, and they didn't.
Yeah.
They didn't have text messaging or email, so
I mean, Napoleon wrote some interesting stuff to Josephine supposedly as well, but like do not bathe for 3 weeks or whatever. I can't wait to smell you when I get home or whatever, something like that.
God, I haven't read that. I'm
Yeah.
quite grateful for that.
It's out there somewhere. I may have paraphrased it poorly, but it's along those lines.
Yeah, I have more hairs hanging out of my knickers than a
Yeah.
cartoon. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But yeah, I mean, yes, just very different times. I mean, look at the persecution of Oscar Wilde. Just because the poor guy, well, the guy was gay. It was, and Alan Turing.
Oh, Turing is one of the worst,
Yeah.
man. That was terrible. Talk about
But
a brilliant guy treated like crap. Jesus
Mm.
Christ.
But I mean, that's basically how it was up until the 80s.
Well, unfortunately, even with some acceptances nowadays, it's still kind of like that in some places.
I think generally speaking, the UK is much more accepting. It's sort of, there was a bit of a kerfuffle over was it Section 28,
Mm.
which was a law preventing the teaching of homosexuality as an actuality. But that came and went pretty quickly.
Because we still have sodomy laws in some states in the U.S.
Yeah,
And it's
but-
not just homosexuals doing sodomy. So it's like,
Yeah.
what are they talking about? And now they're going to get rid of the gay marriage thing. Since I got rid of abortion, that's next.
But we,
you
we,
know.
we still have laws in our statutes that, mean that if you stand on the city walls of Chester, you can fire a bow and arrow against a Welshman, and that a hackney cab should carry a bale of hay, even though they're motorised. So we do have some of these sort of really obscure laws that I think in some cases still exist on our statute book, but I don't think anyone would actually seriously contemplate applying them these days. It's just that they're almost there as a historical record.
Yeah, but enough idiots will go read the fine print and go, see, we can do this. It's right here.
But it's one of the benefits, and this is going to sound quite perverse because I quite like the idea of a written constitution, but it's one of the benefits of not having a written constitution, in that our laws can be easily amended, and that precedent can be set at any time, and it's refreshing that although our legal system dates back a millennia, that it's constantly evolving without having these cultural clashes in most cases that we seem to see over in the United States. So that I know there are people muttering about the use of what are called Henry VIII powers to enable Parliament or enable some of our politicians to make changes to our laws, because as we continue to withdraw from the European Union, our legal systems are starting to again separate, and there's a little bit of concern over some of that, but there isn't we very rarely get the seismic shocks such as Roe versus Wade being overturned. And I said I see both sides as to why it was overturned.
Yeah,
But-
it wasn't an official
but
law.
it's the-
It was done
It's the
poorly.
politicians'
Yeah.
fault, because they've had 50 years to ratify that.
Yeah, they just sat on
And
their
they-
ass and go,
and
hey,
they
it's good
didn't.
enough. It won't be
Exactly.
challenged. It's like, give me a break.
Yeah, so but because we don't have that written constitution, that we don't have these issues. I mean, we still have some very stupid politicians and things like the
I
online.
think we still have the
harms
dumber
bill.
ones, though. I mean, in general, I don't follow your stuff that closely, but we have some real assholes.
But you only have arseholes because people have voted for them.
Oh, I know, because we have a lot of assholes in the population. Exactly.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I still find it bizarre that there are some states, like I think it's Arkansas, which I don't understand why it's pronounced Arkansas. Sorry, I'm sure there's some
Well, it's
weird-
like you guys say lieutenant, so I mean, people say weird stuff. So
But I just can't. Every time I read it, I just read it as Arkansas, and my
Oh,
brain
exactly, yeah.
my
Yeah.
brain has to step in and go, no, it's Arkansas. I was talking to a girl who lives in one of the counties in Arkansas, and she said it's a dry county. I said, what do you mean it's a dry county? No, we can't buy alcohol. I'm just like,
So
what fucking century is this?
would you understand where Tennessee whiskey is made? It's a dry county. So they make it in a county where
That
they can't drink
sell
it.
in. Yes.
It's just so stupid. It's the religious assholes again, controlling everything.
I just find it perverse.
It is. It's
It's-
so
it-
stupid, and not even money can trump it, right?
Yeah.
It's you guys would sell much more stuff if you could sell it. If you could buy that stuff, like be a pilgrimage. Go to that town and buy the stuff there and drink it in that town and be happy. It's the Mormons try to do a similar thing in Salt Lake City. They can't outright because they want money. They can't outright close the bars. But when I went through Salt Lake City on a road trip many years ago, you had to buy a membership in every bar you went to.
Yeah, Paul Artola is saying that they can still have private clubs.
Yes, and the state-run liquor stores, not privately run. And it's twisted and it's weird, but somehow it still works. And you know,
But it's almost like the experiment in prohibition didn't give any learning lessons.
no. But this is parts of a theocracy, blooming. So that's the problem. It's not sensible. It's
But
just
what-
people want to control people. You know.
But I mean, if I were living over there, even if I wasn't in a dry state, I'd still be one of those sort of really gobby agitators saying, "What the fuck? You know, what has religion got to do with politics these days?" It's
Unfortunately, a whole lot.
it's weird.
It's awful.
Personally, I find it really weird.
Pat Robertson ran for president in '88. That fucking PTA, whatever, not PTA, but the televangelist guy. PTA was the Jim and Tammy, but he actually ran, and even Jesse Jackson ran at one point. I think it was the same year, and it's like they want to control politics with religion, even though we supposedly have separation of church and state, which is also dwindling very quickly.
But you know, you've got Joe Biden, who's a staunch Catholic.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, I don't care. I don't care what fairy you believe in.
Well, there
That's
weren't
not
any
relevant.
Catholics until Kennedy. I mean, that was the first Catholic.
Yes, yeah, and that was a scandal.
Yeah.
It's just
But he was the party time president. Not only did Bill Clinton meet him as a young man, but also tried to emulate him.
well, if anything, I think Bill Clinton probably usurped him in that respect.
Yeah.
didn't he? It's-
I mean, quality control, not really, but quantity, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the United States of America, and obviously, I've got quite a few friends who live there, and I think it's a beautiful, beautiful country, and I don't actually think that it's appreciated much by Americans. I mean, I'm lucky enough that I've travelled through quite a few states there, and
Yeah.
each one is unique in its own way, and
Yeah.
it's
It's an interesting
yeah.
experiment where you take all these totally different groups of people and somehow make it work, at least for now.
Hmm.
Who knows? We may have another civil war coming, but
Well, yes, it's.
Yeah, but
it's-
this one
it's-
won't be muskets.
no, this one would be, well, here's the great thing. All these crazy gun nuts who want to do the don't tread on me and I got my guns and screw you and Second Amendment, they don't understand that military drones and military mass force will just
It doesn't
fucking
matter
mow
what
you
gun
over.
you're holding.
You could have a howitzer in your front yard, you're still dead.
But it's. I do admire the posturing, even though I appreciate how pathetic it really is.
It's really sad. Yeah. And it's also just, it's they're just basically completely uncomfortable in their own skin and just some outward projection of like almost like the little man syndrome. I'm a tough guy. I got all this stuff. Meanwhile, it's the
Yeah,
whole thing of like,
we call it the Rishi Sunak syndrome here.
oh, I heard about that. But they want to call everyone a snowflake and a beta and all this kind of bullshit about I'm an alpha. It's like you talk to these alphas and they're little pussies. They'll back down in a second.
Yeah.
Because it's all bark and no bite. And Trump is a giant beta if he wants to be called something. But the alpha beta thing's bullshit anyway. It's like it's like former study of Timberwolves, and it was nonsense. There's nothing true in it at all.
Well,
Yet they adopt the terminology and they love it. I'm an alpha. You want to be an alpha? Do this like, how to pick up women training site and blah, 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 blah. Be an alpha.
But this goes back to the conversation we were having with Matt over things like autism. I personally find it sort of slightly uncomfortable that these days especially we seem so keen to pigeonhole people, to categorize people according to one thing or another, whether it's politics, whether it's alpha versus beta male and all this sort of stuff. And it's just sort of what happened to the individual? Why? I mean, I know you say it's part of sort of social psychology that categorization always has happened, and but you would have thought that these days we're much more socially aware, we're much more emotionally aware. There's none of the.
Some of us are. Social media has ruined a lot of people.
Yes.
I mean, it's anti-social media, if anything.
I made the mistake of going on TikTok, not myself personally, but looking, and I just thought we are developing a society of narcissists.
Oh yeah, I mean they're kind of already there, but they're amplified by having this platform or series of platforms.
But the people who follow them,
I know it's sad. It's
feeding
very sad.
narcissism, and it's.
You got to check your daily likes and thumbs up. Oh shit, I'm up by only 2.
Yeah.
What can I do?
I only got 30,000 on this video and all that.
Yeah.
And then they have nervous breakdowns.
Right.
And it's sort of, if they hadn't gone on the platform in the first place, this sort of shit wouldn't happen. And you see it quite a lot with some YouTubers who they were obviously unstable from the start.
Sure.
They've used YouTube as a crook or shield to protect them from society.
And plenty of these shooter kids started on YouTube, and they even put some last-minute stuff on YouTube about their massacre they're about to do because they want to have one last bit of narcissism.
Yeah, but also they get vindicated. They get supported by other people.
Yeah.
Now, in some cases, it's obviously, people watch them because it's who doesn't want to watch a car crash,
Yeah, train wrecks are fun, right? Yeah.
Yeah. But there are a lot of people who buy into this, and I think TikTok is perhaps the most perverse aspect of that. But every social media platform, I mean, Facebook has likes and shares and all this sort of stuff. Twitter obviously has likes and shares and retweets and all this sort of stuff. And it's I just think that the social media platforms are missing the one real point, which is social. And actually the best form is person on person, not anonymous versus anonymous. I mean, yes, I admit I'm here sat behind a picture of Hal.
Who are you?
But that's because I have no desire for my physog to be visible to all and sundry, because I'm not that important. I don't have any ego in that respect. I just don't want to be seen, because who cares?
Yeah, well, I mean, who cares is the crux of most of social media, right? Who really cares? Who cares what you ate, what you thought of it?
Yeah.
How many times you went there? You know, I mean, it's fun to be with, like, I see the people posing pictures with Rich Hilton, and that's fun. That's cool. I mean, it's great to meet that guy, and he's a great guy and stuff. But the average person putting something out there about, you know, I went to Starbucks and got this amazing mocha, and
Mocha choco latte.
please like this
flat
because
white,
it's
whatever. Yeah.
yeah. And I'm going to this one tomorrow, so check it out. I'm at this other location. Isn't this so cool? And it's like it's mundane. And it's just people. It's the whole 15 minutes. People want their bit of fame. They want to be recognized. They're desperate to get any kind of attention because they have nothing going on at home, or they're just miserable for some other reason. And
Well,
you know,
the funniest thing is people posting pictures of their food.
yeah,
I every time I see something like that, I just laugh and I just go, "Yeah, it's a meal." You know?
I mean, it's one thing that's culinary and it's photogenic. Like Jim Glue's shots are nice. You know, it's culinary related. It's not just random shit he got at some store or whatever.
Yeah.
And it brings up a topic. Oh, I like that dish. How about this? And you may talk about recipes. So that's actually a talking point.
Yeah.
It's
But,
not a
you
like,
know,
look
here's
where
a
I
ham,
ate.
Here's a ham sandwich. You know?
Yeah, I went to this 5-star restaurant. I got this meal. It's an IRI special or whatever. It's like, no, he made it. He took a nice picture of it. It brings up ideas about talking about recipes and you know, other things, alternative foods, and you know.
Yeah, I mean, as Airhead makes the point, you know, what if if your hobby is cooking? Yeah, I get that. I entirely get that, and I also get people going, "Here are my cents. You know, I'm proud of this. You know, I'm part of this community. This is what I've got. You know, you show me yours, I'll show you mine." Type thing. You know, I get that.
That's cool. That's show and tell, and that's sharing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's the random shit that I just don't get. And believe me, if you go through TikTok in particular, and I mean, I was actually I came away thinking society is fucked. Just from half an hour of trawling through TikTok videos, I just thought, what is the point?
It doesn't look good.
No. It's sort of it made me think of Ready Player One,
Yeah.
the film, and the book obviously was much better,
But not great, to be honest. It's like childhood sci-fi, right? I mean,
Absolutely, it is simplistic, but it does actually sort of get to the nub of, you know, social credit effectively, and the narcissism and the followers, and you know, there's one line where the protagonist says, you know, we've established we can cover 83% of the screen with adverts before their brain explodes or something. And I look at some websites and I go, yeah, you actually took that as a lesson, not a warning. You know, it's sort of the blatant commercialization, not just of products, but now of people.
well, the other sad thing about Ready Player One is everyone's avatar in there was something already created, already famous, or whatever. There's no originality.
Yeah.
So basically, everyone just wants, oh, I want to be that guy from whatever, instead of just make your own new character and make something interesting.
Yeah.
So it's like
Well,
the death of creation, you know.
But they seem to think that the creativity is in the video,
Yeah.
and some of the most banal videos are the ones that seem to get the most likes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's sort of, I'll just use the phrase, everything just seems so dumbed down.
Oh, it is. Well, look at the average movies. I mean, you know, like
Oh, God,
Fast and
yeah.
Furious, and you know,
Well,
so many sequels of this and that, and just
I said this about Top Gun, you know, the Top Gun Maverick. You know, the cinematography was fantastic, the sound was fantastic,
sure.
but the plot was just like,
Well, the plot in the original was almost non-existent. So
yeah, but at the
that whole Russian thing with the MiGs, without starting any kind of major war, give me a break. That was a joke.
But again, even back then, it was groundbreaking in terms of the cinematography. Again,
Oh yeah, Tony
It was-
Scott had some great stuff. Unfortunately, he had to kill himself because he was just unhappy guy.
Screwed
you know?
up. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And yeah, as I had said, superhero movies. Why don't they go away, please? Yes, I mean, the Marvel, what's it, Marvel Cinematic Universe they call it.
Yeah.
I mean, haven't they sort of
MCU.
milked that to death? I mean,
Oh yeah, I know.
I remember Christopher Reeve back, Superman. That it was cheesy then, but it was sort of cool cheesy.
Well, it's also Richard Donner, so there's some good comedy in there and stuff. So it was pretty good overall.
And the original Batman,
Yeah.
Batman and Robin, and then Wonder Woman and the $6 Million Man and was it $6 Million Woman? I can't remember.
Bionic Woman.
Bionic
Bionic
Woman.
Woman.
Yes.
Jamie Summers.
Again, they were cheesy as hell.
Yeah. Especially when the Bionic Sasquatch was fighting the Bionic Man.
Hey, don't diss that.
I knew
That was the only credible bit in it. No, but it wasn't pretending to be anything other than it was, and it was harmless.
Yeah.
No kid came away watching those sort of programs thinking I'm going to go and kill someone. They came away going, oh yeah, I fancy Jamie Summers or whatever she was, whatever her name was.
Yeah,
or,
Jamie Summers.
I want to be the $6 Million Man, and it was harmless.
Right.
It was just purely entertainment. There was no other message other than this is goofy. It's
Yeah.
fun.
Remember the fembots? She had to attack the fembots.
Yes. Oh, God, yeah. It's
My favorite for the $60 million man was the
Stepford Wives Mark II.
Yeah, basically they had the Doomsday Machine, which is basically like a dune buggy with a little metal top on it.
Yeah.
And it was just like this unstoppable machine, but like you could just turn it over.
Yeah. And also the hang on, sorry, I'm just going to post a link. Things like and again we've mentioned Space 1999, all this sort of just harmless, absolutely harmless. Whereas the way they've sort of taken the Marvel universe, I mean they're obviously trying to sell a message, but it's not intended for people like me because I just find it tedious and I just can't watch.
Well, the original ones, like the Iron Man ones and stuff, are a little bit different. They slowly changed over time. If you watch like the original Iron Man 2, they're not quite. They're a little more edgy. There's some humor in there and stuff. And Guardians of the Galaxy has some of that too. But some of the other ones are just like, oh boy, where are we going with this?
Yeah, exactly.
Because I have friends who are massive. I don't know shit about comic books. I have friends. The only reason I know about some of them is because of Kevin Smith movies. And some friends who are way into comic books and stuff, and they talk about all this comic stuff. But
Again, perhaps you can educate me here, because obviously, we've had comics here in the UK for a long, long time. And as a kid, when I was growing up, it was basically the Dandy or the Beano were the go-to. And then a new comic came out, which was 2000 AD. Which was absolutely groundbreaking.
Judge Dredd.
Yeah, the artwork was great. The humour was surprisingly adult.
Did you see that Dredd movie, by the way, with Carl Urban? That was pretty good.
The Carl Urban one, yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right, yeah.
Right? It was like
bad at
it's
all.
dark and nasty and...
I don't think I saw the one with Sylvester. Was it Sylvester?
Yeah, that was silly.
Yeah.
Had like clothing designed by Versace. And
that's the only one I've seen.
No, check out the one with Carl Urban. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the comic was still more gritty than that.
Yeah.
It
Well,
was
even some of
very-
the stuff like who's the guy who did Sin City?
Oh yeah.
God damn, what's the guy's name? 300 Sin City. What's that guy's name? The artist. Someone in the chat knows. And he did a thing called Hard Boiled, which is one of the most violent comics I've ever seen. It was insanely cool. Check out Hard Boiled if you haven't seen that.
Yeah.
Frank Miller, there you go. Thanks to the original synth. Frank Miller's Hard Boiled is nuts.
But we generally speaking, I don't think we really got the Marvel comics here. maybe some geeks did, but they generally weren't.
Were they banned or something like that, or for
No,
violence?
no, they were-
just
no,
don't
they were
think
here.
Oh,
They
okay.
weren't
They
a
were
big
here.
thing, though.
Because you guys had Tales from the Crypt of Vault of Horror. That was pretty violent shit, right? And
Yeah, well, no, the Marvel comics were available here. It's just that there wasn't the, what's the word?
The collective interest
Yeah,
or the mass interest.
yeah, there wasn't a mass interest in it. It was more.
I mean, what was the one that
It was-
did
it was
Roy,
more- it was
had
quite
Roy of
niche.
the Rovers? There was a comic.
Ah.
Was it TV something or other?
Oh, yeah, no, you. Was that the TV Weekly thing?
So, it was something like that.
Something like that,
I'll
wasn't
look
it?
up.
Yeah, I would check it out. And then of course we had Viz, which kind of reshaped comics altogether, for us anyway. And it was
in Tiger originally.
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, Viz became, the reading matter.
well, it's funny when they went from
Must
comics
have.
to graphic novels. Don't call it a comic; it's a graphic novel.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe. But it's a comic. No, but it's a graphic novel. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's a comic. Yeah, yeah. And it
It's
just-
like, no, he's not a
Guys-
garbage man. He's a sanitary engineer.
Yeah, but he's a garbage man. But he is a sanitarian,
Yeah.
But he's a garbage man. Yeah, and it was that graphic novel comic thing as well.
Well, there was one comic that I did read which was American. I just can't remember the name. It was sort of quite sick and dystopian.
Okay.
Probably and dated back to, I think, probably the 60s.
Yeah, I
It's
pretty much stuck
really,
to books
really,
like.
really famous. It's a really famous comic, and I just can't.
I read like Stephen King and Isaac Asimov and stuff like that, and,
Yeah,
and
I
tons of
read
movie
those.
magazines. I was a big Fangoria fan and Cinefantastique
Yeah.
and Starlog magazine and all that kind of shit.
Because we had a great science magazine here called Omni.
Yeah, Omni was popular here too. Isaac Asimov.
Yeah.
They always had some weird, fringy stuff in there too.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, one of my friends kept showing me this stuff. I go, dude, that is not science. There's nothing in this article that is science. All right, stop.
Yeah, it's got
stop
a
saying.
little bit out there, a little bit beyond the fringe. Yeah.
He was more of a finance guy. He didn't know shit about science. So
Just trying to see what the. Can't that. Was a satirical American comic book series or comic series? They also did comic books as well. They'd always have, you could fold the back page or the front page and, get a naked woman.
Oh right, okay.
like a Vargas kind of thing.
No.
I was quite a fan of the Eagle.
Mad. Thank you. Arminius. Mad.
Oh, Mad magazine.
Mad magazine. That was it. Yes.
Ah, of course.
Oh, Mad Magazine.
I
Yeah.
used to
Oh, yeah.
read that as well and had a couple of their books. And
Oh, they're great.
I thought that was good because it was really sort of counterculture. It was really taking the piss.
They always had good movie puns in there, takeoffs and
Yes.
cartoon. Don Martin cartoons and
Yeah. Thank you.
the
Arminius,
foldouts.
and-
You had the foldouts where you fold it to do artwork and stuff. You can.
Yeah, you could fold the cover in and go, oh, look, the woman's arse. Or
Yeah, like it's a
that
bunch of
sort
guys
thing.
shooting up and stuff, and then
Yes.
it said something about dope, and then you fold it and it's a skull.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I actually really like. I mean,
They're great.
Once I stopped reading the Beano and the Dandy.
There's a bunch of
sort
Jewish guys from New York. I think
2000 AD and
Yeah.
Mad that I
Yeah.
read. Yeah.
it's fun stuff.
Because we used to get. Because I remember the first Viz magazine I got, or comic, I should say.
Yeah, that was brutal as well.
And he had
yeah.
Roger Melly on the telly. The Fat Slags. Do you remember the Fat
Yes.
Slags?
What's his name with the huge testicles?
Yes. Oh, it's just funny. But I like the made up readers' letters in the back.
Yeah.
It was basically smutty schoolboy humour.
Yeah,
Well, great names too, like Fester, Bester, Tester, and
Yeah,
No.
I mean, some of them got towards the end they were getting really. Oh, they'd drawn the line in the sand and they'd just stepped over it and took a shit. Basically, they really pushed the boundaries.
one of my funny images as a kid I still have. We always had exchange students staying with us from all over the world, and one time I come home from school. My mom is cooking Indian food with Indian exchange student, and one of the guys that came with him was an adult, and this guy was a Sikh, so he had his turban on.
Yeah.
He's laying on our living room floor, reading my brother's Mad magazine, laughing his ass off.
Yes.
And it's just
Yeah.
a hilarious image as cross-cultural stuff,
Yeah.
Mad magazine.
Yeah, but you see, there's not that many differences as we think or we are taught, even.
Yeah.
Between a lot of cultures and a lot of backgrounds. There's always the extremes, and there always will be the extremes. But generally, down the centre, all pretty much the same.
Yeah.
So,
Well, I mean, where I used to live, there was quite a large Sikh community, and I'd loved the Sikhs, and the food, the culture, absolutely fantastic, and also
Yeah.
had quite a lot of former Gurkhas who were the nicest people I've ever met.
Mm.
But I would never want to meet any of them in a dark alley if I was being a bit leery.
mm.
Incredible people and culture.
Do you know what? I'm just going over this track that I wrote today in my head, and do you know what? I don't think there's anything original about it at all.
Hey, this doesn't stop a lot of people on the radio these days. So
Yeah, no, because what I think I've done is I've got bits of other tracks all sort of mishmashed together in some way.
You'd probably get a number one out of that then.
Oh no, there's no rhythm for a start. It's
Have you
slow.
listened to any modern music these days?
I thought it was all a bit boomtish, wasn't it?
No, it's all over the place
Yeah.
these days.
yeah,
And it's got these sort of like big sort of who would you say? Not Morricone, kind of John Barry kind of chords and things like that. So it's all a bit.
got brass in there.
No, it's a basic skeleton at the moment
Hmm.
of just some chords, bit of lead. Well, the lead's on here. But it does that kind of almost like Bond-esque kind of chord system, but the lead is very sort of sort of like a funky jazz kind of thing. It's a real mix mash, but it seems to be little bits of every other song on the planet.
But what's wrong? But what's wrong with that? I mean,
Yeah.
you know,
When you're a fan of stuff and you have a lot of influences, it's hard not to do that.
Well, yeah,
also
this is
you
it.
only have a limited number of notes and a limited number of chords.
Mm.
So, you know, if it's inspired by, so what?
Yeah, I mean, a layman might look at this and think it's not so much inspired as just ripped off.
I mean, everything I make sounds like John Carpenter, Tangerine Dream, and a bunch of other shit that I was surrounded by, and that I can't help it. It's just stuck in my head.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Well-
if someone accused me of sounding like Jean-Michel Jarre, I'd be really, really happy.
What do you mean
Yeah.
French?
Yeah.
Yeah. Bonjour. I sound like Jean-Michel Jarre. No, yeah, it's weird because I suppose it's a personal thing because, like, you know, Andy, you sort of talking about all these people you're into, and I'm going, yeah, that's nice to be associated with.
Yeah, like you sound like Vangelis, and that's great because he's amazing.
That's my man.
Hey,
Hey,
good
Rich.
evening, Mr. Hilton.
Right, darling.
Hey guys.
How was your
Yeah, good.
coach trip?
Oh, where have you? How many hours have you sat in the coach today? Then
All right. So, what's today? Saturday? Friday, we left the hotel in the morning and spent about 6 hours driving to Swansea in traffic. And then we played a concert in Swansea. And then we got back in the bus and we drove what amounted to about 12 hours to Inverness, Scotland, which is the top of Scotland.
Yeah.
And we had a few hours in a hotel, which is where I am now. And then we went and played a concert in Inverness, next to Inverness in Bewley, Scotland, at a festival called Belladrum Tartan Heart Festival. And,
Rolls off the tongue.
doesn't it? And that went very well. And now we're back at the hotel for an hour. And now we're about to get in a bus and go 12 hours back to London.
Oh, man.
Couldn't you fly?
I wouldn't want to. If you offered me the option, I would much rather be doing what we're doing. But probably, but they chose not to. I don't know what kind of airports there are up here
Yeah.
in the north of Scotland.
Inverness has an airport. Aberdeen has an airport.
All
They
right.
tend to have propellers.
Yeah, you don't want
Well-
to take the Buddy Holly Express. So
Yeah.
You know what? You know what? Right now, airports, airlines, and everything associated with air travel sucks.
Yeah.
And anything you can do to avoid that is a blessing, as far as I'm concerned.
Oh yeah.
Unless,
avoiding
unless
the
you're a
great
tiny
unwashed.
horse, isn't it? Unless you're a tiny horse called what was he
I'm
called?
not even-
Flirty.
So I'm polishing off a pizza that they gave me on my way out of the venue.
Oh, you live such a glamorous life, Rich.
You know,
Oh.
it's funny about that. Yeah, and
I was just telling the guys I wrote a track today. And-
Wow.
and- yeah, initially I was really pleased with it. And during the course of the evening, I've been running it in my head and going, well, that bit sounds like that track, that bit sounds like that guy's track, that bit sounds like that guy's track. And I'm just looking at it now going, well, I intended to do something original, and I don't think I have at all.
so you've done a tribute record instead.
Apparently, but to about 300 different people.
Good. Then nobody will be able to identify it, and it's yours.
yeah, as long as it's not a medley, it's okay, right? So
Yeah.
Richard, I watched an interview that you did with was it Original Keyboard?
Keyboard Chronicles.
Keyboard Chronicles.
Oh, was it the Australian magazine?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it was probably one of the best interviews I've seen. It was really.
Wow.
I thought it was. I thought it was brilliant. So hats off to you and those
Thank
guys. I've subscribed to their channel now and
Thank you.
working my way through. It was it was one of those refreshing videos. That
They asked you
wasn't-
questions,
Yeah.
and I tried to answer them.
So, Andy, how's your day been?
I'm sweating. Cod
Graced out.
Great. No, not.
Are you
graced out
used
at
to
all.
this time of night?
Not really. Well, at the weekends, yeah, because this is what happens. I go around on Saturdays. I go around to Grace. It's actually been quite a relaxed day because there was no Ramsey show today. So I'm just trying to work out. I've just downloaded a file, and now I'm trying to work out where on earth I'm supposed to stick the bits. Stop sniggering at the back, please. And,
You shouldn't ask questions like that.
yeah. So right, 1, 2, right click, cut. So I'm just if I don't do it now, I'll forget what on earth I'm doing. So right, videos for YouTube, right, and they go paste. Because we've just done it. We've done a jam tonight. The theme was mallets.
Okay.
So hit sounds, and we've tried to do that sort of thing. Well, so basic electric piano sound and various sort of percussive kind of elements and stuff from bit, and we've done our bit as it is. You know. Yeah. Anyway, and I have decided that that NPC has got 1 week. I have 1 week left with it, and if I don't get on with it any better by the end of this week, and I will try,
kill it.
it will be sold. No, it'll be sold. Because honestly, I did the update today, and then enough. I couldn't get the MIDI keyboard to trigger any sounds, and I was getting so irritated. Of course, Grace solved it in the end. She managed to find out where the MIDI settings were buried, and it's just a frustration. So this thing, which is supposed to be easy to use and intuitive, is about the least intuitive thing I've ever come across in my life. So I'm getting more and more racked off with it as the weeks go by, and it annoys me because the sounds that you got in it, all those nice synth plugins, they sound great, but I'm sorry, it's not worth keeping for that if I cannot get on with it as something to use for music making.
I actually admire these people that I see. I mean, Enki did a stream the other night, and she's got, God knows how many of these type of instruments in front of her with all these blinky lights and and I look at it and I just go, that's my idea of hell.
Yeah, I'd have a psychotic episode with that much.
Yeah, she has 2 circuit mono stations, 2 circuits, and a force, a kite force.
Yeah, everything in double.
Yeah, but it's just sort of, the buttons don't have labels, or if they do, obviously, I can't see them. And all these lights, and you think, okay, I really do understand the concept of sequencers and samplers, and but that interface just makes me want to scream.
I take it
because my brain doesn't work like that.
John Simpson said he's just got the MPC 61. I wonder if having something like that is more more integrated. I don't know. It works automatically, but
what one you got?
Me not having fun. Mine, this one here, MPC 1.
MPC 1, okay.
Yeah, and
because I got the X and I'm having trouble finding the on button.
Well, good. Don't try the force then. It's much more complicated.
Oh God, no.
Oh, is it? Oh, heck.
Yeah.
I've adopted your sound, Richard. Sorry.
Which sound is that?
The that
yes.
one.
The breath flute in the Quake.
I think
it's a playable sound.
Yeah, exactly. Seems to be quite expressive.
It's a playable sound. Yeah. And
so I used it on the lead. Yeah, I used it on the lead on this. I tried to. I thought, oh no, do you know what? I think I might try a flute, and I got a flute out of BBC Orchestra, Spitfire's BBC Orchestra, and it was like, nah, because it's not a solo flute. It's a bunch of flutes. And I go, solo flute, and they go, this is why Ty has so many libraries.
Has what? So many libraries?
Yeah. Ty has a load of libraries because he'll have one for solo flute as well as
but also
an ensemble.
It's one of those instruments that never actually sounds off key. So even if you're not absolutely positioned, you can still make it sound really good.
Yeah, mind you, the way I play it, you can make it sound off key. Trust me.
I'm a flute player, so I still have a hard time with the flute libraries.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's par for the course, isn't it, really?
Isn't it?
It's like when guitarists hear guitars on keyboards, they're like, oh, man.
Well, hell, I do that when I hear guitars on keyboards. But
yeah,
the flute sound, that flute sound is very playable and expressive. Yeah. And in the context of it, that could be effective. Whether it would fool anybody or not, it would be effective.
Actually... Yeah. Ken, I'd be interested. I'd after listening to you play the Spitfire Epic Choirs, original Epic Choirs.
Yeah.
I downloaded it, and
okay.
I've got to say, as a choir patch system, it's really really good. But it would be interesting to hear that played via the Roley, because you can map. Presumably, you can map the articulation from the Roley onto the Spitfire.
No, not really. No, you can do some of it, but a lot of it I don't think you can map. because I think, Richard, you'd be able to back me up on this one. Some of the 5D controls on the Rolly are not assigned to any specific CC.
Oh, right.
I think they can be.
I think they can be, but it's something has to work in between the two and do the what's the word? The translation, if you like.
Doesn't he use Equator
But
as a translator, right?
Well, Equator has one, and Rolly Dashboard would probably provide the functionality you need to do this. It's just time-consuming to get it set up, much like the way Parisi plays contact libraries. In order to do that, you've got to have the same sound loaded on every channel that you want to play. And it's rather convoluted because they don't allow an all channels input. So with a contact instrument, you got to put up at least 6 or 8 of them just stacked up on MIDI channels to make it work.
Whereas
this might be something
with the choir. I think it would be good to be able to, put the ensemble on one articulation and extend the reverb on another, just so you can draw out the choir sounds just by pulling your fingers down or sideways or whatever.
Well, certainly within Equator you could do that, but whether you could do it playing a Spitfire library, I'm not sure.
I haven't had any joy so far, I must admit. I haven't pursued it very vigorously.
Right. You'd have to really...
but where I have attempted it, it come up blank.
Right.
And didn't respond to it in that way.
So,
but I'm sure there's probably some way of locking onto it and being able to do it. But whether it comes across well, different kettle of fish.
Yeah, whether it becomes playable.
Yeah, it's like polypressure on the CS80 Arturia CS80V. It's not smooth, it steps.
I see.
And it doesn't seem to be any way of getting rid of those stepping. So.
Oh, interesting.
So 9 times out of 10, when you're going to do something on the Rise, you tend to lean towards the software that was provided with it for its use, and or the occasional software that seems to respond to it well, like Falcon.
Yeah, Falcon does.
Yeah. I'm actually thinking about trying out that, they call it Massive 6, which is the Andromeda A6.
Yeah.
I downloaded that last night.
I was attracted to it when I heard it, and I'm considering getting it.
Yeah. And so far, because it's not laid out in the factory order with the presets, at the moment I'm finding sounds, and I'm not quite sure whether it really sounds like an Alesis A6, Andromeda A6 or not, because I haven't found any of those, like those first 10 patches that are on all of them, they've got the factories. So I haven't been able to do the actual comparison, because they've changed the names of the patches for obvious reasons.
Well, plus the Alesis came with a lot of terrible presets, to be honest.
Yeah, but
there was a whole bank of just techno trance stuff that was just mundane and.
Yeah, well, what they've done on the UVI software is to categorize the patches. So you have the arpeggiated ones, the evolving or moving pads, and they're all in their own little folder. Mm-hmm. So instead of going from 00 up to whatever, so you don't know where anything actually is, at least in comparison to a throwback to the original.
Right, but for most people, it's easier to find what you need if you're looking for an atmospheric pad.
Absolutely.
There's a folder that says atmospheric pads.
Yeah. So it's certainly a nice sounding synth. There's no two ways about it. And I think that's probably the better thing to do, is to just make it a very nice synth and not worry too much about whether it sounds like what it was apparently cloning.
Yeah.
I only played once twice. What you played sounded kind of like it, so,
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely the essence there.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a very digital sounding analog synth anyway. So
My problem with it is, the OS was unfinished. It glitched while I was using it a couple times. Hard reboot,
yeah.
which is a known issue. Also, the encoders are shit, so they don't track that
Tell me
well.
about it.
And I even noticed on a couple presets, whether they're mapped this way on purpose or not, a single encoder turn was doing multiple parameters, and that sucks too. Who wants that?
Yeah. Well, you see,
So-
But Yamaha made that a feature in their montage.
yeah. But the thing is,
They
right,
did.
I mean,
everybo-
sometimes it could be good, I guess, but yes.
everybody calls those those encoders on the Elises. They call them encoders. Then,
They're
but they're not.
pots.
They're pots.
Are they
And
actually
not only
pots?
that, yeah,
No.
they're
The
actually
trackpad
pots.
look like encoders.
They're sealed pots and they're cheap pots.
That's why.
And you used to get this
Hi
jitter
again, Rob.
doing all this business.
Hi,
Right, dear.
Hello
Hey,
there.
Rob.
Can I-
Can I,
First
Wine
things
run
first.
out. Pub's
can I say
closed.
hi, Ollie?
Robert.
We've met before.
Oh.
He's gone. Hi, Ollie.
Oh,
I was just about to
You just
tell.
offended him.
I clearly haven't. I'm
I
good
was
at
just
that.
about to tell Ollie what a freaking legend he is.
well, go on then.
Oh, there you go.
Hello, sir.
Well, you wait, because I want to say hi, Ollie. We haven't met before. We haven't chatted, so I'm going to say hi, Ollie.
How you doing?
I can
Hey,
say
Ollie.
it now, Ollie. You're a freaking legend, mate, for sorting that. Well done.
I'm just done, yeah. This was it. I was just playing around with the. I was asking Robbie earlier about the RX-7,
Oh,
about a backlit mod on it, and I just realized that those Arduino LCD displays just do exactly that.
Yeah.
And it's the same displays. It's the same pinout on that is used on the DX7 as well. Because I stupidly bought a mod for my DX7 that was about like 40 quid or something like that. And these things are, what, €3 on eBay?
I thought the DX7 displays were a standard pinout based on the Hitachi chipset.
They are. I just didn't do my homework. Really. Yeah. So yeah, it's they're about $3 on eBay. So don't buy these kits. It's just they have two extra pins. So the standard ones are 14 pins. These ones are 17. So you just tie ground, which is pin 1 to pin 16, and pin 2 to pin 15, and that's it.
My RX-17 is going to get modded.
ooh.
For
Well, it
£3.
is-
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
It's as simple as it gets.
Yeah,
really.
but that you do have to use a soldering iron, Rob.
Oh, well, that's okay. I can do that sort of stuff. I think. Or I'll just pay Ollie to do it for me.
Famous last words.
No.
Oh, dear. No. Well, the thing is, as I said, the QX5 has the same 2x32
yeah.
display. So and that's backlit. But why the RX-17 was never back? I guess it's just cost. Yeah, they
but
just
if
shaved.
you get a backlit display, it's really easy to find a 3.3 or a 5 volt power rail. And
Yeah.
just tap that off,
Oh,
put
yeah,
a
yeah.
resistor in, and do that for the backlight.
Well, that's what I did with my TX7.
Could have done with a backlight on my RX-17.
I need one on my W30.
I can see
It
a
works on
business.
the RX-11 uses the same pinout as well, and I haven't looked into other stuff, but yeah.
Yeah.
To mention in the W30, that's a Roland device. So it probably will have nothing at all to
I think
do
my
with
RX.
Well, you
that
never
that
know.
will be a custom part if it's Roland.
it will. Yeah, almost certainly. It probably needs to replace the whole display.
Why is that dog barking?
Your voice is low compared with everybody else. Again. Oh, what is going on with this?
Well, you keep disconnecting your mic and your
Tap,
rig.
tap your microphone. Tap your microphone. Oh, it is that one that we're hearing then?
Yeah.
So, all right. Let me just try this set. What did I do with it last time? So, go and guide me through it again.
You went
Audio.
to the
Now, see if I can work it out for myself.
settings, audio.
Stereo audio.
Yeah.
Test mic.
Turn off
mic
automatically.
volume.
Turn off automatically adjust
I
mic
have done it. It's
volume,
on stereo audio.
and then manually
mic
adjust the
volume
mic volume
is at
on
maximum.
the slider.
So what's going on if I do this on here?
Hey, Rob, does that RX-17 have a cartridge?
No.
Okay.
Dumb dog.
I have no idea.
The cool thing about the RX-5 is you can do that cartridge mod from Japan where you can add your own samples.
Yes.
How's
Yeah.
that? Is that any
Wow.
better?
Little.
Yeah, marginally.
I found
no.
a mod for the Roland TR505 that just adds 3 more banks,
No.
essentially. Some Lindrum stuff and others.
Nice. No, the RX-17 was the hybrid of the RX-21 and the RX-21L. Which
There's
was
a game
Latin.
knob there.
Latin,
How's that?
yeah.
So they put the two together and
That's good, Andrew.
I found this one
Right.
locally for about 20 quid, and I didn't even know anything about it. I just bought it.
yeah, no, it's probably if you go sort of down the line from RX-5, RX-17 is about the last decent one, and then of course the 21s. The 21s are okay, but the 17 puts them both together.
I
then
used that
beyond
with I used that with the 505. It depends, because I do those streams where I sort of do covers of those video game tunes with bits of synths and that kind of stuff, but get as close to what the intention was for the hardware. So I find that the 505 is good for 80s stuff, and the RX-17 is good for the 90s stuff.
Yeah,
That's what I
The
use.
RX-21's the Erasure drum machine.
the Erasure one, yeah.
Yeah. I got one for pretty cheap. The local, it's like $100 or something.
Yeah, I picked up an RX-11 a little while back for not a lot of money at all. The only problem with it is that one of the keys double triggers, but that's easily sorted. So, but that's a really I like the sound of that. But the RX-5 is my favourite.
It is nice.
You do so much with that.
Having earlier slagged off the MPC, has anybody had any news about the Live and Sample Trek and when that's likely to land on our doorsteps, those of us that have coughed up the readies?
No updates. I've not seen an update for a little
I haven't
while.
heard anything for ages.
It's like the XFM. You'll be waiting for a while.
Mm.
But still more likely to get it before me and Richard get our Rise 2.
Or before
Oh,
the
yeah.
Osmos comes out. Yeah.
There's,
Yeah, well.
well, because do you remember we were going to have some of the Sonicware guys on the show?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
And they had to cancel, or should I say, had to postpone. But there's been a bit of shall we say, there's been a bit of reorganisation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
But no, I mean, not certainly not in the technical and manufacturing and development side of things. So, I think that certain parts of the business were not aligned with other parts of the business.
Somebody got sacked.
And that's yeah. I can't say any more than that really. But as far as I'm aware,
speculate.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware, it's still on track. I've not heard anything otherwise. I think
Hope
because
so.
I pre-ordered as well. They've had my money.
Yeah,
and
quite.
I trust them. I trust them because
A lot of
they've
people
done stuff.
did, and they way more than met their
Oh, they smashed it.
their
didn't they?
goal. Oh, they were, yeah, absolutely smashed it. So, in that sense, it ought to happen. Are they contractually obliged via this? I've no idea. This is the first time I've ever done what do they call it? And they said Patreon. I don't mean Patreon. What's it called?
Kickstarter.
Kickstarter. Yeah, it's the first time I've ever done that.
Yeah, if you don't get your product, you get your money back.
Right.
Your money is safe. You'll either get a product or you get your cash back.
Well, it depends on the campaign. They're not all guaranteed.
Yeah, this one's guaranteed.
Sonicware are pretty good.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not concerned. We might enter the realms of Rich and Kent, where we might have to wait a little longer than we were told.
Yes.
But I think it will be just a little longer, not a roly longer.
To be honest, if it takes them another year, I'm not bothered.
Yeah, exactly.
Osmos.
Yeah.
Osmos, yes.
Yes.
Mind you, the good thing is, although we are waiting for Rise 2, we still have
You got it bad, Richard.
Rise to fill
These
the
are
gap.
new measurements in time, aren't they?
It's just the original Rise isn't supported by anyone.
But it doesn't matter.
Is it what?
It's a
It's
fall
not
now.
supported.
What do you mean it's not supported?
Well, who's
fight.
maintaining the software? Who's
They're still
maintaining
selling
the
software
hardware?
for it.
Oh, the software's
The,
Are
the
they?
original Rise, you're saying?
Yeah.
Well, theoretically, it is supported. I'm not quite sure what you mean. In other words, the new software that they've released works with the old Rise.
Oh, sorry, I didn't know that. I thought that there was a very clear delineation between the original Rise and what is being
No,
touted
Equator 2
as
Rise
the
is available.
the new one.
All of their software runs on the original Rise.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
Oh, okay.
basically Rowley is still Rowley. There's just been, like Rob said, there's been
Bankruptcy.
a reorganization of the hierarchy.
The only software problem is the Noise app doesn't like the new iOS as much. So
Well, and the Noise app is kind of
Visual
associated
glitches.
more with the Blocks products than with the Rise products.
yeah,
And the Blocks products seem to have been sort of put out to pasture almost. Because
yeah.
I don't see them emphasizing that at all. They've kind of switched to the whole Lumi thing.
Linda Lumi for the educational market.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
And the extent to which they'll actually service your old gear is also questionable. And the way they set up their service, as you've heard me wax eloquently in the past,
Yeah, ship it
is
to the UK.
somewhat
Yeah, there's no depot
somewhat
in the US, right?
disappointing. from wherever you are, even if the shipping cost is 3 times the cost of the repair. And that just doesn't seem fair to their customer base. But
well, the blocks were kind of a threat, weren't they? Really, they sort of like developed their own monster because where a Rise was getting on for a K, you put 2 blocks together and you almost got a Rise for like 400 quid.
you're talking about Seaboard blocks.
Mm.
Yeah,
In other words, the
rather than the
Blocks
little square
products
ones.
Yeah.
were these little square
Yeah, Grace had a
those,
couple of
those
those.
were the ones with all the lights on the.
Well, they're all part of the
front
same
one.
line. Seaboard block and the blocks. Yeah. The control
So
blocks.
yeah, the blocks was an
That block.
addendum to the other.
oh.
The Seaboard block was an addendum to the blocks line,
Yeah.
and the idea was you could configure them in any physical configuration, and they would work because they had these edge connecting things that would
Yeah.
connect.
Yeah, one could be
Yeah.
a mixer, one could be an XY pad. One,
Yeah, but these blocks you can.
And
you
they
can-
could lay out physically any way you liked them. They would
Yeah.
they would join, or if you prefer,
Yeah.
conjoin, from any angle in any edge of the thing.
Yeah.
And I just felt that it didn't really seem. I don't know anybody who uses them except Jack Parisi, who is actually really good on it, Marco's brother. But they don't seem to be emphasizing them at all anymore. And the Noise app seems to be more directed towards that. Though I do use the Noise app with my Seaboards, and there are some things. The Swam.
yeah, the Swamp stuff on Noise is
model
great.
stuff.
Yeah.
What's that?
It's Swamp stuff on there is great. It's cheap.
Yeah, it's cheap and it sounds great. When you play it expressively from a Rowley product, it sounds really fantastic. So
Yeah.
Well,
I keep it around for that mostly. I have it on the iPad I'm talking to you on.
I was tempted with the keyboard that Kent's holding, and I was about to buy it when they went bust. So, but I still think that's a good entry point into
Yeah.
that technology.
But here's why I disagree. It doesn't feel half as good as the Rise product, and the 24 keys rather than 25 keys limitation is maddening if you don't have more than one of them.
Yeah, but you can play.
And
One advantage is
But
a
it doesn't
flatter
feel-
top.
it
The
doesn't
keys have a
feel
flatter
like-
top though, which is one good thing.
Yeah. But what's
and they're much. It's the pressure doesn't feel even similar. It's a completely different playing experience,
Yeah.
and I just prefer the Rise. And I've got them both,
But
and
some
I've
people,
played.
well, some
on
people were
people's
putting
records
2
with
of
this
these together, where they're magnetic.
Right.
Two together.
Yeah, I did that. It works okay.
Yeah, see, you nearly got, apart from the playing experience, if somebody's
The
just
rib-
doing beats and shit and whatever on it, it's sort of like you almost got a Rise, but for less than half the price of buying a Rise.
The ribbon doesn't work as one thing. The ribbon works as 2 separate things when you put them together.
Yeah, true enough.
In other words, the space underneath the
There's a
keys
gap,
and
yeah.
above the keys
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't work as one thing when you.
And you're
put
missing the sliders on the
multiple
XY pad too. So
Yeah, and you have to turn one on before you before you plug it, otherwise you can't reach the button.
Don't get me wrong. I would love a proper Rowley keyboard. I just can't justify it because of all the other keyboards I have.
Oh, you
Well,
can.
the point is that it doesn't feel like anything else you've got. The Seaboard block doesn't feel like the Rise,
Yeah.
And the whole point of the thing is the way it feels to play it and how expressive it can be once you get a handle on it. And none of your keyboards do that. So that would be the difference.
No, I absolutely get that, but it's the cost justification, because I'm still sort of thinking, it would be nice to have a keyboard with I don't know, Poly Aftertouch that Robbie is still lusting after. You know, it's Hydrasynth Deluxe. You know, it's sort of.
Well, I can't speak to whether or not the Hydrasynth Deluxe is going to change your life, but I can speak to the fact that the Rollei Seaboard Rise changed my life.
Yeah.
And it's hard to put a price tag on that.
Yeah, everyone who's got one who is a player absolutely swears by them. You know, I can't fault that, and I think the technology is really, really impressive.
There's lots to. I mean, I can get crabby about them, but the playing experience is so inspiring to me that the Seaboard block doesn't really get me there, and for a lot of reasons. And I understand the economics of it, and that's probably why I bought one too. I wanted to see how it would travel and how it would go, but it didn't travel that well, and
oh dear,
I just don't enjoy playing it anywhere near as much as the Rise. And I don't enjoy playing any other MIDI keyboard as much as the Rise for most things that I have to do.
Yeah.
What does it actually control then? That pad, is it just like breath type of stuff, or is it just whatever you assign it to?
The sounds that are supplied with the software that they make are really, really varied. Okay. And the Equator product has a combination of sample-based and also various synthesis methods, and you can combine them across oscillators. So you can have a sample-based oscillator, a granular-based oscillator, a quote-unquote pseudo-analog, virtual analog oscillator. And I think you get 6 of them. So you can combine sounds out of all of these sources. And the sample libraries actually sound really good and are easy to use. Yeah. So patch creation, if you want to go there, in Equator is pretty varied. And the synthesizer products, Strobe 2 and Cypher 2, are both really, really, I enjoy them.
Yeah, they're great programs.
They're fantastic. Are they going to replace your Hydrasynth? No. But they sound great, and they're very playable from the instruments. And I like the way you can modify sounds in them, and you can assign any one of those 5 axes to multiple parameters in differing amounts very easily, so that you can control different things with one motion, but not at the same, so that you can get each thing you're asking it to control can have its own depth in terms of how the parameter is affected by the thing you're using. So, and as we started, I think you weren't here for this, Ollie, but in the beginning, Kent was kind of lamenting the difficulty, or perhaps he was responding to somebody lamenting the difficulty of using one of these things with Spitfire libraries, which may in fact be difficult. I don't know, but it can be a little more complicated when you're going outside of their software world to control other things. But people do it effectively, and some people are starting to provide MPA compatible patches in their software, like you in Falcon. All that said, I got to go, guys, because I have 10 minutes to wrap all of this thing up and get downstairs into a bus. So if by the time I'm on the bus, you guys are still here and we're rolling down towards London, I'll be back in whatever. But if not, everybody have a good night.
Have a safe journey. It's a shame you're travelling in the dark, because actually it will be a beautiful journey in the daytime going down through that part of Scotland.
We travelled up here today.
So you've already seen it. You have seen it.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. Absolutely.
So you're right next door to Loch Ness, so you can go and have a quick look, see if you spot the monsters. It's joyous up there. I love it. We
played it at Loch Ness about 8 years ago for a festival called Rock Ness. And I like to joke that she was waving her tail in the air like she just don't care. At the end of good
yeah.
So it's beautiful up here. I'm very impressed. It's funny. My friends from Glasgow like to talk about it like it's the Boondocks and these people are unsophisticated. But I'll tell you, this was a great audience, and I love this area. I think it's fantastic.
It is. It is. I love going up to that part of the world. It fills my heart with joy whenever I go.
Well, and thanks for the
spiritual
recommendation.
journey. But I'll get some sleep on the way down then if you've already seen it.
Well, there will definitely be some of that going on, but I'll be up for a while.
Well, a safe journey.
Probably knock back one drink before I hit the bunk.
I'll have two. Go on, have two. Go on, push the boat out.
We've got plenty on the bus, so can have two if I want to.
It's a tour bus. I mean,
Oh yeah, it's a really tricked out Mercedes Sprinter. If you're still using the same buses.
No, but this is a Beat the Street tour bus, double decker with
This is a proper one.
a giant number of bunks and all these large lounges to sit in, and
No hot tub in the back.
it's pretty-
does it say chic in big glittery letters all the way down the side?
No, it says Beat the Street because they're the company that provides. Actually, just incidentally, tour buses were really hard to get this year, and the only reason we were able to get these is because of the canceled Foo Fighters dates.
Oh, wow. Yeah, well, that's
Sort of, dark side to the whole thing. But anyway, if you're still around when I get on the bus and we're rolling, I'll be back, and if not, I'll see you guys soon.
Right,
take care, Richard.
Cheers, Rich.
See you again,
Good
Rich.
seeing you.
Yeah, Richard.
Always good.
What a gentleman he is.
He is.
Absolutely.
True, yeah.
So one good thing about the equator stuff, the really elaborate patches, with the expression and the crazy layering and good quality sounds and stuff, it's the closest thing I've heard to VP1 expression.
Yeah, there is a certain degree of that, certainly. I must admit, though, I would love to be able, because with the Spitfire libraries, you've got that quality,
Yeah.
and to be able to get the expression onto the rise would be pretty cool. I mean, you can do it, but you'd have to do it like with a shitload of controllers up one.
Yeah,
end.
yeah.
So it can do it, obviously, but to be able to do it in a more, it's like I wouldn't say natural way, but a more.
Would be more like that Divisi thing. Remember Divisi with the rack mount and the
Yeah.
controllers?
Yeah. So to be able to do it more as you play, that would feel more natural. Put it that way.
Perhaps Rob needs to get someone from Spitfire back on the PSN show, and you can discreetly say, "Have you thought about doing a specific configuration for the Rolly Rise?"
Probably not, based on the amount of rises.
Yeah, it's a small
It'd be a
audience.
shitload of work for a tiny, tiny, tiny market.
How many did they sell?
Pass. There ain't that many. I mean, me and Rich got one.
That's two.
Q. Yeah.
I mean, if guys like Thomas Dolby and so forth adopted them, they would have more clout. So
Yeah, there needs to be like this big record come out with one of them featured on it, and it'd be fine,
But they don't make music videos like that anymore with product placement of synthesizers, do they?
I
It's
know,
all
I
just
miss it.
And Robbie, who was the
scantily
guy
clad
that
women
they did the Akai tweak for? Who was the guy who did the Akai? He pushed Akai to make a special feature.
Oh, Robbie Williams.
Yeah. So that kind of stuff. You need a
Or
guy
as
to
the
push-
Japanese thought,
Robin
Williams.
Robin Williams.
Yeah.
Nanu. Yeah.
No,
Mrs.
it's like-
Doubtfire, really?
What's the name?
That's what they couldn't understand. They couldn't understand why Oscar-winning actor and comedian had an S6000. No, it's Robbie Williams.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Landscape. Landscape.
What about him?
Yeah.
Richard
Einstein a
James
Go-Go.
Burgess.
Einstein a Go-Go.
Um,
Massive Roland promotion.
Oh, God, yeah.
Every single bit of kit was Roland and listed on the back of the record as well, wasn't it?
Yeah.
The good old
Well,
days.
Yes, did that on the 90125 album, didn't they? They listed all the gear.
Yeah. Well,
It was the done thing.
Fair
And
light.
certain
Fair
people,
light.
certain people said
Fair light.
No
No
Fairlight.
synthesizers.
No Fairlight. Or no
That was
synths,
Queen. No synthesizers.
Oh, that was Night
Yeah.
at the Opera.
And I
Yeah,
think,
and then
Oh,
you
look at
get
that.
And Sheer
Queen,
Heart Attack.
Queen the Works. Yeah, well, yeah, Queen the Works comes out, and it's just ridden with Fairlight, that
Yeah.
album, and guitar.
Ollie's
synths.
projecting at the moment. Look at that.
Oh,
Yeah. How'd you get on with that?
Which one is it?
oh, muted,
that's the-
muted, Ollie.
That's the Roland. Yeah, you
That's
used it.
Akai. That's Akai.
That's an Iwi, right?
Yeah, it's an EV.
It's a silver one.
You were talking about expression earlier on, and I got my this thing this year, and I made a flute. Sorry, I made a flute sample library for a piano book a while back, and it sounds absolutely horrendous.
Piano book's great. Yeah.
On the keyboard. And then I used it with this, and I scripted the for the breath control to be enabled and that kind of stuff. And suddenly it just turned on.
Yeah.
Like if you're talking about expression, this thing is just magical. It really is. There's
Which
a steep
model is
learning
that?
curve because the octave jumps are done by these guys
Yeah.
here.
Which model
one
is that?
It's the EV 5000. Yeah.
Yeah, I briefly had a 4000, but it went wrong, so it went back, and I never replaced it. But
It's
it takes a bit of getting used to using the thumb on
yeah.
those wheels.
Yeah. The octave jumps are kind of tough to get, even for a flute player. It's just because you're just used to breathing louder, essentially.
Is it set up for saxophonists though?
So yeah,
Really?
you can
Yeah.
pretty
You can
much
set it as
set the
clarinet,
fingering
sax.
Yeah,
however
clarinet and sax
Yeah.
fingering. Yeah.
and I
But it
had
doesn't have the
set-
fake reed like the WX5, right?
No.
Yeah. That's the full sax
Well,
experience.
but if you take the mouthpiece off, it does have a sensor there for tonguing.
Yeah. You do need to press on this.
Really?
Like it's not just a
You
matter
can
of
bite it, right? Is it a bite thing?
Yeah, there's
Yes.
a biting element to it. Yeah, and yeah, it's sensitive as well. So
Stop it,
Tonguing
Robbie.
and biting, I'm sorry.
Stop
I'm
it,
finding
Robbie.
it difficult to resist.
no.
It's long after hours.
You need to learn woodwind. That's all I'll say.
Oh dear.
Yes, welcome to After Dark.
But it's a worthwhile investment if you're looking for expression. It's truly magical.
I preferred the 4000 over the 5000. I think I don't know whether it was a mass weight type thing, but the feel of the 4000 for me as a former clarinet player just felt more natural. But I do like the Yamaha as well.
What's a former clarinet?
That's someone who used to play clarinet and then
No,
started
Bo.
smoking really heavily.
A former player, not a former I thought it was a typical a
Yeah,
type of
in the
clarinet.
previous life, Sass was a clarinet.
The amount of
I had a lot of wood. That's all I'll say.
Hey, you got blown all the time. That's good, right?
Oh, stop
Exactly.
I must admit, I
Tongue
do.
my reed.
Oh, I must admit, I do miss the Irish lilt. You sound just like my mum.
All you need is the dress, Ollie.
That's not
it.
weird.
So-
That's
that
not weird
sounded
at
wrong
all.
in
is it?
every possible way. I've played. You were talking about smoking clarinet. I've played the Irish music for about 30 years now at this stage in live environments. Every single flute player and top flute players I've played with were all heavy smokers. I don't know how they do it, but they're able to get this amazing tone out of their instrument. I won't say flute, and and
Bone
they're
in your flute.
heavy smokers.
It's the wheeze along with the flute. Yeah,
Well, it's
Yeah, it's the extra harmonics.
Yeah.
I find it funny that I played all the different recorders, clarinet, bit of sax, and I bought a flute, thinking, "Oh, this will be easy." Fucking hell, that's a difficult instrument to play. It's. I mean,
Is it one
not-
of those?
There's a
Or
certain
silver
detach.
flute.
No,
Oh,
I no,
is
I
that just
got
the
a
one with? Oh my word!
That black lens.
silver Boozy and Hawks flute.
Bloody dog hairs up here.
It'd be the dogs, Kent.
So even when you're
But
cleaning
it's-
hairs off it, it's expressive.
The flute is a very challenging instrument to play
Yeah.
because there are so many factors to take into account.
The fact that you can't see what your hands are doing.
Well, it's not just that. You know, the angle you hold the flute,
just as
how
well.
you rotate
Yeah,
it in front of your mouth, how you shape your mouth in order to get the air to. It's
How many
it's
legs you have to stand on to play.
Have
an
you ever seen
instrument.
Lizzo
Exactly.
play a flute? She's fucking brilliant on the flute. Is Lizzo?
Who's
Lizzo?
Lizzo.
Who's Lizzo? Oh Jesus, come on! You've not heard of Lizzo?
I've heard of Jesus.
But
Lizzo
I've even heard the
is
phrase
like
"come
one
on"
of the
being used before
biggest
as well. But
How's
R&B
it
artists in the
spelled?
last few years.
L-I-Z-O.
L-I-Z-Z-O.
R&B in front of it. Oh, that's why. I
she's a
don't know.
one of a
Sorry.
kind, though. You can't use her as
Oh.
a
Oh,
credit.
she's a well-built girl.
Incredible.
Yeah.
She's just all of that mass is talent. She is just incredible. And she's a brilliant flautist.
So she
Just-
sings and raps. She's an actor.
He's
a
put
voice
Wiki link in
performer.
already. Well done, Sass.
body activist and flautist,
Yeah.
superb.
She's doing all this mad stuff like dancing while playing the flute. Like she has amazing cardio. To be fair, for somebody.
And recently, I only found out this recently because before she became sort of a thing and famous, she was playing all around like Minneapolis, and Prince mentored her for a little while before he passed. I read an interview recently where she says, like, that's what she strives to do, is to every day to make him proud. And that didn't surprise me at all, because she's just super talented.
Oh, she
And
calls
plays a mean
her-
flute.
She calls her flute Sasha.
Does she?
Sasha flute. And she started playing flute as a child.
Oh yeah, she's no slouch in that department.
Oh, this is Jeremy.
I don't think I've ever named an instrument
What?
in my life.
Yeah.
Other than you fucking bastard. Work.
Hey, Ollie, before I forget, I know you spent money on the Iwi, but also look at the Silphio from France. It's amazing.
The what?
It's called Silphio, Sylphyo. And that guy, Pedro Eustache, does stuff with it, and it's insane. I have one. It's really good. Incredibly expressive. It's like Roly 5D in a air device, in a wind device.
There's a
'Cause
few
you can roll it, you can pitch it, you tilt it. You can use the thumb thingy on it. There's an
thumb
axial
thingy.
rotation and axial movement in and out, and it's just
With your thumb.
It sounds very complex for a...
well, like any instrument, you learn it, right? It's performance.
Yeah.
But
it looks
it's
like
incredibly
almost like a Duke or something.
it's deceiving. It looks like a silly, it
Yeah.
looks like a double reed kind of silly thing, but it's really amazing. It's a
Double
Bluetooth
reed silly
wireless.
thing like an oboe.
It's actually no, it's better than Bluetooth. It's custom Wi-Fi through a little box, but it's
Bluetooth
super
wireless.
fast.
I don't know about the response time though. That would throw.
No, I misspoke. It's actually, I talked to the guy at NAM. It's actually not Bluetooth. It's a custom Wi-Fi,
Okay.
really fast, and full MIDI support, and you don't have to use their apps with it. There's also built-in sounds that are basically physical modeling, just like the Anima Phi. So the expression is there.
Oh.
No, I have to
Sassy
buy
David's
one.
demanding a link from you. He expects
Yeah,
you to
I've-
have the links all ready to hand to go like that.
I've already put it in.
Bottom line, how much?
Have you?
Yes.
Yeah, he's put it in.
We've got Wikipedia Lizzo.
No, there's...
Oh, there it is. No, it's just popped up. Sorry. AODO shops.
What's that?
No,
Little-
that's the second one I've put in. I've put 3 links in. One was the Wikipedia link to Lizzo. The second one was the StreamYard link. And the third one is for the Silphio.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lizzo's kind of a
Just shown at the
controversial
bottom of my
figure,
chat,
right?
that's all.
Isn't Lizzo?
Oh god, the whole spaz thing. Yeah.
The whole what thing?
So one of the last but one singles or something, there was a line in there, and I apologise if this offends anyone, but I'm only going to use this word to simply describe the offending article. And she used the word spaz, and in America, the word spaz is commonly used as a descriptor for just letting loose, going wild, cutting crazy. It doesn't have the same
spaz out.
connotation.
Exactly.
It doesn't have the same connotation as we do
It's to spaz
over
out.
here, which is an abbreviation. of
When I was in school, it was a common term. It wasn't. People didn't freak out about
Yeah.
it. So.
So she wasn't aware of this, and she was made aware of this, and she immediately re-recorded that lyric, changed the lyric, re-recorded it, but and sorted it.
Dad, God damn it.
Hi, David. Are you struggling?
What
You're
part
looking
of
a
the
bit.
house are you in now?
It's in the cellar.
Oh,
Oh,
he's gone.
He's in the cellar trying to get that
We
death
love
machine
you,
off
David.
of Cleo.
Clear the windows weren't fixed. It's very dark in there.
What was that Japanese or what is that Japanese instrument that is about this long and has a little ball at the end, and you run your finger up and down the neck?
Tomatone.
A tomatone, that's it.
Yeah, I have one of those. Are silly. They're fun.
Yes, they are. They're very silly but fun. Yeah.
Why do you have one of those, Andy?
Because he's got everything that's.
Andy literally has
Because
one.
it,
Oh, there you go.
Hey!
There it is.
simply because it
Stupid
exists.
piece of
If
trash.
I have Muku Stomp, I'm definitely gonna have a tomatone.
Oh, play it for us, Ollie. Play it. For us.
No, the
What
batteries
is it?
are dead on
Yeah,
it.
okay.
And,
No,
no, it's
I've got
like
some
the
spares,
kazoo
I'll
to
lend you
me.
them.
It's
It's a ribbon instrument with a little mouth squashy thing to change the.
Yeah, you squeeze the mouth.
Oh, the
It goes
amount
wah,
of times.
it was given to me. I hate everything about it. I have to say.
It's fun. Yeah.
God, the amount of times I've wanted to do that with my Rise. It's just so much effort.
But some people on YouTube have made a YouTube career out of that.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah. Think about that.
Oh, you're missing out there, Ollie. And now you broke it, you'll miss out even more.
No, I'm good.
Well, the funny thing is the useless note flag on the top that does nothing. It just pivots.
Here we go. Here we go. Oh, you did it.
Sorry, Clive.
Good afternoon, morning, evening.
Whoa.
Your
I feel
studio looks a mess.
I'm a mess, man. Every time I come on the show, I last about 5 minutes, and then like something happens, and it's like I just have to go. Got COVID tested again. Oh my god.
And what are you?
Oh, I don't know. The personal one says no, but we got the professional one. Come on, Cleo. They all want to see you. Let's be honest. You're the,
Have you done the sample pack of her yet? Come on.
yes, of
I
course.
want a Clio sample pack.
Yeah, I want an MPE Rolly compatible one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I actually started on one. So
Let me write this down. Rolly compatible.
Yeah, make a note. Good man.
I want a hypoallergenic one, please.
Okay,
She's so gorgeous.
Okay, special one for.
Does she have her own Instagram channel or something? Because if not, she should.
Oh no, we can monetize this thing, couldn't we?
My wife has she runs an Instagram channel for our cats, and like everyone like she persuaded my sister to do one for her new beagle, so that all these animals have their own personal.
And let me guess, they've got way more viewers than ProSynth Network have ever had.
Yeah, it's the cats. I don't care. I subscribe to lots of cat things. Yeah,
We got
if Grumpy Cat, Smudge the Cat became famous, Cleo could be famous.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
got a
did you
little
notice-
collie puppy recently, and I've posted a couple of videos,
Mhm.
and there's more views on these than any composition covers.
Oh,
Yeah, yeah.
It's soul destroying, isn't it?
We'd have to like just have someone throw rotten eggs at us for an hour straight to get
I
anywhere
know, it's
close.
silly.
My most favorite political Twitter account that I follow is Larry the Cat from Number 10 Downing Street.
Well, he's the most sane one in the bloody
Yeah,
house.
exactly.
I remember like early internet days where you would just watch a bird's nest and
Oh,
work
yeah.
all
Oh
day.
yeah,
Yeah, you're like, oh, the bird's back.
Nest cam.
Like that's all you did. You're like working at work.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, dude, the bird's
But
back.
it wasn't a live webcam. It was one that refreshed every 10 minutes, wasn't
Oh
it?
yeah,
It was just
no,
a still
very
image.
vague.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
Big
lot of
feather.
obscurity.
This is a whole area of existence that I've missed.
Lucky you.
I
It was-
think
know
so
where
too,
it
Ken.
was.
You missed snail cam.
Or they'd
You
have
get,
to.
you get a still of this snail, and the next still, fucker's
Hang
gone.
on, Andy, have you ever heard of Hamster Dance?
Oh yeah. The webpage. Yeah.
Mr. Brooks? No, you never heard of Hamster. Well,
Oh,
Jesus, you
that
have
goes
no
back.
idea of the You have
That
no
goes
idea
back
about the
bloody
internet.
Decades
No.
now, doesn't it?
Yeah, flying
You have
toasters.
to do badger, mushroom too.
Oh
no
yeah,
fly-
of course.
no
Yeah,
flying
Weeble.
toasters.
Yeah.
Weeble? Are you not describing B3TA?
No, that's
Yeah.
different.
Oh, that's another great site.
Yeah.
These were internet memes that date back a long time.
Oh, before memes were memes.
Pie.
Yeah.
1999.
Yeah.
Like, oh,
Hey,
yeah.
now, pie.
I do
Me one
remember the
pie.
dancing baby.
Give me pie.
Oh yeah, the dancing baby. Yeah, but no,
Or
Hamster
memes or
Dance.
memes.
Yeah, these are like
Bring it up, Rob.
go to. Yeah.
Is it still? I mean, does it still exist?
It's got to still be there. Yeah. At least the Wayback Machine will have it.
Here we go.
In our days, our memes didn't go viral.
They just
Yeah,
became
no,
viruses.
You literally just.
Everyone in IT knew this
Yeah.
meme and the dancing.
See, I don't
baby.
work in IT. I work
Yeah.
in front of people, human beings.
People.
Do you remember
That's where
them?
you're going.
You
That's where you're
We
going.
didn't have
filthy,
enough time to
filthy
screw
person.
around. We were all
What do you
sitting
think
in our
IT customer service is? It's people everywhere.
Don't like them.
Oh, yeah.
The
We were all
hamster
sitting in little
dance.
cubicles, just like
Yeah.
doing no work. We haven't gotten any better than that.
And that's all it was. Literally, it was
Yeah.
that on repeat.
I have clearly missed out.
You got to do badger, mushroom. That's a
I
Right.
remember now. I
Do that
remember
again.
that.
Sorry, do that again.
Oh,
Badger,
yeah.
badger,
Yeah,
mushroom.
but this was at the start of the internet, and this was
I wasn't
pushing
necessarily there right at the very
HTML
start.
and embedded
This is what we
audio.
really wanted.
Yeah,
We
the
just
start
wanted
of the
stupid
end.
crap. We
I mean,
didn't want-
this and
About
lolcats.
1998, 1999, I got my first
Yeah.
internet connection.
2000ish. Yeah. This is right in that
So-
sweet spot.
Here you go. This is
I found online
oh.
chess and porn, so I was.
Here we go. Are you ready? Are you ready?
All right.
Highbrow and lowbrow. You decide which is which. I don't really care.
Oh, Weeble.
Yeah, this one.
Not bad. Not bad.
What?
Not bad. Hey,
Dude, we gotta start the internet over. We gotta go back.
Mm. Pat.
Oh, this is such an education. That's brilliant. Right. Okay.
Oh, it's so good.
Bad, bad, bad.
How high was
Yeah.
the person?
Oh, anyway, yeah, that's that. The guy behind that is an English guy.
How many views has that?
I hope so.
Oh well, I mean that's only got like
Billions.
119,000, but I mean the original channel had it was
Oh,
just
God, my eyes.
everybody.
Yeah,
That's
but-
it. John T. Picking was the guy behind it,
Johnson.
And-
That's right.
and he did all of his music in Reason, and the whole Reason community is just like, whoa, because he was like a god, and he's like he did everything in Reason, but he was
But
very
do-
clever.
But do you not remember we had programs like Barber Papa
Yes.
back in the 70s?
Yes.
What's so different? I mean, it's sort of blobs on
Well, yeah,
screen
it was
doing
surreal.
things.
It's surreal humour.
Yeah.
Come on.
You said only 119. I mean, that's over 100,000. It's viral already. Like it's.
Yeah, but that's just somebody who's copied the video and put it onto YouTube.
Oh, I
The-
see, yeah.
the Weeble and Bob website. I mean, this was before likes and views
Oh, I get you.
mattered.
Okay.
You know, it
Original
was-
Synth has just put the Lord of the Rings Helm's Deep scene with the Badger scenes restored.
Oh
Was
God,
a classic. So if you can still find it,
yeah.
that means. I mean, I know what Helm's Deep is, but what's
Well, have you not heard of Badger? Badger,
No.
badger, 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 badger,
mushroom.
Yeah, the arms at the sides.
Yeah.
Oh, have we got to play badger for him as well now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, clearly, yes. Please do.
Oh,
Okay,
you got to
ready?
do badgers.
Oh, this is great. This is so great. I'm so glad I came in for this.
I'm glad to make you happy, David.
Don't you think that we
I'm
should?
glad my ignorance serves some purpose.
Oh, this should be it. That's just all the internet should be. This is
Hey,
so.
Seth, put that link in there. I put in the private chat for small, medium, large. That's a funny one too. About Starbucks.
And then, because after Badger, there was Kenya, which was another classic. So here we go. Here's Badgers. Here's Badgers.
Mushroom, mushroom.
All I'll say is baboon.
Forgot about the snake.
And it would just go on and on.
All
and
right,
on.
put up the magic horse.
Oh god.
Magic horse.
All right. I just want to get rid of this. I haven't seen how many views this has got since 2008.
Everybody now, come on, come on, come on.
30 million
my
views.
God.
Everybody in the chat.
30 million views.
We're in the wrong
But
job.
yep, 30 million
Great
views.
base. It is a
from
great base, actually.
But from 2008, this was like 10 years before that it came out.
Okay, so that's 2 million views a year. That's not bad.
It's crazy.
I've got
Have
a
you
look
seen
at my
this? Which one did you want?
That's enough of that one.
Look at my horse.
Amazing Horse.
A million.
It is
They're probably
amazing.
on a.
I got a
Amazing
T-shirt.
Horse.
I got a T-shirt of this.
There you go.
They're probably making £5 per 1,000 views.
Look at my horse is amazing. Give it a lick. At the stroke of its mane, it turns into a plane, and then it turns like a game, and you dug on its wing kick. I'll show you where the lemonade is made. Sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, sweet lemonade, yeah, sweet lemonade. Get on my horse, I'll take you round the universe and all the other places too.
This is fucking genius, this one.
Get on my horse.
It's proper, it's proper European synth pop gone back. That was great. Okay. I can't cope with any more.
Forgive me. I watching that. I just think, imagine standing in a recording studio or a bedroom with a mic or whatever.
Yeah,
That's what you're. Yeah.
And singing that, and thinking, yeah, let's do this.
Did you ever see their?
You're renting. You
What
get
the
flatmates,
hell?
and
you
Well, again,
ever
that would
see
be
their-
Captain today with the horses Winky attacking a woman and then she's dancing.
I mean, how
Yeah,
much
it's
shit
got
do you have to smoke
problems
to do that? You know, it's.
Did you ever see their overdub? Did you see their
1998.
overdub
Harmless
series that they did? They did a one that only the British people would get, but they did an overdub one of Bill and Ben.
Oh god.
Oh no.
Right. With the whole thing with Bill and Ben and all the original music and everything, it zooms in. But instead of getting the old, oh, blah, 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 all that sort of thing, you go, all right, mate. You go, yeah, I'm all right, you dirty skunk. What do you want? You got any weed on you? Nah, fuck off. All this sort of, and it's just hilarious. And then
Now, you
weed.
see, I could understand that if
how
they
many
did it
videos
with,
is in?
if they did it with Mary, Mungo, and Midge. That would have been
Mary,
classic.
Mungo, and Midge.
Look at
Well,
all this.
Hector's house. Well, Hector's house was an acid trip anyway.
Well,
Crystal
yeah.
Tips and
It
Alistair.
was,
Well, the name says it all, doesn't
Yeah,
it? But
yeah.
Look at all those videos.
And
you have.
Jamie and
Yeah,
the
right.
Magic
Oh, yeah.
Torch.
Yeah.
Robbie, the metrics on this channel it's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine how much they're earning.
They have close to 1 million subscribers, so if they're monetized, they're probably making 5 to 6
I hope
There
so.
a month.
1,000 views.
Oh man, it's a collection, man. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
just nonsense, complete nonsense.
It's
You used to find a bunch of stuff like this on Newgrounds. I think Newgrounds is
wow.
It's like, guys.
Right. Anyway, fair gentlefolk of YouTube land, I'm going to disappear and go to bed now. So I will.
Oh dear.
I will say. I will say. There'll be a couple of videos up tomorrow. I mean, Grace has already stuck the video up on her channel. I'll stick it up on mine tomorrow morning.
Cool.
And there'll be the video that I did for the virtual EMOM. Grace has done an even more tarted up version than we managed for the actual thing event, so that's going up on my channel tomorrow too.
Really?
Anyway, yeah, I'll say at that point, see you all. I need to get my beauty sleep, and bloody hell, God knows I do.
Yeah, you do.
So,
Yeah,
I do. Yeah, I know.
Get you later.
I gave up years ago.
It's that Jimmy
Cheers,
puts us
Andy.
all to shame. Anyway, yeah, take care, everyone. All right, Tra!
Yeah.
Bye.
Au revoir. Oh man.
What should I say? I've got £50 worth of Amazon gift tokens. I don't know what to spend it on.
MIDI cables,
How about 50 quid's worth of
a
Amazon
USB
book
hub.
No, I've got plenty of those.
Hey, speaking of crazy British animations, you guys know the Salad Fingers guy?
Oh, Salad Fingers, yeah.
And Burned Face Man and
Yeah.
the Milkman one with the Aphex Twin track where he's murdering all the people and stuff.
I tell you, the late 90s, early noughties were a classic period for surreal animation.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. If you haven't watched Monkey Dust, which was a BBC Three thing from many years ago, Google Monkey Dust and try and find as many videos as you can of that, because it's just seriously the most amazing animated series. Yeah.
But then,
Weird.
didn't South Park come out in the early noughties?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was kind of in that period. Yeah.
There's
Did
a
you
lot of
see
these
Monkey
people-
Bone? That was a weird movie.
Yeah.
Do you remember Finger Mouse?
Finger
Oh,
Finger
yes.
Bobs.
Remember Finger
Finger
Mouse?
Bobs. Yeah.
Bagpuss, Fat Lonely Cat.
Bagpuss was great.
Oh, Bagpuss.
That's surreal. That. Mr. Ben. How to entertain kids every day with an acid trip.
Like that.
The
Well,
Teletubbies
you
was
know,
creepy as hell. That was a terrible show.
Sorry, what was that?
Teletubbies.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
The guy that wrote the Teletubbies theme tune, absolutely minted.
Yeah.
Absolutely, from that one thing.
So
The show is hugely popular.
my wife
But
was
the-
scared to let her kids watch it. I remember. I
The-
was like,
the
it's
th-
okay.
the-
It's okay.
the beauty of something like the Teletubbies was that it could be translated into all different languages.
Yeah.
And
But
it
Jerry
didn't matter,
Falwell didn't
you know.
like it because there was supposedly a lesbian character on there.
There was
They
definitely a
were
gay
sexless.
character. Oh,
They were
yeah.
sexless
They
little
were
things.
completely sexless.
Yeah.
Tinky
they
Winky
were-
Lavender. It was lavender, so it had to be, lesbian. So
There had to be some other deep meaning.
yes.
It couldn't just
Well,
be like.
But
Ma-
I was working at Argos at the time that
Magic
Teletubbies was
Roundabout.
at.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a trip. But I was working at Argos when the Teletubbies was a thing, and fuck me, the amount of stuff that we sold. I mean, the actual cuddly Teletubby things that were like this big.
It made Cabbage Patch dolls look like, rubbish.
I mean, I saw some
SO
crazy
gift
trends.
tokens.
Well, then is it the Windows 7 or the Windows XP backdrop? Is the Teletubbies landscape?
It was
The
Windows
default
XP,
picture
wasn't
looks just like Teletubbies.
yes.
And who was the voice of it was the voice of the sun, was it? Because the sun was a baby's face.
Oh,
the
right.
The narrator's voice in Teletubbies. Anyone? Come on, Kent, you must know this one.
No, I never actually saw it.
It's your mate Toya.
Oh man.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Not Matt Berry?
No, it was Toya.
With my amazing sex pants.
I might be seeing
Gilly's
Toya in September.
Oh, yeah.
JJ's invited me to go down to it's like the last of the Let's Rock, the 80s kind of revival thing.
Yeah.
And they're doing a set, and Toya's on, and I'm actually more
Cool.
excited about seeing Toya than I am JJ. She was a bit of a, what should we say?
Still is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes,
She was
yes.
an inspiration.
Easy on the eyes. Was that the...
Yeah, she was certainly very nice when I was having a nice long
Indeed.
drink with her.
It's a mystery.
Yeah,
It is. Thank God she bought a Jupiter 8, eh?
Indeed.
I mean, how many times have I said it would be great to get her on?
Mm.
She's
and her,
just a hoot.
And Robert. Well, we could
And-
always
yeah,
ask. We could ask
Robert
Jeremy.
Fripp, yeah.
Well, yeah, you got to ask Jeremy. Do
Yeah, we'll ask Jeremy.
But if you watch any of the stuff she puts out on YouTube, you just think, oh God, she's just even better than she was back then.
Yeah.
Such a sense of humour, and she doesn't take herself seriously, and she's obviously having fun. And Robert Fripp, I always imagined him as, really straight-laced, stern,
bonkers.
Almost Kraftwerk-esque in personality. And he is anything but.
He's absolutely mental. In the the nice.
In the nicest way, yeah.
Yeah.
And you sort of think, if you were sat in a bar talking to those two, you would never be bored.
Yeah, well.
Oh dear me.
Jessie's got some stories.
I bet.
Rob's all worn out thinking of Toya.
Yeah. I'm just worn out from being old.
Join the club, matey.
Old. How old are you?
So I woke up this morning.
Feeling a year older.
Yeah.
Sick
No,
on
and
my
I just woke up and got cramp in my left leg and my left calf.
Gout.
Gout.
And eventually kind of managed to stretch it out and that. But for the whole day, it
Hurts
felt
like buggery, doesn't it?
Yeah. So it felt like somebody just whacked me with a baseball bat on the back of my left leg. It was just horrendous. I think, Jesus, all it was fucking cramp.
Yeah.
So
it's a sign of old age, Rob.
Isn't it?
I had
Dehydration.
ocular migraine this morning, and it just
God.
went on and on. And
I cut back my caffeine. I don't get those anymore.
I'd rather cut off my own head.
I mean, I didn't cut it out. I cut it back.
Yeah. No, I would rather cut off my own head than reduce my coffee intake. So I just
That's
sat
really
there
what it
and-
was. I don't get them
Yeah.
anymore. So
No, I get them if I use my iPad in poor light. And it'll
I've,
go bang, and they're off.
I gave up smoking, gave up drinking for a while, and that was easy
God,
enough.
that sounds like hell.
Yeah, that was actually easy enough. Coffee was the hardest thing,
Yeah.
and I've never been able to give up coffee. I tried a few times,
Well,
and the headaches never stop.
I alternate between a caffeinated coffee and a decaffeinated coffee through the day.
I'll wean yourself off.
Well, no, I'm,
Or just
I'm
a
not weaning
reduction.
myself off. I'm just trying to reduce.
Just reduction, yeah.
Yeah, because I drink coffee like it's going out of
So,
fashion.
Yeah, it's funny. I just have the 2 in the morning. Like I say one for me, one for everybody else. But it's just those 2 in the mornings. But I can't give up coffee. It's
one for
I've
me,
tried.
one for Ron. Later on.
I definitely start getting fired up after I have about 2 cups too, and I can feel myself getting really.
The only effect that coffee has on me in the morning is making me want to go to the toilet.
Yeah.
It gets you
Yeah,
moving
is that
first
true?
thing in the morning.
That's
but
mine. That's my coffee.
But look, I'll have my wife will bring me one.
If you just smell
as
it,
my alarm goes off,
Put it back.
she'll plonk the coffee down. So I'll have that one. I'll have another one about 10:30. I'll have another one about 3:00, and that's it. If I don't have it, I don't necessarily miss it. I'll have something else. But
I can't do it in the afternoon. I can't.
Well, one of the worst things I did was buy an espresso
coffee
machine.
per hour. Yeah.
Oh no!
Because once I bought an espresso machine, I was getting up to about 18 of them a day.
Jesus.
Oh, I would wake if I had an espresso machine. I would get up at 5 in the morning just.
Yeah.
I have the
Yeah.
espresso. I would like, man, what time is it?
It's the most beautiful hit in the morning. It's just lovely.
It is.
I love it.
Yeah.
But then I
Is
go,
that-
oh, I'll have another one.
As long as I minimize to 200 milligrams in the morning of caffeine, 200 milligrams at night, I don't get the migraines or the headaches.
How do you measure that shit?
If I don't drink coffee, I take the tablets.
Oh, right. Okay.
Oh,
Ah.
I learned that on road trips because coffee on the road is garbage.
I don't care. I'll have anything that's coffee in the morning.
What, even instant?
Not the road trip coffee.
I won't have that. That's
well,
awful.
no, I will happily go between instant, espresso, filter.
Ugh, like Sanka or whatever it is. Maxwell's Choice. I used to
Oh,
make that for my
Maxwell
mom.
House, yeah.
No,
Basically, a
no,
venti
no,
coffee is like 250 milligrams of caffeine.
I
Drip.
thought that's what coffee was for so long, and then Starbucks came around.
Well, drip
And
coffee. I'm not talking about
Starbucks-
espresso.
Sorry, no. Starbucks coffee tastes like bloody dirt.
No, it's bad.
It's,
Pizza's
it's
better.
like it's like
Okay.
drinking coffee through soil.
It's not one type of coffee. Okay, there's
It's
like
horrible.
But
Do you
drip
realize
coffee
there's
is
all
around that
sorts of
realm.
types? There's like Sumatra. And there's not one Starbucks coffee. It's not like Dunkin' Donuts. You're thinking of Dunkin'
I've never had a good Starbucks coffee.
They used to
That's
be
all I'll
good
say.
before they got
Can I finish my
bad.
story? Or are you gonna attack me, Sass?
Do you remember those? Do you remember the coffee wars?
Forget it. Forget my story.
Was that
Well, we
before
had
the
it 'cause
Spice
we had
Wars?
Seattle's Best, we had Tully's, we had all these ones that disappeared.
Okay,
Starbucks
let's
won.
leave. Okay, let's leave Starbucks alone. They bought them. They bought the chains. Everybody kept their jobs.
No, not really. I saw a bunch of Starbucks close as well. So
No.
Well, Starbucks,
No,
is
Starbucks-
apparently pulling out of the UK soon, or are looking at it.
Well,
aren't
it's
they?
pulled out of Russia.
They've gone through a different. They'll go through cycles. I used to work with my wife. Used to work in development, and they'll have a big push, and then they'll just stop. But that's a brilliant chain. You know, they're like.
Well,
the new-
I don't believe their fair
Oh,
trade stuff. I think that's bullshit, though.
Yeah.
What's bullshit?
The fair trade stuff they talk about.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of it, you know. But they did do the healthcare stuff. They are generally a good company to work for.
But what about Juan Valdez, who's growing the coffee beans?
I'm just telling what my wife worked for him, okay?
All
I'm sorry.
I can say is
I'm just trying to tell you the actual experience, but hey, it's okay.
the best coffee on the UK high street, in my personal opinion, having tasted all of them, is actually McDonald's. And it's the only thing I will buy from them.
See, this is why we
McDonald's
can't take
coffee
you seriously.
in the UK is
Now you're
really,
just trying
really
to-
good coffee. Apart from Tim Hortons, but Tim Hortons is 3 times the price.
Best coffee I ever had was Cafe Ray in Costa Rica. It was amazing coffee.
Well, I never would have got addicted if it wasn't for Starbucks. So there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've gone down the rabbit hole of roasting my own beans, as they say, and
There's a euphemism.
I
if ever I heard one.
have a bean to cup coffee maker, and
It
I
sounds
have an espresso maker, and all this sort of shit. But at the end of the day, if I want a decent coffee, actually, it's easier going to McDonald's and paying £1.19 for a large black coffee, and that just really works. But
I don't mind McDonald's coffee in the United States. It's nothing
it's nice
wrong.
because it's innocuous.
Okay,
Whereas
wait a minute.
Starbucks
I just can't bring
has
myself
a
to go to McDonald's.
distinct flavour.
So you're a black coffee drinker, right, Sass?
Yes, yes.
I could tell. Yeah, you would not dare put any kind of nonsense in there.
No, I all these flavourings and
Ugh.
flat whites and
Oh, no.
mocha, choca, wankers, whatever. It's
You know that you don't like Crappuccino?
You know, like a big latte.
Yeah, that's not
Think about
coffee.
latte.
I mean, you just
That's
want
come to
coffee
France
and
as
hot
well. The
water.
last time I was in France, it's starting to be like that as well. It used to be you can order a coffee and that's a coffee,
Well, what about?
and now they want like all these kind of names for different types of coffee, and it's like
Yeah.
no, I just want a coffee. Coffee.
What about the little? Is it Turkish? What's that little really cool?
Oh, the mud. It's basically mud coffee, right? Where you slurry. You get the slurry in there.
Oh dear.
Oh, so good.
Yeah.
I had a
Turkish coffee,
client take me to one
Lebanese
of those
coffee.
restaurants.
Yeah.
He made me order it. I was like, dang man, you people look good.
Oh yeah, but some of these coffees that they do, I mean, God's sake, you have to be a fully paid up member of fucking Wankaholics Anonymous. You go, hazelnuts. Fuck off with the nuts. I don't want nuts in me coffee. Piss
You know
off.
it's terrible. Chicory.
Nobody
is
wants nuts in their coffees.
Chicory.
What?
Chicory.
Are you telling me that you don't like
no,
pumpkin
no.
spice?
No, we were talking about chicory earlier with camp coffee.
Camp.
Oh,
That's
really?
that's
Yeah.
tea, Ollie. Anyway, that's tea.
Oh,
bag.
it's so gross.
Chicory's filler.
just
It's popular
so you
in
know-
New Orleans, but it's filler.
If you put some like, and they'll put like some kind of. I just had. And there was some kind of berry, some sweet berry crap they put in there, and it was just. It would have been better as a cereal than as coffee.
Just so you know,
I would rather have it as a cereal.
I met my current wife because she was my barista. She made me my coffees in the morning.
Oh,
I went to. That's how I met her at the shop. But it was
Current
it was a small-
wife.
my current wife, yeah. Because you
Your
never
current
know.
wife. That's,
You never know.
It's okay.
Doesn't instill a lot of.
The second,
That's covering your
all right,
bases, isn't
the
it?
second Mrs. Puricelli.
Yeah, I've had 2 wives. So.
There's more.
There might be.
Ooh,
I doubt it, but
No, there's not.
but no, that's how I met her. I met her. She was my barista at the coffee shop across the mall from where I was working, and then I used to go over there for my dinner, and so she used to do me this thing that was like satay. No. It was a
Whoa.
satay chicken kind of thing that they did, and I used to love that for my tea, and that's how I got to kind of meet my. Yeah, see,
Nice.
Cleo knows. So
Yeah, Cleo
yeah,
likes this stuff.
Cleo knows everything.
Fiona was my physio.
yeah.
That's all I'll say.
She was your physio.
Well, my wife was your
and,
physio.
and he married her.
And my wife is Fiona as well.
There you go. You see, this is the one. This is the way to meet women. Is over coffee.
Twist. Okay. Yeah.
It's like
Over-
I saw an
over
advert
coffee or body
on
parts.
Facebook yesterday which says, "Finally, a dating site that doesn't suck." So I put a comment in going, "Oh, I prefer
What's
them if
the-
they do."
Yeah. What's the point? What's the point?
Oh dear, I'm probably banned now, but never mind.
This is a safe zone. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You're,
Yeah.
you're amongst fiends.
We're fine.
Don't
Can't
worry.
you
Yeah.
said you've family in Ireland then?
Yeah, Arklow,
Okay.
County Wicklow.
I used to go surfing there.
We used to. Oh, it was so funny because we used to do this and I'd go into the kitchen when we arrive and go, "Ah, but Jesus, how the hell you doing?" No, we don't want that. So I say, you go, and we go, "All right, mate." We're both as bad as each other, really well.
I spent a bit of time in Arklow. I lived in Dublin for about 8 years,
Yeah,
and there's a beach. It's in Wicklow, but it's called Britas Bay.
yeah.
And I used to go there surfing quite a bit before I moved west.
Yeah, Arklow was devoid of all forms of sandy beach.
Yeah, it gets
Yeah.
rocky after.
Yeah, and it was just it was quite industrial area, but no, it's lovely people. And, the Keoghs. And my mum took me to see where she was born and brought up, and it was literally, my God, a log cabin next to a railway.
Wow.
And my granddad worked on the railroad. He used to do the lamp thing. I don't know. Just stand on the track with a lamp and wave it from side to side. I don't know why, but there you go.
I bought Train Sim World 2 for my PS5 today.
Oh, you sad man.
And I've
Real-time
spent-
trains, right?
I spent this
place.
morning. I spent
Safe
this
place,
morning
Saz.
driving tube trains on the Bakerloo line, and I loved it. And I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. It was great.
Have you
fun.
gone on strike yet?
Yes.
I bought. You know what? It's shameful buys. I bought that game. You're essentially just an off-road type of car, and you have to just find your way. But like you have to throw like zip lines and that kind of stuff on
Right.
trees just to get it. I
right.
forgot what it's called, but it's. I bought it. I played for about 10 minutes, and I was like,
Why did I buy this?
why did I buy this? It's one of those as well.
But
I felt very sad, very alone.
I can understand flight sims because they do give, especially these days, a pretty realistic cockpit simulation of flying a particular type of aircraft. A train simulator, it's like forward.
There was an
But
arcade
it's
machine
not.
Back.
in the 90s on a Naomi system that was essentially driving a Tokyo train. That's
Oh
what
yeah,
he
yeah.
did.
The Japanese train
Yeah.
sim market is just absolutely ridiculous. And
But the Shinkansen goes pretty fast, so that's kind of cool.
yeah, but they actually have competitions to see how close to the absolute mark they can get. Within millimeters
That's it.
when they're stopping
And-
in a station.
And timings and passenger comfort and all of that
Can you
stuff.
stiff the
Yeah.
conductor?
You can get snacks.
But
No.
sorry, the Bakerloo line. I mean, really? I mean, why not the circle?
I don't know. That's what it comes with the baker. You can buy out additional packs of locomotives and routes. I bought the pack that came with the Tees
You
Valley
did?
route and a Class 31 and a Class 20. Yeah, and I should be buying all the other British diesels.
Locos,
Yeah, I'll be buying all of those.
Do they not offer Steam?
They've
'Cause
just started,
Steam is much more complex.
They've just started to add some. So I've been into train simulators since Microsoft bought out their initial train simulator, which was 20 years ago or something.
Yeah, at least.
And that had a steam train that had American diesels, it had British diesels, it had DMUs and EMUs and a whole bunch of bits. But that kind of fell by the wayside. And a few years ago, I got an offer through one of these these websites that do these kind of big software package deals, and I think the simulator was called Trains. No, or was it Trains with a Z?
Yeah.
Because it was edgy, and that was okay. But I don't know. I had a £10 PlayStation Store voucher today, so I went onto the PlayStation Store and just kind of did a search of things between £5 and £20. And one of the first things that came up was this train, it's called Train Sim World 2, and it was getting some pretty good reviews, and it was on PS5 as well. So I thought, it was on offer, and I got the UK edition with all the extra UK bits on there. Yeah,
On PS5.
On PS5, yeah, and I am not ashamed to say it.
Well, I will admit and confess that I drove, I think it was a Class 50 diesel electric on a Wiltshire line
Yeah, they were big down there.
for half an hour, and in real life I thoroughly enjoyed it.
That's pretty.
But I after half an hour I worked out that if that was my job I would have killed myself, because once you've done it, once you've worked out how to stop and how to go forward, it's sort of all the fun's gone, because you've gone through that learning experience. You've gone through the no, I got that wrong. I'd need to go back. I need to do this again, and you work out all your timings, and you get the feel for the actual locomotive.
But what about the horn?
Once you've done that, it's like, okay, no,
'Cause that takes-
I'd like to go back to a Cessna 152.
Well, then you're going to love a tower block window cleaner.
Good God!
Or better still, UPS simulator.
Oh my god!
No
You had some
way.
danger to it,
Yeah.
like bad customers.
Had to
and
be an
lines
arsehole.
break and-
Yeah,
Please, mine here.
you score extra points if you throw it at the porch.
Run! You're
Yeah.
behind schedule.
Drop kick, 10 points.
I'd like to see a New York subway
Chasing
simulator.
you.
That'd be good.
There's a German company that does a lot of these types of simulator games, and it's
The Aerosoft.
Is it them? I can't
They,
remember what
they,
they're called.
they do. Yeah, they do
Might
like
be.
things like.
Might
But
be.
it's
they
like
do-
the most mundane tasks simulator.
my
Hoover
brother-in-law.
simulator is one of them.
My brother-in-law used to absolutely just go mental for these truck simulation type things and bus
Yeah.
simulators. So much so that he quit his job and he's now a bus driver, a legitimate, actual bus driver. Yeah.
Okay.
I come from a family of bus drivers, and trust me, they didn't like the job that much.
No.
That's like the game America's Army that they made so you would recruit yourself to go to the army. Your stats actually translated to your army position.
Instead, it should have been just, play Call of Duty. Do you like killing people? Yes, sign up.
But they put ethical stuff in the game. It was actually pretty interesting. They actually did track you doing bad things, even for fun. It was interesting. Yeah.
Good God.
I shot a civilian, 20 points.
I just realized what's propping my my camera. Speaking of games.
Classics.
Absolute classic. I'm so gutted. I sold all my Mega Drive games and my Mega CD games and my multi-Mega.
Do you want a Mega Drive? I have about 6 or 7 here.
I want a multi-Mega because that's what I sold. And I sold it for like 150 quid, and I thought I was getting some good money for it. And it wasn't that long later.
What are they worth now?
Oh, don't. Just Google Sega Multi-Mega, and you're looking at about 600 quid, if not more.
Yeah.
It's just bonkers.
But aren't they starting to die by now, though? They're pretty old.
No. Yeah, but they're still... Well, I mean, I don't know. I sold mine, so I wouldn't know. But wow.
dare I say, isn't it interesting how there is a fanatical market now for the old 8-bit and 16-bit games? Not because the graphics are... I mean, you can't compare the graphics
of the gameplay,
of those things. It is the gameplay.
Yeah.
And some of those simple games, in inverted commas, were actually really about the coordination, the timing, and they were absolutely engrossing.
Yeah.
They didn't need the graphics of Gears of War or whatever.
I mean, I don't know.
I come from that scene, so that's where I come from. So yes, but I think there's an incredible amount of nostalgia that attaches itself.
There's that, but I remember showing my niece and nephew and their kids Atari 2600 games, so you can't get simpler than that, and they loved them. The gameplay was awesome.
I was going to say, whenever I bring kids into the arcade room here, and some of them are not interested, but there's always a handful of kids that just genuinely love the simplicity of those games. It takes them a while to realize that the screen is not a touch screen, so they have to get used to the controls and everything. But after that, they get really, really hooked on it.
The original Space Invaders, the original Asteroids, the original Defender are all absolutely classic, addictive games.
What percentage of it?
Asteroid, because the vector graphics was just mind-blowing.
Yeah, but what percentage of it would you say is the gameplay, and what percentage would you say is the
it's all gameplay?
But it's the sound design.
Because you can't get it anymore.
They had great sounds in them,
Well, you can get it. Emulation is.
Yeah, but it's not the original thing, is it?
No, but vector emulation is a piece of piss on a modern computer. It's the fact
vector,
that
yes.
It's the simplicity and the complexity of the gameplay. I mean, when you think, Asteroids, you have a ship it starts off in the center. You have all these moving blocks that are split up into multiple moving blocks. You have to maneuver the spaceship in 2 dimensions, simultaneously killing other things, or shooting the asteroids, which are splitting off in pseudo-random angles. Actually, mathematically, it's quite a complex situation.
Plus, go back to the 60s with Space War. That was amazing.
Well, yes. Well,
maintaining the vector monitor is a pain in the butt.
I don't think so. I don't think that's it at all. I really don't.
Oh no, I have a cab. I have an Asteroid cab. Those monitors keep failing all the time. They're so poorly designed.
You get burning, right?
Because you could say the same about, say, like a Jupiter 8.
Of course, yeah.
A Jupiter 8 for fetching 20 grand. Is there something today that can do it? Yeah.
Yes.
But why do people want Jupiter 8s? Because there's none available.
Well,
there's some of that.
It's cachet too.
But it's also the control surface, and the the early arcade games and the early video games, like, you know, the Pongs, the tennis, football, whatever, the ice hockey, whatever they were called, Asteroids, the control surface was what actually made it.
It's the unit.
So
that
it was the
attacks people.
tactile interface combined with the VDU, the visual display in front of you. And
So
there is an immediate connection between the user and the activity on screen.
Yeah.
If I had a choice between Pit Stop and Gran Turismo 7, fuck off, I like Gran Turismo 7. Please. Or give me Half-Life 2 and...
That's an
know-
Outrun is still a fabulous game.
It is.
Yeah, but the difference is that a 5-year-old can play Space Invaders or Asteroids.
Yeah.
And a 70-year-old can play Asteroids or, you know, whatever. And it's the immediacy, it's that instant connection. Whereas something like Gran Turismo, it's a very complex game. Yes, it's ultimately very rewarding as the player, but there isn't that instant dopamine hit. There isn't that really basic, almost primeval understanding of, if I do this, this happens, and that's it. You know, there's no more. There's no configuration. There's no consideration about suspension settings or whatever. And it's the same with the likes of Defender and
right,
you know,
but
all
there's
the
probably
early
something in
games.
that. Yeah, there's something in that because I remember getting very addicted to Lemmings.
Yes,
ridiculously addicted to playing Lemmings.
I used to play this
In fact-
game on the Commodore 64 called Zolix, which was on Firebird, which was BT's like budget computer game thing back in the 80s. And all it was you had your screen was entirely black apart from this blue border around the edge.
Yeah.
And you controlled a pixel. So it was just a pixel. And there were all these other pixels bouncing around. Oh, look at it. They're man after my own heart.
Ooh.
And all you had to do was move your pixel and section off an area or areas of the screen.
Yes.
Whilst these bouncing balls or
Well,
other pixels.
like Quicks or whatever it was called, where you drew a square and it would fill in.
Yeah,
then
and
you
that's
draw
all
another
it was.
square. Yeah.
And all you had to do was just trap these little bouncing dots around within these these borders. It was graphically, it was the most basic game in the world, but it was addictive because there was a challenge. There was a very clear, simple, basic challenge that. And
Well,
you just
Tetris.
Well, Tetris, yeah.
You know, it's such a simple concept, but even now and today, people are playing a version of Tetris because it was the gameplay is so simple and yet it's mentally challenging. But the simplicity is the key.
That was a geometric stroke of genius, though. Tetris, really was. But a lot of these games had, I mean, and that's my bread and butter on YouTube. Really, the amazing music or compositions. I mean, I know it's chiptune, but it's just
Rob Hubbard. And
that's what I do on YouTube. Like just deciphering them and giving them an extra life. You know, with real instruments. It's just it's been a fascinating thing to do. Amazing composers.
Well, because when they were amazing because they had so little to work with.
Yeah, and they made
still
it work.
Still got a tune.
What, the original Doom soundtrack? I mean,
not my favourite.
I think of, but I think of Doom, and immediately I hear that soundtrack in my head.
Oh yeah. But look, I this would conjure sounds more than visuals. You know.
Oh yeah, the ching as a star is collected, or a hoop is collected. You know that ding 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 ding. You know, as the character manoeuvres around a
that was exactly
the
thing.
But it was like the payout from a slot machine.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, that again, it's that dopamine hit. It's the instant reward. And, you know, going back to, you know, Space Invaders, for example, the sound of the bullet launching and the hit as it hit one of the Space Invaders. It's maybe because of my age, that's ingrained in my soul, but certainly when I watch younger people playing these old games, they get it. They don't need instruction. It's a learning activity for them, as opposed to a teaching activity for an adult.
Oh, hello. Oh,
I was showing you this Robbie a while back, I think on Twitter, but this is a very oversized cart for the MSX.
Look at that.
By Philips.
That's as big as a bloody.
It's a MIDI. It's essentially an OPL. It's the same stuff that is in the CX5. Similar enough.
It's like the supercharger carts for the Atari 2600. These massive
and
carts.
it just sits on the in the cartridge port like about that much, so it just sticks out, and it's just full of connectors. I haven't tried it yet. There's even a connector here for a keyboard.
Oh wow!
So if you plug everything in there, it's just the weight of it. It must be just, and the pressure on the cardboard must be outstanding. But it's just a. Oh yeah, and it came with a tape to load your sound effects.
Awesome.
Yeah, so I'd have to try it at some point. I haven't yet, but it's fully MIDI able.
Yeah, I'm thinking about actually packing my CX5M away for a bit because it's just sitting there and not really doing anything, and I need to free up some space. But I you know, because you sent me some of those ROMs that you did, and
some of them worked, some of them
some
didn't.
worked, some didn't. Yeah, but the ones that did work, I was like, oh, yeah, this is all exciting. I'm using this stuff that I was using, you know, God knows how many years ago, and then you realise how old it actually is, and how
it's shite.
Yeah, it is shite, and I never had the mouse for the CX5, and so I didn't kind of miss it. But I kind of, oh yeah, I wish I had something, because it's all keyboards, and even the I tried the there was an RX editor on there.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure most of those ROMs I sent you work. They just need the right OS on the CX.
Well, I was when I was at Synthesized, which is this event that happens at the Centre for Computing History in Cambridge. The guy that organises it, he got the museum's CX5M out, and he brought his own. And I forget the name of the cartridge now, but it's just like this one super cartridge that you put in, and it gives you the extra RAM, and it stores all the ROMs on there, and it's just, you know, it's so I need to get myself one of those, I think, to fully sort of exploit it.
But I think back to Vince Clarke using a BBC Micro, and I think it was a Music 5000 MIDI interface.
Yeah,
code
UMI
processor
software,
thing.
wasn't it?
And
the Casio CZ1 to control it.
He wrote
CZ1 is
how many hits using that. And then the first version of Sibelius, I think it was, came out on the Archimedes, and it was the first professional music scoring software available on any computer ever. And obviously that's ended up being bought by Steinberg and whatever. But it was, I don't know. Maybe it was just the direct access. The you don't really need an operating system. That these things were. There was an immediacy. There was a playability. There was a. I don't know. Just a connection between the human and the computer for the first time. That was. You didn't need to think to do.
I had this little handheld. There was a little football one and a baseball one. This little tiny. I think Target makes them again. And that must have pissed away.
The Mattel one?
What's that? Yeah.
Yeah.
I probably pissed away an hour or two a day playing those. But I still have the football one, and I cranked it up. It was a little glitchy, but it still worked. And what was really amazing, I still had. I mean, how long's it been? 30 years, 40 years? I still had the memory.
Is it the green one with the? Yeah. I have one of those somewhere.
I was like,
Do you remember like in the late
Grandstand
70s?
Starfighters and
Yeah, there was Astro Wars, wasn't there? That little silver
yeah, those
thing.
are cool ones. Yeah, I love those
And
things.
I remember it must have been about 83, 80. No, actually, it might have been a little bit later, 84. Tommy did these 3D games. Oh, Game & Watch. I had the parachute one.
yeah, I had the parachute one as well.
Yeah, I had the
But
parachute.
Tommy did these 3D games that you
Yes,
held
that
up
you
like,
had to hold up. Yeah.
and there was like a panel at the top for the light. Oh, look at that, Ollie! I'm coming over. I'm going to rage.
Man, we're all just gonna sit around and play games.
My entire childhood is in that room.
You like it here.
Is that the Donkey
Yeah.
Kong one?
Somebody make us some drinks and
Yeah,
snacks.
it was Nintendo Game & Watch, wasn't it?
Game & Watch. That's
Yeah,
it.
Game & Watch.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the parachute one that you.
I have this one is the first one I got back when I was a young kid. My father, my parents are divorced, but I used to go on a holiday with my dad, and we'd go sailing around Brittany, and he'd bring me to places like Jersey and Guernsey. But anyway, it was my birthday, and he got me one of those, this exact model.
And it's got a little metal bit on the back, like a kickstand, hasn't it?
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh
And
man.
so I played it all the way from Saint-Malo to Guernsey, which is an 8 to 10 hour sail, really. It's a long one. So anyway, I played it all the way. Arrived in Guernsey, wanted to show my friend on the next boat.
And the batteries
So
had
I
gone.
jumped off the boat onto the and dropped it and watched it in slow motion as it sank into Guernsey port. So in Guernsey somewhere, there's one of those.
Bottom of the sea.
But I go back even further to things like the grandstand LED type
Yeah.
devices that
The Tiger one, yeah.
I mean,
Do you remember-
they started off with LED and then they went to a fluorescent backlit type tube display.
Yeah.
But before then,
just swallowed batteries.
there was a range of games called Pocket something or other. I can't remember what it was. And they were about as big as like a current like mobile phone, but they were wind up. And like I had the racing car one, and the only moving
I
parts
remember those,
you had was
yeah.
this disc that had racing cars on them, but they were like, you know, in 3 dimensions, and then you had a little slider at the bottom
Yeah.
and a rod, and at the end of the rod was your racing car, and all you had to do is this
Steer your racing
yeah, you had
car
to
around the
as the thing spun. But there was one of those. There was one that, you know, there was lots of different. They're all mechanical, and this was before we had video games or electronic.
Yes.
We didn't. We
well,
had things.
Subbuteo.
Oh
you know,
God, yeah, Subbuteo. But I mean, I remember
Rebound.
when I think
remember
my uncle
Rebound?
got a
Yes, yes.
Binatone video game, which was black and white. It was Pong plus
I
9
still
variations
have
of Pong.
one.
It had a big dial in the middle that you just turned, so you went from like regular Pong to 2-player Pong to squash, which was just basically Pong but bouncing off a
yourself.
one ball. Yeah, exactly. And then he got one with the gun.
Football, hockey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was all handled by one chip as well. They called the
Oh
pen in the
yes,
chip.
yes, yeah.
And yeah.
But even before that, you know, we had electronic games that were just, you know, lights and noises. There was no screens or anything. It was just like it was all logic based. You know,
Yeah.
do things
Well,
in a certain order or
what
whatever.
was that game that was like a pseudo computer? It was like a plum coloured reddish plastic.
Looked like a telephone.
Looked like a telephone. It was
I know
like
exactly the
Mr.
one.
Doctor or something. Or
Yeah. And it was like
and
the
it
round
had-
dots.
and you had overlays that would go on it. You could play,
Yeah.
you know, Simon or
Yeah.
Noughts and Crosses or, you know, these sort of
God,
games on it. It
digging
was
up memories here.
Merlin.
Merlin. That's it, Merlin.
Thank you, Original Synth.
CompuCar.
CompuCar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
CompuCar.
Yeah, where you used to have the cards. You used to cut with a pair of scissors, cut out where you
The
wanted it
programming.
to turn, and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
put it in, and it just fed through the car, and it steered or reversed or whatever.
Yeah.
Bloody. And Flight Deck.
Oh, I still have a flight deck. I've got it. I've got it stored, never to be played with. But
Yeah.
yes,
I
a
always
string
wanted
and an Airfix model.
Yeah. I always wanted the yellow one, the one that came out afterwards, because it was the original Flight Deck.
Yeah,
And then there
I've
was
only got
a
the
yellow
original.
one, and it had one with a yellow aircraft.
Do you remember? You mentioned Subbuteo. I was a massive Subbuteo fan, but they also did
The
a cricket
game.
version.
Yes, I played that.
And you had
I
the
played
string.
that more than Subbuteo. Yeah.
Yeah, it was great. Oh.
But also, we played cricket with a hexagonal, longitudinal die.
Right.
That was just you roll a 1 or a 3 or a 6, and then there was a how's that? There was
It's a D&D gateway drug.
Yes, yeah. But I also played D&D. Sorry.
Do you remember Tin Can Alley?
Oh yeah. Oh, I always wanted one. One of my friends
Yeah.
had one.
Yeah.
It was just brilliant. That was a shooting game that just used solenoids to flip a tin can.
It was
when
light-based,
you'd
wasn't it?
hit
Yeah,
the
you had to hit
the
the
light
light, the
sensor.
little hole.
Oh yeah.
So here we just shoot stuff.
But
Yeah.
Well,
but
yeah.
in the
yeah.
70s, this was like, oh my god, you can actually like shoot a gun, and this can, if you get it right, will fly off the
Pop-
end.
Yeah, pop out. Yeah.
And you go, wow.
It's funny. I was doing an interview a while back for just a young channel. I think the guy was like 25 or something like that, and they're fans of retro gaming. But I was trying to explain and convey the sense that there's a whole generation that experienced the shift from nothing to now there's games in the house or video games on the telly, and it's just there's no way, there's no phrase, or there's no the way I could explain how that felt. We went from 0 to 1, and suddenly 1 was just marvelous. Like it was completely amazing.
Yeah, I was happy to have a crap copy of Donkey Kong, even though it looked nothing like it.
Anything. And we're pixel starved. You know?
But I think we were incredibly fortunate. Our generation, those of us that are sort of in our 50s. Yeah.
Yes.
That
For late 40s.
Well, yeah, I'm being polite.
Yeah.
But we were of that generation where we remembered life before video games.
But then we got
And-
to taste it. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right before everything, before cell phones, before everything.
But as far as gaming is concerned, we grew up as children initially with mechanical, with mechanical, physical stuff, and then there was this moment when electronics came in and we could play games on our televisions, and that you will never. You cannot convey to.
If you weren't
That's what I mean. Yeah,
exactly.
there was no sentence I could say that would actually convey what it
How
felt
could you
like.
explain what? Yeah, well, that
Yeah.
felt you were playing games on your television.
Yeah.
Because the television was this box that was serving you stuff.
Yeah.
And now you could put things into it and interact with it, and there was just.
But then,
no...
as my dad said when I said that to him, he said, "Well, that's how we felt about television."
Well, yes, yeah.
Well, then we also got lucky because we got computers at work. So we segued right in. We were just starting our professional careers. We didn't lose too much time. And we were able to pivot right into where computers were.
Well, even before that, we went from games on our TV to VHS. It was like, holy shit. We watched movies at home.
Yeah, we got
But the interesting thing, certainly for me, I don't know whether this was the same for Rob or Kent, is that the TV was not my go-to. So I would go to Lego or Meccano or a train set or a book or an encyclopedia. Or, it was sort of, there was always something for me to do. And TV was actually, when I was just really bored, it wasn't my first choice.
Plus, essentially, children's anything
we went
for a child
outside.
to watch stopped at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
We went outside. We weren't
I-
really.
but-
Yeah.
I'm an oddball in that respect with TV because we bought our first TV ever 2 years ago.
Oh my gosh!
Brilliant. Why? Why?
Yeah.
Why did you ruin yourself?
Because we can watch
Fine.
YouTube together on it. Netflix.
Yeah, he couldn't.
Instead of watching it in this room, where she has to get a chair to watch it with me. So,
But,
yeah.
I mean,
but yeah,
I-
we've never been telly or TV people at all ever. So we did telly, but it was actually just a medium for the home computer or a console when I was a kid.
But for example, I'd get home from school, get changed, and perhaps go around and see my grandfather, who would probably be working on something in this shed. I mean, I was lucky. My grandfather was a very multi-talented man, and at that age, when I was in my sort of pre-teens, he was doing things like building his own clock. So he'd bought plates of brass and was actually making the individual cogs for a clock. And so I'd go around and go and sit with him and learn how to use a lathe, or something simple like a vise, how to file something properly. You only file in one direction, you never go back and forth, and all this sort of stuff. And then building the case for it and all this sort of stuff. And then he'd move on, he'd build an electric clock using a motor. And he explained things like, well, a motor will operate at 50 hertz frequency, so how do we calculate what speed we need in order to get a clock to turn at all this sort of stuff. So that was my sort of fun. I'd go and play with friends, go out into the woods and go and shoot things, or set fires, or whatever. Learn how to make explosives and fireworks, and just really have
normal kid stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I
appreciate. I was lucky. I wasn't in a typically urban environment. I was in a semi-urban environment. Was surrounded by the beach, sand dunes, pine woods. We had freedom to roam and do whatever we wanted, and as long as we weren't complete arseholes, we were just left alone.
Yeah.
So that we had a freedom that let us learn.
Yeah, the freedom was something back then. It was just crazy.
Oh yeah, we had the same
disappear
thing.
all day and just
Open space.
Yeah, it was at a weekend. You go out on a Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, and you were told you've got to be home at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
And that was it. And no mobile phones, nothing. You go round to your friend, you say, oh, no, I don't feel like going out. So you go round to another friend on your bike or your skateboard, and just, you meet up with a bunch of people, boys and girls, and just go out and have fun for the day. And it's like, we've all got to be home by 6. And that was it. And you always carried 5p for the phone, just in case you needed it.
Yeah, we used to have this thing where, when we were much younger, we used to my dad would say to me, he goes, remain within shouting distance.
How loud's your voice?
Oh, my dad was a big guy, and he'd go, and he'd go, gotta go, bye. But that was the thing. You see, if you didn't fall out of a tree, get a booty, or break
did
something,
all that
it was a
stuff.
day. It was a day wasted. It was a day
Yeah.
wasted if you didn't do at least
Yeah.
2 of those things on the list.
But to Rob's point, the key where we were lucky was we hit the internet tech revolution. We didn't miss it. We came perfect stream into our teenage kind of.
Yeah.
Because if we had not got that, if we had been a little bit older, another 10, 15 years, it would have been tough. Those are the people at their jobs that were like, how do you do this? Can you show me? We came in kind of
But saying that, my father, who was, let me guess, how old was it? He was like 38 years older than me. When computers came in, and he was a fairly senior manager, at a large manufacturing facility. He completely embraced and got computers even before I did.
Well,
And I,
a
you know,
lot of the old managers did not do that. Trust me.
Yeah, that's
They
a
were-
Lucky you.
sure.
I had to explain to my mother how to double click.
Oh
it's
yeah,
miserable.
my mother was hopeless.
I remember the double click.
But,
You're like,
you know.
that's, you just,
I
you
don't
got
wish
to-
that on. Gentlemen, I'm going to leave you. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Good to see you, Ollie.
Good to
Well,
see you.
mate,
Thanks
cheers,
for the
Ollie.
RX-17 work.
Always,
All right,
always
good night.
welcome.
Take care.
Take care, buddy.
Someone even commented once on a mouse being a foot switch because it came from like a
Yeah.
sewing machine background.
Yeah. Admittedly,
well,
the Atari mouse did look like a sewing machine control pedal.
So did the original Mac mouse. Yeah.
I was doing, I suppose, IT support at the time when the Windows GUI came in first.
Yeah.
So Windows 1, which was really, really nasty. But before that, we'd been using Gem, I think, on the Amstrad CPCs.
Cleo.
But when the mouse came in, I mean, you know, people joke about solitaire being used to train people to use the mouse.
Yeah.
Well, actually, it was absolutely invaluable because people had never used a mouse. You know, they were moving from computer terminals, you know, Wise 100 terminals, to a computer with a mouse and actually interacting with something on screen. And solitaire was, we would get the staff to sit and play solitaire for a good hour, just so they could understand how, when they moved their hand, the mouse would move across the screen and how it was positioned.
Yeah,
and
they
all
weren't
that
video
sort of
gamers. They didn't have the hand-eye coordination. So
yeah, it was a fascinating time.
by the way,
Absolutely
the Amstrad
fascinating.
CPC. What could you do with that? I've never seen one before. I've only heard about them.
It was a very cut price, PC compatible. I think it was advertised an AT compatible, wasn't it?
But it's really DOS-like programs, or its
sorry,
own
not
stuff?
not the CPC, the PC 512.
Yeah.
It was an IBM AT compatible.
Okay, right.
But it was running Gem, which was basically a graphical front end for CP/M.
Okay, right.
Yeah, because the CPCs were more like Commodores and Spectrums. They
Yeah.
were just like you know, it was Alan Sugar's version of that.
I see. But they had their own titles, right? They didn't run the.
Oh no, it was CPC.
But the Amstrad PC 512 and 640 were IBM compatible, so they could run IBM software. But they actually came out with the Gem desktop, I think, really before Windows really took off. So it was a real shift from a dumb terminal to a full blown computer on your desk.
It's funny because my mother-in-law was a computer programmer for the Ministry of Defence, but that was when you used punch cards. And so she sits there with her iPad and she's like struggling to do something on her iPad. She goes, "Oh, and I used to be able to program computers." I'm like, "Yeah."
But ask her to speak in hex.
Oh
and
yeah,
she can do it without thinking.
And a strong wind would mess up that program real quick.
Exactly. Yeah. Now she was I forget what rank she got to. She was pretty big up in MOD with
But
programming.
when I was at college, we used to write programs on a dumb terminal and print it out onto paper tape. And we still had a card reader, although that had been superseded by the tape. But we were still taught how to read and hand punch cards in order to input a program.
I always remember there was a kid at primary school, so this was in the 70s, whose father worked for a company, and I can't remember what the company was.
ICL?
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't a computer or software IT company. It was like I'm thinking it was something along the lines of he was like a washing machine engineer or something. But anyway, they had a computer in their office, and they used you remember the computer paper that was like this wide with the perforated edges and stuff, and they would print all this stuff off, and it would all accumulate at the back of the printer, and then he would give it to his kid to bring into school, and we would use it for drawing paper, and it was because it was cheap, and the school didn't have to buy it. And every now and again, he'd also come in with a massive box full of old punch cards. And I just remember we would sit and look at the stuff that was printed on the front of these things, and just trying to figure out what it all meant, and how it works, because we had no idea what these computers were before. They weren't in the home then, so it was a revelation.
Well, one of my first lessons in computer science was to manually decode a length of tape. Punch tape, paper tape, because you've got the bit patterns, and it was sort of that was mind blowing, because at school, or even we had covered things like binary and hexadecimal, etc. But actually seeing that in real life on a piece of paper tape, that you could understand what the bit patterns were, and then apply that to memory addressing.
Did you ever use an Altair?
No. I went from, I suppose, a RML 380Z, which we programmed purely in assembler, to then a DEC PDP-11 with paper tape.
Okay, because Bill Gates started on Altair with the paper tape and all that shit. It's pretty funny.
I did look at buying an Altair kit, but actually I thought, why? What is the point? I mean, I can run a DEC emulator on the PC.
Well, so you can imagine the people at the Stanford meeting where they had the Altair showing up, and then not long after Apple One shows up. Who are these guys?
Yes. Well, I mean, the Apple One was actually quite groundbreaking.
Yeah.
I think people underestimate how influential that was, and that led to things like the BBC Micro and the Commodore 64 or VIC-20 and such like. It was I mean, the Altair, if you had to program it, you had to flick switches.
It's super nerdy. It's just
it's really, really sad and painful to program. Again, I've done it on a on-screen emulator, and I just thought, okay, I really have sympathy for the early programmers because my God, they went through hell. I mean, it was bad enough using tape and
imagine the people doing like artillery projections on the Mark One with the vacuum tubes and all that stuff.
Good God, yeah. Well, I mean, even the likes of Alan Turing doing the deciphering the Enigma, all that sort of stuff. And you think, I mean, they literally had brains the size of planets. I mean, but it was one thing being a computer programmer in those days, and another being a computer operator. The computer programmer was the one who actually worked out what the key sequence was going to be, what the binary code was going to be. The computer programmer or operator was just the one that flicked the switches and hoped that they got it right.
And you have to replace racks of the valves like cartridges on a regular basis because they burn out.
Yeah.
It's just outrageous.
But I mean, I remember that the DEC PDP had the removable hard disk platter, which was 10 or 20 megabytes, I think it was.
My mom actually used to at my dad's insurance house. My mom used to be the operator there with those platter.
Yeah,
the tray comes out, you open up the platter, and
12-inch platter or 14-inch platter.
Yeah,
and you actually had to physically mount the heads. I mean, these days in Linux you just type mount, but in those days you actually had to physically mount the heads. It was just different world.
It's crazy, yeah.
And yet on that PDP system, which had 32K of memory, if I recall, which was a shitload, we could run 50 users doing COBOL or Pascal programming. So 50 terminals, 50 users, all simultaneously programming using we were running RISTUS, RSTS, resource sharing, time sharing, as the operating system on the DEC PDP. It was just, wow.
We still have a PDP-1 in the Computer History Museum down the street, and you can play Space War on there.
Yeah.
From the 60s.
Yeah, it was just
Totally nuts.
different.
And it's fun
time.
too. Like the sun actually has a gravity thing. It pulls you in.
Oh yeah,
and you have to
they
shoot.
got it
and-
right.
Yeah, it's really cool.
And the gravity model was a gravity model. It wasn't just simulated. It was,
It's nuts. And it's also emulating some fake stars too, so it's doing a lot of processing.
But then, I think about Elite, the original Elite on the BBC Micro, 32K, 8-bit, 6502, and they came up with a pseudo infinite galaxy system. And just the coding on that was just outstanding.
Yeah.
Modern day version of that is
Elite
No
Frontier.
Man's Sky.
Well, Elite Frontier.
No, have you ever played No Man's Sky?
The ad looks cool. Haven't tried it.
It's even better. I mean, it came in for such a whole ton of grief because it was being like touted as this new, completely free world. With everything was kind of randomly generated.
Procedural,
yeah, and it was in development for such a long while, and there was all this hype, and then it came out, and there was issues, and there was a few bugs here and there, and then all of a sudden they dropped an update, and it fixed everything. And then the next update, they made it all VR, and without at no extra cost. So if you'd already bought this game and you were into it, all of a sudden you could then just pop your VR headset on, and now you're in that environment, which is free roaming, all procedural and sort of AI generated, and it's just incredible. It's it's like Elite times a billion. It's just so huge.
Well, there is an entire universe.
Yeah.
And there's different life forms on different planets.
I mean, is it a shoot 'em up kind of, or is it just exploration, or what do you do?
No,
it's exploration.
You can mine.
Yeah, so there are different
So kind of
modes to the
Minecraft,
game.
So it's like Elite. You can trade, you can mine.
Yeah,
you
you
can,
trade and you buy
shoot
things and
up,
you do other
whatever.
stuff. You can have space battles.
There's that silly bastard that's trying to he's tricked out his ship and he's going to another galaxy, and he reckons he'll be there. When was it 2052? He'll
Some
arrive.
sort of- yeah. And
it's on 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
Oh,
flying
so it's live time, not
and you can
space time.
You can put, there is the potential for players to encounter each other. It's very slim because you're in such a massive thing.
Are they tagged so you know they're AI or not AI, or are they?
I don't think so.
How do you know?
I don't know, but it's it's one of those things that you can go through and do stuff, and you can be encountered. You can't.
I'll have to try. It looks cool.
It really is.
What's the name of it?
No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky.
No Man's
I get tons of ads on YouTube for it, but I never tried it.
I'd heard about it. I'd heard all the hype, and then it got released, and there was this. There was a bit of you remember? Was it the last one, Cyberpunk?
Oh yeah.
Last year, that all that hype, and it came out, and it was like, oh my god, this is what we've been
Buggy or
getting.
something.
Yeah. So it had that about it, but it wasn't as bad. It worked, but it didn't quite live up to the hype. And I went into we have a chain of stores here in the UK called Game. That's all they and all they sell is video games. And I went in there a couple of weeks after it had launched and managed to pick up a second-hand copy. So somebody had clearly bought it, played it, didn't like it, took it back to the shop where they can get a refund minus whatever. And the shop resell it as a used item. So I think I picked it up for about 15 quid.
Wow.
And I started playing it, and I thought, this has got potential. And I was, really kind of getting into it. And then they dropped this major update which just changed the whole thing, so you could actually start building your own. You could find a planet, you could go in and you could mine it, and you could build your
Claim
own.
it if you want.
Yeah, you could build your own like habitat and then expand it. You could recruit alien life forms to do your
it's
bidding.
basically World of Warcraft in space.
Yeah, it's insanely big, and you can have like battles in space, fighting another ship, but that's not the whole point of it. It's not like it's not a shoot 'em up or anything like that. So yeah, if you can get attacked by like pirates, say for example, we call them that. And they'll
like running around on the land. Like I see the guy in the trailer running. Can you just like start fighting things and shooting things, or?
Yeah. So what you have is you have this. Obviously, you start off with just like a basic tool, which is like it looks like a gun, but it's basically like a mining tool. So you point it at something and you can mine stuff. But you could also use it as a weapon. But it's it's this kind of multi-purpose thing. But as you go through the game and you mine and then you trade and you sell. And you buy, you can trade up to different kinds of tools, different kinds of.
Is like hit points and stuff, or do they have? How do they track the?
Sorry, I don't follow.
Yeah, like D&D type hit
if you're in a
points.
fight, there is damage and all that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah. You can die.
Yeah.
And when you die, and you have to start all over again.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a huge game. Huge.
What was that one that came out years ago that was also giant ships in space and it was big foaming kind of stuff that looked pretty good, but I never tried it.
Was that the one where people would like recruit other players to be?
I just saw trailers. I never saw the actual gameplay, but it looked pretty nice. Giant ships and planets and.
I was working for British Telecom at the time, selling advertising in their what was. The Yellow Pages, but wasn't the Yellow Pages because BT in their infinite wisdom had sold the Yellow Pages off to for massive profit, and then realised actually we really need to be in this game again. So they started that anyway. So I was selling advertising. I was going around all these different businesses every day trying to get them to put adverts in this thing. And I went into one place, and I sat down. It was like a husband and wife. They were running this. I can't remember what the business was, but anyway, I sat down in the back room with. The wife, and we were doing the design of the advert and what have you, and she says, do you play video games or something? It was something. It's just like, yeah, why? Oh well, my husband and I play this game, and it was that kind of thing. It was like lots of, it was a big kind of online.
It was all online
trading and interacting sort of thing, and they would recruit people in real life to then sign up to their confederation or their company, that their fictitious online thing. Eve. Was it Eve?
Eve, that's it. Yeah.
I was saying Eve Online.
Yeah. And it was just like weird. I was trying, I'm trying to sell them something so I can put food on my kid's table, and they want to recruit me into their virtual organisation because they, it was kind of like a pyramid scheme, in some respects.
Yeah, it's the old MMORPG is the old term.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Saying that, I did actually, on a number of occasions, get customers where I'd go in and I'd sell some advertising. And on a couple of occasions, I'd done the deal, I'd walked out of the door, and as I was about to get into my car, somebody would come after me and say, "Oh, by the way, we do this thing," and it was just basically. Pyramid selling thing, and they were trying to recruit people. Anybody that walked through their door, they would try and recruit them into their little pyramid scheme or
sounds like a
multi-level marketing.
Vacuum cleaner.
Amway in space, yeah.
Kirby.
Well, I actually went for a job once. I think I've told this story before, but somebody said there was this company up on this trading estate in Norwich that were looking for salespeople, and I just wanted to get out of the sales job I was in at the time because it was awful. And I turned up at this place, and they said, "Oh yes, come in, sit down." Took the details, and they put me into this room. And I was the first one there, and I was waiting. And then all of a sudden, another person would come in, and then another person. And by the time there was like 4 or 5 of us in there, we'd all sort of like looking at each other and saying, "Do you know why we're here?"
I had the same thing. Keep going.
And they were like, "No, it's a sales job, isn't it?" "Yeah, but what are we selling? I don't know. And nobody would say anything. And then they would once there was about probably about a dozen of us, I think. They took us into this room and they sat us in a kind of a semicircle, and in the middle of the room there was something that was covered up by a rug or a sheet or something, and they put on this film. They had an overhead projector thing, and it was a video of William Shatner, and he rides up on his horse, and and he's at a crossroads on this ranch of his. So it's got two dirt tracks intersect, and he pulls up in the middle of this thing. He says, I can't do a William Shatner impression, but he said, "Do you feel like you've just arrived at a crossroads in your life?" Oh yeah, look, metaphor.
Wow.
And it would go on and on and on, and he then said, "Yeah, so if you join us today, we will do this, and we'll take you here, and we have annual conferences all around the world, and we reward our best performing salespeople and blah." But at no point ever did they reveal.
They never tell you the name. Yep.
They never said who they were, or
Yeah.
what they were selling, or who we were selling to, or anything like that. So this film goes on for about half an hour, and then these couple of guys come out in their suits, and they said, "Right, so I guess you're wanting to know what it is you're going to be selling, who we are. But before we do that, we want to show you something." So they showed some other, and then all of a sudden they lift the cover off this thing that was sitting in the middle of the floor, and the thing that was sitting in the middle of the floor was the Kirby vacuum cleaner system in all of its 1950s glory. Yeah. So then we proceeded to get this demonstration of how good this Kirby cleaner was, and it was that thing. It was that stereotypical thing. Well, what would happen if you dropped some cherries on your carpet, and that was then covered in dog shit, and then all of a sudden your son comes in and he throws up. So we're going to throw this.
Someone
Don't forget the chocolate.
emptied the ash pan out of the chimney onto the carpet. Yeah.
And heaven forbid that your husband walks in and treads it all into the carpet. Well, don't worry, because look, so they get a Dyson cleaner, because those were the big things at the time. Look how much the Dyson picks up. Oh, it doesn't pick up much, does it? But look what the Kirby vacuum cleans. And the Kirby, So they did all of that. And so now we realise that we're selling the Kirby vacuum clean system.
You didn't walk out?
Not instantly. So what they did was that they went through that whole spiel, and then they said, if we select you today, then we'll expect we'll be setting you targets and blah blah. We're giving you areas, and you do. But what you need to do on your first day is turn up with a minimum of something like six leads that you'll be, and we're like, well, how do we get 6 leads?
Screw your family. Yes.
That's it.
Friends and
that
family.
was the thing.
Yeah.
They said the first. I tell you, if you're wondering how you can get 6 leads on your first day, how about your mother? How about your grandparents? How about your siblings? And that was the
to
moment.
which the answer is, I'm an orphan.
Yeah, exactly. So then what they did was they went through this whole thing, and they said, right, we're done. So what we're going to do is we're going to call each of you one by one into our office. We've been able to sort of assess you and try and we will either offer you a job, or we will say thank you but no thank you. So one by one we'd go in there, and I can't remember what position I was, but they called me and I sat myself down. I was, they said, well, we'd like to offer you the position. I said, well, I'd like to say fuck off. And I just got up and walked out. So it was, it was a whole entire day wasted.
So I had one
My auntie bought one.
Oh no.
They were good vacuum cleaners.
But they weren't like that. They weren't MLMs in the old days.
No, this one was 2K.
Yeah, no, they weren't worth it, but they were good vacuum cleaners.
But the thing was, she didn't want it. She gave it to us, right? It had a drill with it.
Oh, it had all sorts, yeah.
You plug an air drill into it and drill holes in walls and stuff like that, right? It lasted 3 months. And then it broke down. And then try to get parts for it.
It was the Bushes. I can tell you that.
That's not Clio, is it?
Yeah, it was.
No, it's not. I was wondering if you noticed. This is
Yeah,
Roro.
the bushes always went because they used a washing machine motor for the main fan motor.
Yeah.
I
No,
remember.
Cleo's down in the basement because she's
Cleo's
just
still
got
here.
delivery of her uranium rods.
They're friends. So when
thorium, not.
So when I got my first, one of the first, I finished college, and you get out the newspaper and you're looking for a job, right? And there was nothing, right? I had gotten a marketing degree, but there was one curious ad that I was like, "Do you like rock and roll or music and a chilled out atmosphere and all this?" And I was like, "Man, they know me, man. Yeah, that's me." So I circled that one, and I'm sweating, I'm getting the resume, whatever, and they're like, "Yeah, come on in."
Reader's Digest.
So I don't know anything, right? I like put on like kind of a dress kind of outfit, and I'm sweating, and I'm getting my car, and I'm going into the city, and I get to this building, and going up this floors, and I'm thinking, man, I'm getting somewhere now, man. I'm starting my career, and I go in the front door, and it's like there's nothing in there. Like the first thing, I don't know much, but I'm looking around like, where's all the stuff? Like it's just barren, and this really beautiful blondes right in front. Hi, how are you? Are you here today for the job thing? And it was much like Rob's. So there's about some point about 4 or 5 of us, 6, I don't remember. We all kind of dressed up. We're all just kind of sitting there, and we're starting to get confused a little. Something's not feeling right, but we don't really know what is wrong because we're all idiots.
Yeah, you're sat in a 10,000 square foot office, and there are 6 chairs.
Again, there's nothing. There's no business. I was smart enough to see that. I'm like, where's the stuff? So this guy comes in, and he's polished, young guy. Hey! And he's all dressed up. How are you doing? And he's shaking our hands, and this is our pre-screening. So, and he's going through, do you like this? And do you, I don't even remember what he was saying. I was like, oh my God, what is happening? And I passed. I remember I made through that, right? They selected me to get to the next level. And at some point, I think they had to call us back. So we had to go through some whole rigmarole. But it ended up being, I think we were selling water or water subscriptions or something. Same thing though, like call your friends, your family, you got to just get out there,
Well, yeah, one of my friends got sucked into a company called Amway.
Yep.
God. Oh yeah, no, that was a big one.
I have an Amway story. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And it basically destroyed all her relationships with everyone she knew because it was.
Yeah.
I mean, they brainwashed her. I mean, she was.
Oh yeah.
A really intelligent girl, but she just got sucked into this.
We were all
mess.
Here's the problem. So I a friend of a friend invited me once to something. We used to copy software back in the old days and goof around with computers. And he goes, "Hey, I got some new stuff to show you." So I come over with my hard drives. I get there's a whole bunch of people there, and I go, "What is this?" And before I sat down, I go, "Oh, this has got to be Amway. You mother."
Yeah. You can smell it.
But being curious and torturing myself, I sat through the whole thing, knowing exactly what it was. Talked to him a bit. He goes, "Oh, you got to hear. Check out this audio tape. This will get you motivated. But let me contact you soon. I need that back." Turns out I have to pay for all their materials.
Oh yeah, you have to
And this guy bugged me like you can't believe to get the tape back. I said, "Hold on, I haven't listened to it yet." I finally did listen to it, and it was the most vacuous tape I've ever heard of a couple talking in front of a crowd about how Amway changed their lives. You learn nothing from the tape. Mm-hmm. I've never heard so much, like an hour-long tape of nothing. And it's that they're selling you air, basically. It's a ridiculous company.
Well,
they were preying on your.
But my mom, as a kid, we bought Amway products. They had decent soaps, decent detergents, and some other products for the home. But she didn't get sucked into the whole sell your friends out thing. She just bought some products from them.
Have any of you had the really enjoyable experience of attending a initial Scientology meeting? Because I have.
I walked by one of the
wish I
stores. I
had,
almost went in for a joke.
No, one of my former colleagues really got
Bill Shatner sitting in the corner on a horse.
tied into the Scientology movement and in Brighton, and I mean the poor guy was literally brainwashed.
You got the full
Completely
e-meter treatment and
psychoed.
everything.
Yeah, I mean the whole caboodle. I mean, he was in there.
Yeah, tell me, how many thetans do you have? What's your thetan rating?
Well, he was handing over 20% of his salary.
Well, that was the thing I was talking about earlier with the Sea Scouts. This guy's a total asshole, right? Made people work on his boat.
Well, the Sea Scouts was slightly different here in the UK, I think.
Do you feel like
clear
you've
to
come
say.
to a crossroads in your life?
He dressed in a fucking sailor outfit. I mean,
do you remember
Ron Hubbard was a
Herbalife?
nut.
Do you remember
Herbalife? Yeah, Herbalife was like Amway.
Herbalife's another one, yeah.
And I had so many friends that fell for that because they were all into working out at the gym, and that was prime hunting ground. And I had this one guy that I used to know when I used to do hospital radio, and I'd lost touch with him. And in fact, he or I found each other on Facebook, and within like a few weeks, he was like doing this whole Herbalife thing, and I wasn't biting at all.
It's a cult.
Yeah, exactly. And it just got so much.
MLMs are cults.
And there was all of these people that, like, it was a whole kind of circle of friends that had worked with this guy at hospital radio. We were all friends with him. And one by one, we just turned on him and said, look, will you stop with this fucking shit? And his reaction was, I guess, kind of expected, because he didn't want to, he clearly didn't want to admit that he had been sucked in. He was too far gone, but he got really, really scarily kind of like crazy, and I think pretty much everyone just deleted him, blocked him, didn't want anything more to do with him. But thankfully, Herbalife seems to have. I mean, I don't know if it's gone.
Oh no,
completely,
it's still
but
going. It's still going.
But you don't hear about it so much. I guess maybe that's probably because I'm blocking.
They use YouTube to advertise, influencers, advertisers, whatever.
Oh,
or Instagram.
Scary stuff.
Yeah.
But they would have tactics too. I remember because I worked retail, so after a while I can almost tell. I learned when they'd come in. So what do you do here, Dave? Huh? Yeah. How long you been working here? Yeah. So you like sales?
Bullshit detectors going.
Yeah,
bing,
like.
bing, bing, bing.
But I had this one guy call me, and I'm at home, and he's like, "Hey, Dave, this is so and so, And what do you think about blah?" And I was like, "I don't know, man. That sounds pretty." He's like, "Look, Dave, I don't really have time. Like, I'm really busy. If you're not ready to be serious," and to this day, I was like, "Yeah, I don't think I'm ready to be serious with this. This doesn't."
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, Dave, look, I gotta go. I don't have time.
But he
So
does
they all-
doesn't got to go. So.
I went along with this Scientology
live with that.
bullshit
Yeah.
because I really wanted to get my friend out of it. I wanted him to see the idiocy. I went and bought all the L. Ron Hubbard books so I could say, this guy was just a really shitty science fiction writer.
Yeah, his books aren't even good.
I mean, they were actually quite dreadful, but
But he had an
I mean,
amazing
certainly
collection of
compared to-
synths.
But
we
compared to
didn't-
Asimov and whatever, it was,
I mean, but a lot of it. We all wanted to be successful. We had no idea what to do. No one had told us ever how to be successful, and these people are like all pumped up, and you could sense that this can't be any.
well,
But it is. They prey on that ambition, that some
but
people.
no, but I completely understand it. My parents took our whole family to church every Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily because we were religious, but they thought that having an understanding of a morality system that was steeped in history was actually a good thing for us.
Yeah.
But once we all reached 16, it was perfectly personal choice. So I was quite grounded. I mean, church was great because I got to meet some really pretty girls.
Yeah, that's all we did.
And had fun. And, you know, we had a Sunday youth club that we would all go to and just, you know, have a absolute whale of a time. Nothing to do with the church whatsoever, per se. There was no religious aspect to our enjoyment. But, you know, to pay penance, we actually had to attend church on Sunday morning and show up like good little people and members of society. But when I saw my friend being sucked into this pseudo religion, this basically brainwashing system that completely encompassed and, dare I say, ruined his life.
Yeah.
And I'm sat there going, okay, when are you going to bring the multimeter out? You know,
yeah, the e-meter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got to check your thetans.
And you know, you do realise this guy was just a really shit science fiction writer.
Yeah.
And I can create a religion. And I mean, the guy who created the spaghetti...
Flying Spaghetti Monster.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And the, you know, his noodliness and all this sort of stuff. And you know, it just showed a perfect parody of what the likes of Scientology are.
That one South Park episode on Scientology is gold.
It's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just dismayed that an organisation like that, and in fact most organised religions, are still allowed to practice, because they are brainwashing people. They are selling a myth, and people are paying very dearly for it.
Well, and once you're in, you're shamed if you leave, and they threaten you, and
oh yeah, well,
it's really
they
bad.
will go out and destroy your life.
Yeah.
Well, they're given
That's
some
the
people.
definition of every religion.
Some people want a playbook, right? Though, isn't that
absolutely
what's happening?
can't?
Some people want a playbook. You know?
But I mean, this goes back to a theme that's sort of somewhat recurring in tonight's discussion, in that there seems to be a desire from some people in society that they have to have that sense of belonging. They have to be part of a club, cult, group, team, whatever.
Bongles.
And well, no, that was a band. I mean, you know.
Well, it starts out with a FOMO thing, but then it becomes a serious problem, a real need to, you know.
Was a band.
Yes. Yeah, it's where the personal belief is overtaken by a collective belief and sense of belonging, and that's the disturbing aspect I find of any organised cult or religion.
But it's like that. It's a typical kind of human trait where there's a gap in your knowledge, whether it's your individual knowledge or a collective gap in knowledge. You have to fill it with something, and if anybody comes along and comes up with a half plausible explanation, you're going to go with it, and you'll go with it more if other people are going with it too, because it validates. It's all about validation. It's all about, well, you know, I think this, but all of a sudden I've just found a whole group of other people that think this. It must be right. It's, you know, it's that.
Well, they're also attacking your reward center. The promise of great rewards
and the promise, yeah.
And if it carries through generations of families. For some family members, it bonds. It makes them feel closer to their.
But that is indoctrination.
Well, sure. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Stuff, yeah.
But I mean, I study my own people in my own life, and I go, how did this happen? And I do see patterns in certain types that maybe. What I don't like is how delicate I have to be around them.
Oh, I don't.
And then they get self-righteous.
Yeah, it's a whole one-sided thing. Yeah.
Well, now they're saying a lot of these things like, yeah, everybody's attacking us. No, you're attacking us too. I'm like, well, because you're judging everybody right in front of my face. And people see the judging that you're doing, and then you're acting like, well, I'm not judging anybody. You can do what you want. I'm like,
Yeah, there you go.
Well,
You judge it.
Personally, I like to think of myself as when people are running away from something, I run towards it because I want to find out what's happening. You know, and that's the way I was brought up. It's sort of
Honestly.
You have to see, you have to experience, you have to look at and challenge the accepted narrative.
But that's part of the cowardice that they have. They'll hide. Once you expose them, they'll
Yes.
start hiding.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
And the biggest problem today is that if, and I don't know exactly where it's come from, but if you don't agree with me, you must be my enemy. That's the attitude
Oh, I know.
of so many people. Nobody can have
bad.
nuanced discussion. I mean, like, you know, here we are. You know, we're a bunch of people all with, you know, slightly different views on the world and things, and yet we will happily listen to and challenge, but we don't turn on you and say, well, fuck you.
Yeah, it's like all those FM haters out there.
Well,
there's a lot of just haters in general. I had to get off.
It's just that we can't disagree with people.
No.
Or so I say we. You know, there are elements of society who think that if you disagree with them, you are therefore an absolute sworn enemy of everything that they.
You support the wrong class. Is that what you're telling me? And I'm
Sorry,
like,
say that again.
No, it's like if you, for God's sakes, make any sort of support of something, you go, well, I don't know if it's a good idea to pay off the college debt. So you think that we should just let these kids, you know? And it's like, no, I'm just seeing the cause and effect. But yeah, we're getting to the point where we can't discuss anything anymore. You are with us.
But that's why I love these discussions, because nothing is out of bounds, and the debate, whether or not we agree or disagree or agree to disagree, here is is this our space, our safe space, because we can have those conversations, and
Well, sadly, you used to be able to do that more places.
Offense.
Now you can't.
Yeah. It's very hard to have any. I just got so burnt out on social media. I kept trying to talk to people, and it just
no.
You can't do it.
You can't.
There are certain topics that I see people, you know, comment upon or make a comment or post to something on Twitter or Facebook about a certain sort of topic, you know, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
And quite often I will sit there and I'll go, oh, I'm going to respond to that, and I'm not going to go, you're fucking. I'm just going to say, oh, well, that's an interesting point, but how about, and you know, and do that. But you think no, because I know that if I respond to that and challenge their opinion, I will be shut down immediately. So you hate all the gay people then?
It's a flame war.
Yeah,
Yes.
It could be anything.
No,
and I caught myself even a few times getting angry and getting very, and I was like, this I got to get out of here. Like, I just can't.
Yeah,
Then
it's a rabbit hole.
Nobody cares about my opinion,
Yeah.
right? And nobody cares if I have any reference that I can give to it. They just
Well, not on social media, because it is a dismissive. It is designed to be fleeting and dismissive.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's not designed for people to have actual conversations. It's the equivalent of farting while you're pissed and laughing at it. You know, it's that it is puerile. It is anti-intellectual, because the average response is someone effectively blowing a raspberry, you know, without thinking. It's just an offhand dislike, hate, or oh, you're a wanker, racist, sexist, homophobe, TERF, you know, whatever. It's not designed to enable conscious, considered debate.
Well, it's also hard too. Most people can't do nuance in text, especially with very few characters.
And there is that thing with text that you can't understand, that the nuance or the
delivery,
delicate
yes,
the delicate inference of something. You read it, and I used to react to things many years ago. You see things and you go, oh, that's instant reaction, and I'd type that and then go, oh no, hang on a minute. If I reread that, I'd actually see that wasn't where they were going. And so now, I will, before I respond to anything. I mean, Twitter, I rarely engage in at all, because I think it's the worst of them all. But if I see somebody post something on Facebook, I will, and it elicits a response from me, so I want to reply to it. I won't do it. And I'll reread that post, and I'll go away, and then I'll come back to it. And if I don't go back to it, that's probably that's a sign. I take that as a sign that just don't respond. Just don't respond, because if you really feel like it deserves a response, then read it, reread it, read it again, and then if I do reply to it, I will write my reply, and then I will reread my reply, and I'll reread their original, and I will do all of this kind of processing to make sure that I have fully understood what it is that they're saying, and that I've replied in such a way as that it hopefully won't elicit that, well, if you're not with me, you're against me kind of response. But you can't always do that, and so it gets to the point where you just think, I can't.
You just got chase the third emoji.
I've got that built into my Facebook anyway, because I'm only about 40 friends short of 5,000. I see something and go, I'll think about that for a moment, and then it's fucking gone anyway. Oh, no, it doesn't matter.
It's not. I mean, I've caught myself venting, and I just said, I can't do this anymore. I'm like, it's just not worth it, And the sad part is most people they don't care what you have to say, and that's the part that I'm like, well, I'll just talk to my kids.
But the problem is that kids are being brought up these days to believe that they need that validation.
That's why parents have to work hard to give them a better foundation.
Yeah, but on Twitter, I think I'm actually blocked by more accounts than I follow, and I follow about 5,000. Yeah. Because I don't give a shit, and I don't need validation from other people. I have my own opinion, and if you don't like it, well, yeah, fine. Yeah, I don't give a shit. Why should you? It's sort of if someone sends me a snarky tweet or something, I don't care, because it's not in real life. Twitter is virtual, literally. It's not real life. The people on it aren't real, because the people they're
real, but they're real.
Yeah, but 99% of people on Twitter would not behave like that
exactly
face to face.
Right.
Tough guys. Therefore,
it's
not real.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. It is. There is a psyche. I mean, I used to enjoy it because it would tap into certain things. Like when I would hire younger people, I had a better understanding of certain things like mansplaining and things that I would not have understood, to the point where I said the word one time.
Mansplaining, you mean politely explaining something to someone?
Well, there is nuance to some of the
think doesn't necessarily understand what it is you're saying. Yeah,
I work with the guy who mansplains. It's fucking annoying.
Right. So there is as a manager, as someone who is, for all intents and purposes, the leader of the whole company, I pay very careful attention to some of these cultural trends, because I need to, right? But I did one time. I said the word mansplaining to a younger person, and she turned red. Like I caught her right in thinking something. It was really bizarre, and I was like, "Holy cow!" But that part of it was educational for me. seeing some of these cultural trends that the Karen. I mean, some of this stuff is real, right? Like everybody knows about it now, but it's like you said, Sass. It is not a place to have any sort of substantive
Nuanced conversations. Yeah.
It's just not. You know what I mean? It is a good place to promote your music. Sometimes I did have some good success. I just couldn't separate the two. I just could not in that forum. Couldn't do
Some
it.
people, they're just to stir people up, though. They're not really. They don't really care
Oh,
about
they
what
stir
they're
me
saying.
up sometimes.
Yeah, they're just pushing your buttons.
But the problem is that these attitudes on social media are now being applied to real life. So you mentioned a term like mansplaining. Earlier I said TERF, a trans exclusionary radical feminist. Well, that just means a woman who believes that a woman is a woman. It's scary that younger people, I won't say young people because that makes me old, but younger people are buying into the ideas that have now being fomented on social media networks and applying them to real life. So where if someone says mansplaining, well, I think, well, is that someone trying to educate someone? Is that someone trying to establish what knowledge someone has in order to provide additional information for them to
It's the tone. It's all about the tone. There's a guy working with you who will explain something you
there's
obviously
tone,
know.
there's perceived tone.
No, this guy will say the same shit you know. He knows you already know. He'll explain it to you like you're a fucking idiot over and over again. It's insulting. That's called mansplaining.
So why not just say, I know? And that's it.
Because he'll do it anyway. It doesn't change, and he's constantly doing
Well, that's
this.
when you just walk away.
I can't. He's the fucking manager.
Yeah, I would still walk away, believe me.
Yeah.
No, but the point is also that there's a lot of you can be a younger woman, right? And they could be doing a job that sometimes they'll go into situations where they're doing a job that traditionally was a man's job, and someone will not assume that they know what the hell they're doing.
Yeah, that's where it started.
So you'll get an engineer, something like, you probably want me to explain this or that or what this is, and they're like, yeah, I know. Let me ask you. But it's fine. It's some of the nuances have some value, but ultimately the world's not gonna. We're not having a revolution. We're all gonna go to work every day, work our butts off, pay taxes. There is, you know what I mean? We will change things, but it's not. I mean, we got in the United States, people want to have a there's a small factor want to have some sort of battle. Like, there's not going to be any battle. The government's going to put it down so fast if anyone even tried, right? I mean, even January 6th, they're arresting all those people. Every one of them are systematically getting arrested, right?
They're really taking their time about it, though.
Well,
some of them going to die of old age before the cops
I
turn
know.
up at the door.
Well, it is.
Yeah, I mean, the
surprising.
guys are on camera. It's so obvious.
What they
who did
got
it.
away with is pretty extraordinary, right?
But it
I mean,
wasn't
Iran
an
was-
insurrection. I'm
Well,
sorry,
I mean,
it wasn't.
you want to call it storming the Bastille? What do you want to call it?
They killed somebody died, right? A police
Well,
officer
someone was shot, yes, by a state official, yeah.
And then a whole bunch of policemen have either
Policemen
suffered
died
injuries
or
or taken their
beaten
own
up.
lives. Yeah.
It was completely
nothing to do with that.
unacceptable behavior, right? It is not what adults do. It is not acceptable, and they all should go to jail.
And sorry, the whole
They
of
are.
and Portland 2020 and 2021, that was acceptable.
It's not. None of it is acceptable.
Right,
That's
so
the problem
where's
is the other side will say, well, what about that? It's all, what about
no,
is
all I've said is, where's the inquiry into what happened in Portland?
Sass, none of it is acceptable, and almost all of these people that are doing this stuff, whether they're breaking into buildings and looting, they're all going
But
to
there
jail.
was the storming of the government building in Portland. Where's the inquiry into that?
Sass,
That was insurrection.
There's been more stormings than that. By
Yeah,
both
I know. But what I'm saying is that there's all this fuss about the storming of the Capitol building, which was evacuated before anyone actually got into it. But there's no inquiry
No, it
into
wasn't.
any of the activities.
No, it wasn't. There were people in there.
Yeah.
Trapped in
There
there.
was- no, I mean there.
No.
there- so
Yes, there
Yeah.
were.
Yeah.
It's documented. It's there on video cameras.
It's all over
But
the
the point-
news. Yeah.
It's
point is, look,
there.
there is not. There is a lot
The-
of people that are.
But compare the storming of the Capitol with all the activities that happened in 2 years in Portland.
Yeah, this
Where's
is
the
classic
inquiry
whataboutism, though, isn't it?
No,
what
no,
about this?
I'm
What
saying,
about that?
Where is the inquiry? If you're going to inquire into one, you should have a formal inquiry into the other.
Yes,
Simple
you
as
should.
that.
You should. You should.
How do you know they didn't go to jail? How do you know that people didn't go to jail? How do you know?
Well, they haven't.
I mean, there's been all sorts of. This is happening everywhere. though.
Every person who was
This the
jailed
government.
through the Portland riots has been named, and there are surprisingly few of them. And how many people died during the Portland riots?
Sass, you're not in America, and you're not in tune.
And look what happened in the LA riots back on the Rodney King thing. The bunch
What
of
I'm
shit happened
telling
there.
you is-
You know.
What I'm telling you is there will be no revolution by either party. And at the
No,
end of the
I'm
day,
not calling for revolution. I'm
but there
just
are
saying.
people calling for it.
Yes,
Do you
and they
realize
should be shot. You know, it's simple.
Well, no, we can't shoot people, but
But they do in Portland.
the point. No, please.
Mind
What
you, th-
Sass? I mean, What I mean, look, there is no victims on either side, right? Bad behavior is bad behavior, right? Two wrongs don't make a right. The point is that both sides right now think they're gonna. The radicals on both sides think they're gonna have some legitimate.
Revolution. Yeah, I know, they're stupid.
It is not gonna happen, right?
No.
The people on the right are idiots that think there's going to be some kind of insurrection. The people on the far left that think they're going to turn over capitalism and all that. It's not about whether they're.
Yeah, I work with someone who's
It ain't
ready for the
happening.
someone's
It's
thinking
just-
the race war is going to happen. He's crazy.
Now,
It's just-
what they can do, they can make things more equitable for people. Make things, hopefully, fix some health insurance, fix the climate a little bit. That's all that's going to happen. That's the best.
It's not going to happen, no. That's the
Fine.
problem.
The climate stuff might happen.
No,
It'll be a function of because the thing with the climate, what happens is as you have areas like what happened in Colorado, when you have a big area that burns, they'll re-engineer it. They'll rethink about some of it. We had to re-engineer because of the floods. We had massive floods. We're gonna eventually divert water to the southwest, right, from the Mississippi River and different areas. We're gonna do it. We don't have a choice. There's not going to be any battle over it. It's got to happen. It's. But so yeah, we on the internet and the media, they want to have all these big wars, and at the end of the day, it's like you're just inflaming people for nothing. You know what I mean? It's just like.
But that's what the media do.
I know. That's why I
The
don't
media
pay
are deliberately divisive because it's clicks.
Well, fear works.
It
Yeah,
sells
fear,
hits.
Fear's a great motivator.
Exactly. Yes.
The problem is that people are losing. They're choosing that over real life experience. You know what my problem is that I tell a lot of the young kids, I go, you got to get it. If you are worried about these people taking over,
Do something about it.
corporate system, I'm like, you got to take those jobs. I don't know what else to tell you. It's not a pretty thing. I don't want to still, I don't want to be a boss. But God, if I'm not a boss, who's going to be the boss? I'm going to let some asshole do the job. And then everybody's stuck with the asshole. So I have to take the job.
Yeah.
And all the crap that comes with it. And that's what I'm trying to tell them. You got to take the jobs, the tough jobs.
Yeah, but
If you want to bitch
again,
about politicians, go into politics.
But
if you-
again, this the failure of the educational system, because up until fairly recently, people were happy to take jobs, and I mean, even now, you'd probably be better off learning to doing a 3 or 4 year apprentice to become an electrician or a plumber than going to university, because
until you
at
get
least
older.
if you get a skill, you are assured of a career, probably for
I
life.
agree with that. Well,
Plus,
I've heard-
university costs too much now.
Well, it is true to a certain point until you hit about 50 and you're like doing these physical jobs, right?
Yeah, but
No,
by
and you-
50, at least you've had the opportunity perhaps to start your own company and employ younger people to do the stuff that you used to do.
Yeah,
And
I
you
know.
then move into a more managerial position.
Well, that's just a small company. Any small company is usually.
Yeah.
Let me.
But
But
it's better to be a manager of a small company than a 50-year-old working for a small company.
My only point is that I do believe in the trades too, but it's a tough way to make a living. I watch these guys doing this window work, right? They're working their fucking asses off.
Yeah.
For 3 straight days. I mean, a lot harder.
But A, who else is
They're
going to do
getting
it? B,
Yeah.
how much are they being paid? You
No more than me, Sass.
Yeah, an
No
IT
more-
guy I used to work with did construction most of his life, and he was all messed up.
No, that's my only point. Is that it's brutal for them. You know what I mean? And it's not.
But hasn't it always been thus? I mean, think about the men who laid the railways.
Well, I'm just saying that if when my kids, I would think twice about telling them going into trades versus still following the path of education. I'd say just be smart about it.
But you can do both. I mean, you know, again, I'm looking from a UK perspective. I mean, for example, my nephew, he left school at 16, and went and did an apprenticeship, became a fully qualified electrician by the age of 21, has set up his own business,
Yeah, no,
and is
this.
now earning squidillions. You know.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Unfortunately, there's only so many people that can be the owners, but.
Yeah, it depends
I'm
on the
not-
trade. Because my trade, when I became the apprentice and went into panel beating, and my profession has been destroyed by the insurance companies.
Yeah.
Well,
But saying
that's a
that,
good
the
point,
specialist panel beaters who were repairing things like old cars where you have to do leading, for example, or
Yeah.
understand how to use an English wheel,
Yeah.
they are earning really, really good money because it is now a real specialism. It's
Yeah.
not just a trade; it's quite exotic now.
Yeah, but at the time, we were 10 a penny.
Yes. Yes.
Well, I'm about to go and do my specialist thing and sleep.
I'm going to
Because
have
it's gone
I'm gonna
3
have
o'clock
to
in the
do
morning,
this-
so
I'm
I'll
going to have to do the same.
We have done 6 hours and 50 minutes. So, yeah.
I'm sorry, but yeah, I
No, don't apologize.
Yeah, you guys have good stamina. That's good.
I got a
We-
guy
we-
coming
we-
to.
we tried.
I've got to try and sell an 80 tomorrow.
Yes.
I've got to do a barbecue and watch football games. So
Hard job, Rob.
it is.
Swap you.
Well, good luck for tomorrow, Kent.
Yeah, oh no, it'd be all right. It's an 80 years.
Hey, look, we got both cats. Look, both cats.
look at
Hey.
Sniffing butts. Sniffing
Oh my God.
butts.
Sniffing.
No,
That was
it
our
was-
4th album.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to sniff the butt. Get it.
Oh,
Look at
them.
this.
Look
Oh,
at
look at
them.
Yes, of course they are, Wagyu.
Love this every day.
Oh, look.
Oh. Buddy.
Buff.
Headbutt.
Yeah.
What a perfect way to end.
Indeed.
Right, well, on that note, I will also bid everyone good night. And,
Yeah, I think we're all
have a good Sunday.
Yeah.
And,
Thanks, everyone. Thanks for sticking around late.
Everybody. Good stuff.
Oh,
Cheers. We'll
See
catch
you
up
soon.
soon.
damn the world being a globe.
Flat Earth, flat Earth, flat Earth.
Yeah.
Don't
Flat
let's not
Earth.
go there.
One time zone for all. Yes.
Right. See you later.